Chapter 24 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. What say you to a quick ride and a short chapter, reader? We have stood wasting our time too long with cardinals and secretaries and courtiers. Let us set out on our journey toward Paris, with 3 strong horses, each under the saddle, 2 stout men, and a young lad, who, ride as hard as they will, still keeps ahead of them. They are not troubled with much baggage, but they have good long pistols at their saddle bows, swords by their sides, and eke daggers in their belts. The apparel of the 2 men had nothing remarkable in it. Each had the common slashed and laced pourpoint, with the short cloak of the times, and their lower limbs were clad in that very peculiar and ugly garment between trousers and breeches, which distinguished the epoch of Louis XIII. The boots, like a pair of gigantic funnels, however, covered not only the foot and ankle, but the whole of the lower part of the leg, and hid in a degree the monstrous chausses. The young man was dressed with somewhat greater taste and richness, and there was something in his air and his wondrous horsemanship which would have distinguished him at once from his 2 followers without the accessories of dress. In vain his horse, which he had bought in Nantes for a mere trifle, on account of its vicious propensities, darted to the right or left at every suspicious object, reared, plunged, and kicked. Not all its efforts could shake him in the saddle for a moment. In vain the brute galloped at full speed when he was only required to trot. The youth only whipped and spurred him the more, till at length the fierce beast, finding that he had indeed got his master on his back, yielded with a good grace, and by the time the party reached Ancenis, he was as quiet as a lamb. But though Ancenis is a pretty little town, and the fare is good and the wine by no means bad, Edward Langdale was not inclined to lose time by the way. 1 hour for refreshment was all that was allowed for man or horse, and then on again they went towards Angers. It is true that Angers is somewhat more than 50 miles from Nantes, that the road in those days was not remarkable for its excellence, and that a broiling July sun had shone upon the travellers from break of day till night. But Edward saw with his own eyes that the horses were well cared for, and all was prepared for departure early the next morning. Here, however, for the first and only time during the journey, the safe conduct was demanded by an officer of the governor. All was in order, however, no suspicion was entertained, and on the little party went to Suette, Duretal, La Flèche. The sweet little valley of the Loire passed with all its beauties unseen, and after 2 hours' repose at La Flèche, Foultourt, Guesselar, and Le Mans were reached. Nearly 1/2 of the journey between Nantes and the first place to which Edward had been directed was now accomplished, but the horses, especially the 2 ridden by Pierrot and Jacques, showed evident signs of fatigue, and it was found necessary to have their shoes removed and give them somewhat more time for repose. Edward could not reach Chartres upon the 3rd night, as he had hoped, but reflecting, with some apprehension, that if one of the horses were to fall sick, he had not funds sufficient to purchase another, he proceeded more quietly to Nogent-le-Rotrou, where he paused for the night before the sun had gone down. Now the dear but hasty reader has come to a conclusion that I have been engaged in writing an itinerancy rather than a romance or a true history. But in this he is mistaken, for it was necessary to mention 2 little incidents which befell Lord Montagu's page on his way towards Paris, and one of these occurred at Nogent-le-Rotrou. It was therefore requisite to show that Edward got there, for an incident cannot happen to a man at a place where he is not. It was necessary also to explain how he arrived at that place later by some 8 hours than he at first expected, for if he had been able to continue the same galloping pace with which he set out from Nantes, the incident would not have happened at all. At Nogent, the young Englishman, as in this case with most Englishmen, had looked to the accommodation of the horses in the first instance, and having seen that they had a good dry stable, that the saddles were taken off, and that they were well rubbed down, he directed them to be walked up and down before the house for a few minutes, when, to his consternation, he perceived that one of them was going somewhat lame. It was the horse ridden by long Pierrot Lagrange, and one of the best of the three, and a consultation in regard to the poor animal was held immediately. One proposed one thing, another another, but none being particularly skilful in the veterinary art, and as Edward did not choose to trust to a common blacksmith, it was determined to rest upon cold water applied to the lame foot and fetlock, and the horse was led back to the stable. The inn was a neat little auberge, and the landlord a fat, well-doing, clean-looking sinner as ever shortened a flagon or lengthened a bill. He promised worlds in the way of edible refreshment, trout and crayfish from the Huisne, pigeons from his own dovecot, and capons equal to those of Maine. And while all these delicacies were in preparation, Edward took post before the door, standing beside the tall pole with a garland upon it, which in those days appeared at the entrance of many a little cabaret in France. As he thus stood, in not a very happy mood, two new travellers on horseback trotted up. Their dress was coarse, and evidently not the costume of any part of France that the young gentleman was acquainted with, but that which attracted his attention more particularly was the lameness of one of their horses, who limped much after the fashion of Pierrot's beast, but a great deal worse. The riders dismounted, and one of them, passing him, giving a bonjour in a strange sort of patois, Edward advanced to the side of the other, who was holding the beast, saying, "That horse seems very lame, my good friend." "Oh, it is nothing," answered the man in the same sort of jargon as that of his companion. "He'll be well before morning. We are maréchaux de chevaux, and will soon set him right. You see us go away to-morrow. He not lame then." Shortly after, the horses were led into the stable, and the young gentleman's dinner was announced. But before partaking of any of the good things, he followed the two strangers, and found that they were provided with all the tools of the blacksmith, and all the oils and essences of the veterinary surgeon of that day. "Let him cool, and then we see," said the master, speaking to his companion, and the whole party adjourned to the salle à manger. 5 more hungry men never sat down to dinner, if they might be judged by their consumption of food. But all the other guests, and the landlord more particularly, remarked that the two last-arrived strangers ate none of the admirable crayfish. Now, when at a house of public entertainment you eat none of the especial dish of the place, it is not only an affront to your host, but an insult to his country. The landlord shook his head and declared the men must be some outlandish cannibals, for they neither spoke French nor ate crayfish. In this conclusion nobody gainsayed him, not even the two men themselves, who did not seem to understand, but finished their dinner and went to attend to the lame horse. Now it may seem very strange in the author to entertain a reader with a lame horse, with which, though fully as good as a dead ass, that reader seems to have nothing on earth to do. But I declare it is neither for the purpose of filling up a vacant chapter, nor in any spirit of perversity, such as frequently seizes every writer, nor from a desire to delay till I have made up my mind how to proceed, nor from any caprice, that I pause upon that lame horse. On the contrary, it is a piece of genuine, serious history. In fact, the only pure and dignified piece of history in this whole book, mentioned by authors of high repute, and confirmed by a long train of consequences, which involved at least the 3 next years of Edward Langdale's life in their network. And so the fate of that lame horse cannot be omitted. With one of those sympathetic movements of the mind which we can neither direct nor restrain, and which lead us on the course of destiny whether we will or not, the youth felt a personal interest in that lame horse. Was not one of his own horses lame? And he went to the stable to see the treatment the animal was to undergo. Need I pause to tell how one of the uncouth travellers took off the shoe, examined the foot, poured some fluid which he called oil of vipers into the hole left by one of the nails, wrapped an old rag round the hoof, and did sundry other beneficent acts to the affected part? No, suffice it to say that he seemed to treat it so skilfully, and with so much of that decision which continually passes for skill, and 9 times out of 10 has as good a result, that Edward determined he should try his hand on Pierrot's horse also. The immediate result was relief to both the beasts, and when their several riders mounted next morning, no sign of lameness was visible. The score was paid, and Edward with his party rode away first, but they had not gone half a mile before they were overtaken by the two blacksmiths, who seemed to desire company on the way, which they accounted for by telling the companions of the young cavalier that they were wandering Savoyards, who, having some skill in horse medicine, had come to France, made a little money, and were returning to their own country to live upon the fruits of their toil. Now Savoy is a fine country, and the people are a very good people, much like other people who live amongst rocks and stones, not quite so wise as serpents, nor so innocent as doves. Poor, patient, quiet, honest people, says Sterne, fear not. Your poverty, the treasury of your simple virtues, will not be envied you by the world, nor will your valleys be invaded by it. Now, why I quoted this author in regard to Savoy was simply because the most interesting account of any country is always given by a man who knows nothing about it. He has such a wide field to expatiate in. There are exceedingly good people in Savoy, and exceedingly good people come out of it, but there is a tolerably large minority as cunning and as selfish as I ever met with. Now Edward Langdale had few prejudices upon the matter. He had never seen a Savoyard before, or one who pretended to be so, but he had heard a good deal of their simple virtues, and therefore, if the balance leaned either way, it was in their favour. But somehow the faces of his two new companions did not please him, and he said not a word of the probability that he would himself be obliged in the end to direct his steps towards their mountain land. Indeed, with a remarkable degree of discretion in one so young, he had kept his own two immediate followers in ignorance of that and many other facts, and they went like lambs to the slaughter, with their heads hanging down, and thinking the journey somewhat long, but without the slightest idea where it was to end. When they had reached Chartres, however, he had to make inquiries as to his further course, and though he conferred with the landlord of the Écu Royal himself, Pierre Lagrange stood provokingly near, and it is probable, for his ears were long and sharp, he heard every word that was said, and drew his own conclusions. The two Savoyards, or whatever they might be, had adhered to Edward and his two companions with the tenacity of a bramble-shoot, and Edward had no objection to their accompanying him a stage or two farther. But, as he was now coming to one of the dangerous passes of his expedition, he determined to cut them loose at the end of the first 30 miles. Those 30 miles, however, were destined to be performed slowly and with difficulty. The morning when they quitted Chartres was bright and beautiful. A pale pink tint was in the sky, varied by brown clouds with golden edges. But ere had they half crossed the rich plain which lies between Chartres and Maintenon, the rain began to fall, and a deluge poured down from the sky, rendering the roads well nigh impassable. Still Edward rode on, past Maintenon without stopping, and first drew bridle at Rambouillet. It was then beginning to grow dark, for the progress made had been very slow, and every man in the party was drenched to the skin. To go farther immediately was out of the question, and not exactly suited to Edward's plans. Indeed, what between fatigue and a sudden change in the weather, the face of Pierre Lagrange had become very blue, his limbs shivered, and his teeth chattered. Dinner, or rather, as they called it, supper, was soon served, and the young gentleman so far relaxed his stern rule as to order some bottles of good wine for his drenched companions, bidding Pierrot himself partake. The long man looked somewhat doubtfully at his master, but the temptation was too strong, and the fatal cup approached his lips. Edward soon left the party and went out to make some inquiries. No one attempted to follow him, for the room was warm and comfortable, and mirth and conviviality reigned. Pierrot's first cup was the Rubicon. It was but wine, it is true, but he had drunk nothing but water for well nigh 2 months, and the first draught made him feel so comfortable that the second, and the third, and the fourth, and the fifth were added in rapid succession. His tongue, which had been marvellously still for many weeks, was unloosed, and the unruly member did its part in setting free everything that was a secret, or which he thought was one. In 5 minutes he was in full career, and by the time that Edward returned, he had not been absent half an hour. The two Savoyards were made aware that the young gentleman had probably gone to inquire his way minutely to Dompierre, the place of retreat of the Duchesse de Chevreuse. For, said Pierrot, he was asking about it at Chartres, and the people there could not give him half the information he seemed to want. On their part, too, the Savoyards were wonderfully free and confidential, and the only one who retained his full discretion was Jacques Beaupré, who was remarkably taciturn, and kicked Pierrot's shins under the table, a hint which he did not choose to take. The entrance of Edward Langdale instantly silenced Master Pierrot, however, for he was not in the least drunk. In the ladder of inebriety there are many rounds, and he had only reached the first, which with him was always talkativeness. But Edward looked grave, for he had heard much speaking, with Pierrot's voice predominant, and when the host entered to inquire whether the guests would take some more wine, the young gentleman's "no" was uttered in a tone that went home to his follower's consciousness. "What a fool I am," thought Pierrot. "If it had been brandy now instead of wine, I should have been drunk again to a certainty." The following morning, at an early hour, the whole party were once more in the saddle, and the two Savoyards were ready as soon as the rest, seeming to think that they had fixed themselves upon the young gentleman's party. Edward examined the priming of his pistols before he set out, and ordered his followers to do so likewise. But, as the day before had been rainy, the precaution excited no remark, and the day's journey was begun. 4 or 5 miles only had passed, however, when, at a spot where a road branched off through the forest to the left, the young Englishman suddenly drew in his rein and turned to the Savoyards, saying, "Here, my good friends, we have to part. That is your road, and this is mine." The two men seemed much surprised, and even ventured to remonstrate, commending highly the safety and sociability of travelling in company, and magnifying the great advantage it would be to him to have 2 such skilful smiths and horse doctors in his train. They offered even to wait for him, if he had business on the road, and to attend to his horses without pay. But Edward Langdale was peremptory. "You said you were going to Savoy," he remarked. "The only way to get there is to follow the road before you. Moreover, it will be safer for you to go in other company than mine, for I am subject to fits of choler, and apt to shoot people if they offend me, as that good gentleman, Monsieur Pierrot Lagrange, can inform you." "Ay, that he is," exclaimed Pierrot. "I have got the bullet in my leg now." The two men looked at each other in astonishment, and made some exclamation in a language which Edward did not understand, but which did not sound like any species of Italian. "Ah," said Jacques Beaupré solemnly, "it is a sad infirmity he has. I always ride on the right side of him, for he does not aim so well on that side as on the left." The two men smiled, but a slight movement of Edward's hand toward his pistols soon restored their gravity, and he added, "Take my advice, go on your way and let me see you go, for I do not choose to be followed." A shrug of the shoulders and a shake of the rein was their only answer, and they rode away along the high road before them. Edward watched them for some distance, and then turned into the smaller path on the left. "I do not like those men," he said, speaking to his followers. "Both their countenances are bad, and as for the taller one of the two, I am certain I have seen him at Nantes. I think it was in the court of the château, the day we set out for De Rivière." "I think so too," said Jacques Beaupré. "He is too ugly to be forgotten easily, and, as for their tongue, I think it is Basque. I once heard that language spoken, and theirs is much more like it than Savoyard." Poor Pierrot was conscience-stricken, and heartily wished his tongue had been cut out before it had run away from his discretion on the preceding evening. But he kept his own counsel, and Jacques Beaupré had too much of the lacquey's spirit about him to tell of a companion before he was found out. The day was dull and grey, but not actually raining, and the road was muddy and heavy to travel. But the forest was soon passed, and at the end of 2 hours Edward judged, by the descriptions he had received, that he was entering the vale of Chevreuse. Hidden in a dense shroud of mist, it did not indeed look beautiful to his eyes, as he had been led to believe, and in some doubt he stopped to ask a peasant, whom they overtook driving an ox-cart, if the chateau of Dampierre was near. "Why, there it is, seigneur," said the man. "Dame, don't you see it?" And looking forward, Edward caught a faint sight of some towers and pinnacles rising over the distant trees. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. 2 large gates of that fine hammered iron which is now rarely seen, twisted into leaves and flowers and coronets, with gilding here and there, and the arms of Chevreuse and Montbazon let into the centre, shut the small park of Dampierre from the road. They seemed indeed to offer no ingress for anyone, for Edward rang the great bell at least half a dozen times before anyone appeared, and then a man walked slowly down the road from the chateau itself, and examined the strangers through the filigree work of the gate as he came. At neither of the 2 lodges at the sides of the gate was there the least sign of life. The man, who seemed an old servant, however, and who carried a large key in his hand, applied it to the lock without asking any questions, and Edward, before entering, inquired if Madame de Chevreuse was at the chateau. "I do not know," replied the servant, in an indifferent tone. "A good many people rode away the day before yesterday, and I have not seen her since, but if you ride up they will tell you there." Edward accordingly rode on, and though the distance was not more than 300 yards, he perceived that his coming had created more sensation at the chateau than at the gates. There were heads at several of the windows, and 2 or 3 men came forth upon the terrace and watched the approaching party. Edward rode slowly to give time for a full examination, for, from all he had heard at Nantes, he could very well conceive that the fair Duchess might be inclined to stand somewhat upon her guard before she admitted strangers. Dismounting before the chateau, he gave his horse to Jacques Beaupré to hold, and advanced toward one of the servants at the door, who showed no disposition to advance toward him, inquiring if the Duchess was at Dampierre and would receive him. "Come in, sir," said another servant, who had just come down the steps. "Go up that staircase and turn to your right through the first door. You will soon find somebody who will inform you." Edward obeyed, thinking the manners of the chateau of Dampierre somewhat strange, it must be confessed, but being perfectly prepared to follow the old adage of doing at Rome, etc. The stairs were wide and low-stepped, of dark polished oak, with richly ornamented balusters, and the walls of the staircase were covered with rich pictures both of Italian and Flemish schools. At the top was a broad landing-place or vestibule, with doors all round. But, following the directions he had received, the young Englishman opened the first on the right and entered a splendid saloon, where, seated in a great armchair, was a lady of gorgeous and dazzling beauty, with a little girl of some 7 or 8 years old at her knee, nearly as beautiful as herself. The eyes of both were fixed upon the opening door with a gay look of expectation, and the moment that Edward was fairly in the room, the little girl ran forward, sprung up, and kissed him. The beautiful lady followed and kissed him likewise, laughing gaily as she did so. It was certainly a surprise, though not a very disagreeable one, and Edward would not have objected to go over the same scene again. But fancying there must be some mistake, he said, "I beg pardon for my intrusion. I imagine, madame, that you have, happily for me, taken me for someone else, by the honour you show me. I am merely a page to Lord Montagu, whom I hope to find here." "No mistake at all, monsieur," said the gay lady. "It is a vow, sir, altogether a vow, which I and my daughter made, to kiss the first gentleman that came to relieve our solitude, for my magnificent lord has chosen to take himself away with all his people, and we have seen no faces but those of the old servants for 2 whole days. It was a vow, sir, we accomplished, but even had it not been, I suppose I am not the first duchess who has kissed a page, and probably I shall not be the last." "Heaven forbid," said Edward, entering into the humour of the hour, "if all duchesses' kisses are as sweet. But I presume I am in the presence of Madame de Chevreuse, for whom I have a letter." "Well, well," said the bright, reckless woman, "sit down here beside me and tell me more. So you are my friend Lord Montagu's page. He has expected you long, and told me all about you. How happened you to linger on the road? Now I warrant you met with some pretty little maiden, and could not tear yourself away till you had beguiled the poor thing." Edward took the seat to which she pointed beside her own chair, and proceeded to tell her all he thought necessary to account for his long delay, but without alluding in any way to Lucette. The explanation was somewhat long, and the Duchess listened listlessly, sometimes gazing at his face, sometimes looking down at her own beautiful hands, and shifting the rings about in an absent manner. Edward, as was customary at that period, nourished 2 locks of dark silky hair, twisted into those long pendant curls which brought forth at the after period the famous puritanical tirade upon the unloveliness of love-locks, and, a little to his surprise, as he went on, he felt the fair Duchess's hands busy with the curls and twisting them round her fingers. Suddenly, however, she started, exclaiming, "What am I about?" and Edward innocently thought she was shocked at the familiarity into which a fit of absence had betrayed her. Not a bit of it. And he was soon undeceived. "Surely I saw 2 attendants with you as I was looking from the window," she continued, "and I have totally forgotten the poor men and the poor horses. Run, my child, and tell Paton, the Savoyard, to have the men and horses Monsieur brought here taken care of, and bid somebody carry his baggage to the chamber Lord Montagu had, next to mine. It is strange, you will think," she continued, as her daughter tripped away. "I have not a soubrette in the house, nor any woman but the old housekeeper and my own girl. But I came away from Brittany in such haste, not knowing whether I should be suffered to come away at all, that the fewer people I brought with me the better. Now let me hear the rest, and give me the letter you mentioned, after which you shall have some food." Edward had little more to tell, except the execution of poor Chalais, and the permission given him by Richelieu to pursue his journey. The first he touched but slightly, as the common rumour of something more than the mere relations of friendship between the unhappy Count and Madame de Chevreuse had reached him. But the Duchess would hear all, and for a time she seemed greatly moved, although her love was so very minutely divided that there could be no great portion for any individual lover. At his account of his last interview with Richelieu, which was somewhat lame, from there being various circumstances which he felt bound to keep back, Madame de Chevreuse mused. "The cardinal has some object," she said. "In fact, he always has. It was not for your good mien that he let you go on, depend upon it, though you are a handsome boy, I do not deny, and if the fox had been a woman, I could have understood his favour for you better, though probably he would then have kept you with him, as I intend to do." "Indeed, madame," replied Edward, "I fear my duty requires me to go on immediately, if, as I gather from your conversation, Lord Montagu is not here. I need not tell you how much I should like to stay." "Why do you not add something about bright eyes and beautiful lips, etc., 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 in true page style?" said Madame de Chevreuse. And then, giving him a playful box on the ear, she added, "Were not you told to take my orders and follow my directions, sir? It was so explained to me, but I see I have a great deal to teach you yet. You will have to wait till the day after tomorrow. Here, listen, put down your head." And as Edward obeyed, she brought her rosy lips so near his ear that the perfumed breath fanned his cheek. "Tomorrow night," she whispered, "I shall have news of Montagu, and the day after, perhaps, I shall find it convenient to take flight for Lorraine myself. The neighbourhood of the court is somewhat dangerous for me, and my head looks prettier upon my own shoulders than in the hands of the executioner. In the meantime, you have to stay here and console my daughter and myself. We live the life of 2 nuns just now. You know how nuns live, I dare say. Young nuns, of course, I mean. And now let us talk of anything but business. You have to amuse me, and I have to be amused. I do not much care how. I think it may be as well to drop for the present the further conversation of the gay young Duchess and her still younger companion. She had all her life been famous for free speaking, and a little celebrated for free acting, and had it not been necessary to show something of the life and manners of the times, I might have been tempted not to bring her on the stage at all, although, in writing the adventures of Lord Montagu's page, Edward's visit to Dompierre could hardly be left out. It must be remembered, however, that, though somewhat more beautiful, more gay and witty than most of her courtly compeers, Marie de Rohan was but a type of French society at that time. Few of the high dames of that day were at all more virtuous than herself, although she had the candour, or the impudence, as it may be, to make very few pretensions. She had said that she had many things to teach Edward, and certainly hers was not a very good school for a young lad, but he learned there more perhaps than she imagined, and in the midst of her light coquetries the sweet pure image of his Lucette came up to his mind, like the odour of a fresh flower in the midst of some scene of revel. He thanked God with all his heart that she whom he loved had never been subjected to the guardianship of such a woman, and he even felt pained that the poor young child, her daughter, should be witness to the reckless levity which the mother displayed. There is a holiness about childhood, and the heart of every man not impious revolts at the very thought of anything which can profane that shrine of innocence. Edward dined well, for the Duke de Chevreuse was one of the most luxurious, the French writers call it splendid, of the nobility of the day. He is reported at one time to have ordered 6 magnificent coaches merely to try which was the easiest, and he was not a man to have any of his many houses at any time unprovided with a good cook. After dinner is a time for sober but not heavy chat. The most persistent of appetites is satisfied, the blood has something to do in the process of digestion, and frolics less freely than at other times, and the brain itself turns hard work over to the stomach, and neither sports like a young horse set free from harness, nor lies down to sleep like an ass upon a common. The Duchesse de Chevreuse went to lie down upon her bed and rest after dinner, as was then common. But as was fully as common, she asked the young Englishman to come and sit beside her. There were no triclinier in those days, nor chaises longues, nor sofas, and although piles of cushions had been introduced into a few houses by those who had served against or with the Turks, they had not found their way into the chateau de Dompierre. Her conversation was much more sober, however, than it had been in the earlier part of the day, and from it Edward learned that Lord Montagu had talked to her much about him, had told her his whole history, and had even left with her a purse of 500 crowns for his use, expressing a conviction that some unforeseen accident had delayed him on his journey and might have exhausted his finances. "He seemed to take a vast deal of interest in you," said the Duchess, "and made me long to see you. But, Monsieur Langdale, this conduct of his Eminence of Richelieu toward you puzzles me, and to my mind augurs little good. Tell me, did anything particular happen to you on the road? Did you meet with any of the cardinal's people? Are these 2 men you have brought with you sure and faithful?" The remembrance of the 2 strangers who had endeavoured to force themselves upon him instantly recurred to Edward's mind, and he related the whole adventure. "Spies! Spies on my life!" cried the Duchess. "I trust they did not discover you were coming here." "Not from me," answered Edward Langdale, "for I suspected them from the first." "Ah, then you have learned to suspect betimes," said the Duchess, "and I dare say you suspect women as much as men, though we are more sincere by half. I say not we are more faithful, for men are so unfaithful that we should lose at that game, but we show more openly what we feel, and therefore are more true. Now tell me, were you ever in love, Monsieur Langdale?" Thus she rambled on, with less gaiety and less familiarity perhaps than before dinner, but there was a sort of languor about her, a soft sleepiness, which was perhaps more attractive, especially to a young man. One of the greatest charms of that extraordinary woman was her infinite variety. Was it now a desire merely to coquette with a young and handsome lad? Was it only with purpose of amusing a vacant hour or 2? Was it without purpose at all, and that she simply gave way to the passing feelings of the moment, and with listless carelessness left the results to chance? I know not, and probably she herself and Edward Langdale were the only persons who ever knew. Authors will get into difficulties sometimes, dear reader, will come to sticking places where they find it as difficult to go back as to wade through. The only way in such circumstances is to take a great jump, and, thank heaven, the horses we ride are equal to any leap. The next morning Edward and the Duchess and her daughter met at breakfast, and Madame de Chevreuse, if not in great spirits, was cheerful and gay, and full of plans for passing the day pleasantly. She would go and show the young Englishmen the grotto and the rocks. They would kill a stag in the adjoining forest. They would visit the curé of Chevreuse and astonish the good man, a sport which she by no means disliked. But when they were arranging all these schemes on the open space before the chateau, a courier was seen riding up from the gates, and when he came near he handed the Duchess 2 letters. The blood left her cheek as she read, and, instantly drawing Edward aside, she said, "We must part at once. You go on as fast as possible to Grey. Wait there 2 days, and if you hear no more, ride forward to Turin. As for myself, look here," and she put a paper into his hand. It was a copy of the decree banishing her to Lorraine, there to remain upon her own estates till the king's further pleasure. "Order your horses quickly," she said, "then come to my chamber for the sum Montagu left for you. Glimpses of sunshine in this April day life, and then dark clouds and heavy showers." In an hour Edward Langdale rode away from Dompierre. He was grave and silent. What was in his heart, who can tell? But he certainly did not view the world more brightly, or feel more confidence in human nature than he had before that short visit. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Edward Langdale rode on from place to place, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly, as the condition of the roads and the nature of the country required, and, strangely enough for a journey in those days, neither accident nor adventure befell him. One thing excited his curiosity and suspicion, however. At Trappes, where he passed the first night after leaving the house of Madame de Chevreuse, when he had finished his supper and was just retiring to rest, he caught for a moment, on the somewhat darksome stairs, one glance of a face he thought he had seen before. He could not identify it, indeed, for it was lost as soon as seen, but it instantly carried his mind back to his adventure with the 2 Savoyards, and he felt almost sure that the face belonged to one of them. But neither of the 2 strangers appeared the next morning, and Piero and Jacques both assured him that their horses were not in the stable. There are faces that haunt us both in night and day dreams, and Edward was almost led to believe that one of these spectres of the imagination had taken possession of him, for 2 or 3 times before he reached Grey that face again crossed him for a moment, and always when no one else was present who could confirm or remove his suspicions. Those were not pleasant days to live in, and it is a very difficult thing for anyone born in and accustomed to the bad comfortable modern days to realise those good old times. Espionage was then a great science, an honourable profession, practised by great dignitaries and men of high degree. Words brought men's heads to the block, and thoughts often conducted to a prison. There was no need of overt acts. Intentions were quite sufficient, and friends and foes were so continually changing places that no one could tell that the thoughts uttered in the confidence of familiar intercourse would not be brought forward a few days or weeks later to lead one to the dungeon and the rack. Yet it is wonderful, unaccountable, how freely and daringly men spoke their mind, how the grave condemnation, the witty lampoon, or the hideous libel was disseminated without ceremony. Men laughed and had their heads chopped off, and would have laughed still if they could have been fixed on again, I do believe, for nothing seemed a warning or a restraint. Edward, however, born in a country where neither the reign of the Tudor nor of the Stuart had been able to crush out the spirit of liberty, loved not to be watched, and there is always something more alarming in the indefinite than the definite danger. He could not divine what was the object of the 2 strangers, if indeed they had any object, in thus persisting in following him. The cardinal had lacked no opportunity of detaining him at Nantes, or of arresting him on his journey, if he had thought fit, and yet he could not clear his mind from suspicion till he reached Franche-Comté, and found himself beyond the power of the French minister. It may be necessary to remind the reader that Franche-Comté was not annexed to France till the year 1668, and at the time of which I now write the important town of Gray was a fortified place, consisting of the city on the high ground strongly walled, and a suburb on the bank of Saône, defended merely by a small battery. For a long period of troublous time, so frequent had been the visits of French exiles to Lorraine, Burgundy, and Franche-Comté, that safe conducts or passports from one country to another were very generally dispensed with in the country and in open towns. But in fortresses some trouble was experienced, and it is probable that the directions which the Duchesse de Chevreuse had given Edward Langdale to stop at the Faubourg were intended to guard against his detention. The inn which she had named to him was good, however, perhaps better than that in the upper town, and the appointed 2 days of Edward's stay passed dully but not unpleasantly. The horses were refreshed, and the 2 men none the worse for the repose. For Edward himself, too, perhaps 2 days of thought were beneficial. Every man, in the toil and tumult and hurry of the world, requires some moment to pause and consider his position, to decide upon his future course, to apply the lesson of past errors, and take breath, as it were, amidst the bustle of existence. Edward was like a stout swimmer who had been suddenly plunged into a torrent, and was likely to be carried away by the flood which for the last 3 months had been whirling confusedly round him. And those 2 days at Gray were like a little island of dry ground where he could rest and scan his way to the opposite bank, avoiding the rocks and eddies which might impede or destroy him. It is a quaint old proverb, but a true one, that a man who does not look clearly before him will often have to look sadly behind him, and happy is he who has both the will and the time to do so. Those 2 days, then, with Edward passed in almost uninterrupted thought, but at last the night of the 2nd day came, and yet neither message nor letter had arrived. Supper had been eaten, and the horses had been ordered for daybreak on the following morning to proceed to Turin, when, toward 9 o'clock, the landlord brought in a scrap of writing, asking Edward if that was intended for him. It was addressed in English, Master Edward Langdale, and underneath was written, "Join me at Chambéry or Aix. I shall be there from the 29th till the 1st." No name was signed, but the writing was Lord Montagu's, and the landlord, on being questioned, said the paper had been given to him by a courier from Arnay-le-Duc, going to Vesoul, who had gone on his way as soon as he had left it. Now Edward's knowledge of geography was considerable, and, as far as France and England were concerned, minute, but he had at Gray got somewhat out of his latitude, and the landlord had to be consulted as to the road to Aix and Chambéry. The good man was learned upon the subject, however, knew every inch of the road, he said, and could find his way in the dark. It was true, he added, that it was rather a wild way, and carriages could hardly go 1/2 the distance, but as the gentleman had horses, it would be easily managed. He must first go straight to Dole, then from Dole to Lons-le-Saulnier, from Lons-le-Saulnier to Bourg or Nantua, and thence to the Pont du Sault. After that, he said, came Bellay, and Aix and Chambéry. But there the traveller would have to ask every step of his way. It was a 5 days' journey, he remarked, and, ride as hard as you would, it would take 4 1/2. Edward did ride hard, and the first part of the way was overcome in a much shorter space of time than the good host had anticipated. Nor was it till the party had passed Bourg that anything like difficulties occurred. It is as pleasant a ride in fine weather as any one can take, for the roads are now good and the scenery exceedingly picturesque, without being fatiguingly grand. But neither Edward nor ourselves have any time to pause upon the beauties of nature. The roads, however, were then in a very different condition from that which they now display, and indeed the wonder-working 18th and 19th centuries have done more for few countries than for the districts lying between the Jura and the Rhône and Saône. On the 27th of July, Edward Langdale and his party were within 1 short day's journey of Aix, and the early morning, when they set out, was fresh and beautiful. The hot summer sun was shaded by the rocks and forests, and the air was cooled by the mountain breeze. As he was earlier than the first of the days named by Lord Montagu, the young traveller suffered his horses to proceed leisurely, but in this he made a mistake. Man always wants more money and time than he calculates upon, and nobody can tell what the want of an hour or a guinea may bring about. As everyone knows, the country which Edward had now to traverse is a land of rocks and mountains, of rivers and lakes. Not 3 miles can be passed without encountering some stream or torrent hurrying down to join the great Rhone, and at every mile, as the road then went, was some steep ascent or descent, flanked with rugged cliffs, sometimes covered with dark forests, sometimes naked and grey, with immense masses of stone impending over the traveller's head without the root of a single tree to bind them to the crag, while high up in front the Mont du Chat was seen from time to time rearing its rugged front and seeming to close the pass. About 1 o'clock, over the edges of the hills some heavy clouds were seen rising, knotty and dull, and of a deep lead colour, except where the sun tipped their edges with an ochre yellow. The wind was from the north-east, and the clouds were coming from the south, but they did not heed the breeze, which soon began to fail before them. "Let us ride faster," said Edward. "The road is good here." And on he went, keeping his eye on the heavy masses, but fearing no greater inconvenience than a wetting. He had never travelled in Savoy before. However, by quick trotting he saved himself and his followers for about 2 hours, but by the end of that time the sun was hidden and great drops began to fall. Then came the thunder echoing through the hills, and then a complete deluge. Everything turned grey, and the old castles which strew that part of the country could hardly be distinguished from the rocks on which they stood. 2 more hours were passed by the travellers under an overhanging shelf of rock, which afforded some shelter, not only to themselves but also to their horses. But at the end of that time the rain had had the effect of loosening some parts of the cliff, and several large masses of stone began to fall, giving them warning to retreat as soon as possible. The thunder was now more distant and the flashes of lightning farther apart, but the rain continued to fall, not so heavily, but in a dull, incessant pour. There was nothing to be done but to ride on, and even then but slow progress could be made, for the roads were cut up in a terrible manner, the smaller streams were swollen so as to be well nigh impassable, and here and there the way was nearly blocked up by piles of rock and gravel. Night was rapidly coming on. No human habitation was in sight except a scattered old tower here and there, and that in ruins. At length, just as the sun sank, a more formidable obstacle than ever presented itself, where the road took a rapid descent between some high rocky ground on the right and the Rhone in flood upon the left, just at the spot where one of the branches of the Guiers joins the larger river. An immense mass of rock, undermined by the torrent, had fallen across the mouth of the stream, which, thus blocked up, had flooded the whole road. By the side of the water, gazing disconsolately at the rushing and whirling current, was a group of men, some 4 in number. It was too dark for Edward to distinguish who they were at any distance, but when he came nearer he perceived his 2 old friends, the Savoyard blacksmiths, and 2 labourers of the country, whom the fall of the rock and the consequent inundation had, it seemed, cut off from their own cottages on the other side. "Ah, bonjour, bonjour, Seigneur," said one of the blacksmiths, who had dismounted and was holding his horse by the bridle. "We came along the road with you after all, but we kept out of your way for fear of your pistols. Here is a pretty pass. We shall not get over to-night, these men say." "Can we find no place of shelter this side?" asked Edward, whose suspicion of the 2 men had been greatly abated by finding they had quietly pursued their way to Savoy. The blacksmith shook his head. "I saw an old castle about half a mile back," said the young Englishman. "It was not far up the mountain." "All ruined, no roof," replied the other. "Ask them yourself." But Edward could not make either of the peasants comprehend a word he said. "We must do something," he remarked. "It is growing darker every moment, and it would give us some sort of covering, were it but under an old arch. Hark! There are horses coming on the other side. Those men will be into the torrent if they do not mind." And raising his voice, he shouted aloud to warn the horsemen, who were dashing on at a furious pace from the side of A. The wind set the other way, and the roaring of the water was loud, so that it is probable his shout was not heard, for the next moment there was a plunge into the water, and then a loud cry for help. Edward sprang instantly from his horse and advanced to the very verge of the stream. "For heaven's sake, Master Ned, for heaven's sake, do not try it," cried Piero, catching his arm. "Here, take the horse," said Edward sharply. "Let go my arm." A flash of lightning came at that moment, faint indeed, but sufficient to show him a horse carried away toward the Rhone, a horseman who had pulled up just in time upon the other brink, and a man struggling in the water and trying to hold by a smooth mass of fallen rock, just in the middle of the torrent, about 12 yards from him. He paused not to consider, but ran as far as he could up the water, dashed in and swam with all his strength toward the drowning man, whom he could just distinguish. Borne down by the current, he drifted right to the rock, calling aloud in French, "Do not touch me, and I will save you." Such warnings are usually vain. The man's first effort was to clutch him, but Edward was prepared, and kept him off, catching him tightly by the back of the neck. We have said that he was a good and practised swimmer, but neither skill nor strength would probably have carried him across that small space of 12 yards against that powerful current. But Jacques Beaupré caught sight of him and exclaimed, "Here, Piero, catch my hand. Let us all be drowned in company." And running in till the water reached his shoulders and almost carried him off his feet, he contrived to grasp Edward's arm and pull him on till he could touch ground. The young lad was almost exhausted, for the man, of whom he had never loosed his hold, had struggled to the last to grasp him, and the few moments since he had left the rock had been all one confused scene of strife amongst the dark and eddying waters. "Here, let me take him," said Jacques. "If ever a man's life was nobly saved, it is his." And, throwing his brawny arms round the stranger, who struggled still, he carried him onto the road. Edward paused for a moment, as soon as he could resist the stream, to draw breath, and then slowly joined the rest. They had laid the stranger down on the bank, and for a moment or two he remained quite still, though his panting breath showed that his life was in no danger. "Here, Moussu, take some of this," said one of the blacksmiths, pouring some spirit out of the bottle into the stranger's mouth. "You owe that young seigneur something, for if he had not been here, you would have been out of Savoy by this time." I know it," said the rescued man, faintly. "Where is he? Which is he?" "Look, look," said Piero. "There is a light up there, in 1, 2, 3 windows. That must be the old chateau which these fellows said was all in ruins. Let us go up. We shall none of us ever get dry here. It is raining so hard." "Are you able, sir, to walk up to that castle?" asked Edward, speaking to the stranger, who had now raised himself upon his arm. "I fear your poor horse is lost beyond all hope." "Let the fiery brute go," said the other, petulantly. "If he would have obeyed the rein, I should not have been in this plight. I will try to accompany you in a moment. But what castle is that? It must be Grosley, I think." He did not speak very good French, but calling to one of the Savoyard peasants, he addressed him in his own language, of which he seemed to have a perfect command. The good man instantly began to speak fast and gesticulate vehemently, and translating as best he could the language of signs, Edward concluded that the Savoyard was trying to dissuade the gentleman from going to the old chateau he had seen. "What does he say?" asked the young Englishman. "He seems unwilling we should go." "Oh, he talks nonsense," answered the stranger. "He will have it that the place is haunted, and says that no one is ever seen there by day, but that those lights appear from time to time at night. Smugglers, more likely, or coiners, but we are too many for them to do us any harm." As he spoke, he raised himself slowly upon his feet, and said to the friendly blacksmith, "Give me some more of those strong waters, my friend. I will pay you well for them." The man readily supplied him, and he professed himself ready to proceed, but the two peasants could not be induced by any means to accompany the rest. One of the blacksmiths, however, produced a lantern and candle from the packs which each carried behind the saddle, and the party set out, not without fresh remonstrances from the Boers. "If they be devils, we do not fear them," replied the stranger, and then added some directions which probably referred to the servant, who had been able to stop his horse in time, and remained on the other side of the torrent. The peasants seemed to treat the stranger with much respect, but even when, by the aid of a flint and steel, the lantern was lighted, it was impossible for Edward to discern more of the other's person than sufficient to satisfy him that he was a man of distinguished appearance, tall and well-formed though slight, and clothed as one of the higher classes. The ascent was somewhat laborious, but not long, after they had once discovered the right road, and about 20 minutes brought the party to an old bridge and gate under a deep arch. By the faint light of the candle, which was by this time well nigh burned out, the place looked fully as ruinous and desolate as the peasants had represented it to be. The rugged outlines of some of the towers showed that much of the masonry had fallen, and the keystone of the arch and a large mass of rubbish only left room for the horses to pass one at a time. Still, however, the light they had seen from below continued to stream from 3 windows in a great, dark, shapeless mass of buildings, and the approach of the newcomers did not seem to have been discovered by the persons within, if there were any. "Stop a moment," said Edward, pausing under the arch. "As we do not know what sort of persons we shall find within, it is well to be prepared. The priming of my pistols may be damp, though the holsters are made as tight as possible." And standing under the shelter of the walls, he took the weapon from his saddle-bow, threw the powder out of the pans, and primed them anew. He then took the very useful precautions of ascertaining that no water had entered the barrels, and that the balls were still in their places. "Ay, he has got 2 lives there," said Piero, keeping close to his master, and then fastening the horses to some chains which hung about the bridge, the whole party advanced toward the building in which the lights were seen. A low and narrow door admitted them to the foot of the small stone staircase, and lighted by the blinking lantern, they began to ascend. They had hardly gone half up, Edward with one pistol in his belt and the other in his hand, when they heard a clear, merry peal of laughter, and somewhat hurrying his pace, lest the little candle should go out before they reached the object of their search, the young Englishman reached a little anteroom with a door on the opposite side, through the large keyhole of which a ray of light streamed out upon the floor. The door was thrown open without ceremony, but the scene which the interior of the large hall or chamber presented was what none of the party expected. Seated round a table, on which were the remains of an abundant meal, with plenty of wine, and sundry papers and maps, was a party of gentlemen, richly dressed, with the exception of one who occupied the top of the board, and who was habited as an ecclesiastic. A gentleman on the abbé's right hand was in the very act of speaking with some gesticulation, when the door was flung open, but he instantly stopped. The party at the door stopped also in much surprise, and each group gazed upon the other for a moment in silence. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Lord Montagu's Page. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. Chapter 27. The hall was lighted by 3 large sconces hung against that part of the wall nearest to the table, but still the extent of the chamber rendered the light feeble, except immediately under the burners. It cannot be said that the appearance of Edward Langdale and his companions was very prepossessing. Edward himself wore his hat and plume, which had been thrown off before he plunged into the water, but his dress was soiled as well as wet. The stranger whom he had saved was in a still worse plight. His hat, of course, had been lost in his struggle with the torrent, and his forehead and part of his face were covered with dripping locks of long black hair. His sword, which had remained in the sheath, was the only distinguishing mark of a gentleman about him. Piero and Jacques Beaupré looked far more like bravos than the followers of an English gentleman of those days, and the 2 ill-favoured blacksmiths, one armed with a half-extinguished lantern, and the other with a sledge-hammer, did not add to the beauty or respectability of the group. No wonder, then, that several of the gentlemen at the table laid their hands upon their swords, and the one who had been speaking advanced a step or 2, exclaiming in a threatening tone, "What is this? What means this ill-mannered intrusion? Who are you, sirs, and what seek you here?" "Shelter from the storm, and food, if it can be procured," said Edward. "We know not upon whom—" But before he could finish the sentence, the gentleman to whom it was addressed started forward and caught him by the hand, exclaiming, "What, Ned, my boy! How came you to seek me here?" "I did not seek you here, my lord," replied Edward; "and, to say truth, if I had known you were here, I should not have come. I was on my way to Aix to join your lordship, according to your commands, but the road is impassable. Some of us have been half drowned, and though this is a desolate-looking place, we said any port in a storm." "But who are these gentlemen with you?" asked Lord Montagu, still speaking in French, but running his eyes somewhat doubtfully over the group of 5 persons who had advanced some way from the door. "Those two," answered Edward, in the same gay tone which was generally affected by pages of noble houses, "those two are my servants, or rather your lordship's, the renowned and reformed Pierrot Lagrange, and the facetious Jacques Beaupré. Those two, the one with the lantern and the other with the hammer, are 2 respectable blacksmiths and horse doctors, who have joined themselves on to me and mine, and did good service in curing one of my horses. They profess to be Savoyards, returning to their own country." "They shall be welcome," said Lord Montagu, smiling, "most welcome, for I have no less than 5 good horses sick of some distemper at Chambéry. But who is the other, that gentleman who seems half drowned?" "He was half drowned a few minutes ago, my lord," replied the youth, "and so was I; but he will probably tell you more of himself if you will ask him. His horse leaped with him into the river, and it was a hard matter to get him out." "I hold it but courteous in these bad times," said Lord Montagu, "to follow the old knightly rule and ask no stranger any questions, before he has cut your throat, and therefore we will invite him to sup, and leave him to explain himself. He seems a gentleman." "Yes, my lord," was all Edward's reply; but a very peculiar expression crossed his countenance as he uttered those 3 words, which, had Lord Montagu seen it, might have caused more inquiry. The nobleman, however, had turned to speak for a moment with the gentleman who had been seated with him, and he then advanced to the stranger, inviting him courteously to be seated and take some refreshment, and expressing sorrow for the accident which had befallen him. He also bade the other 4 sit down and eat, and there being no place for so many at the table, filled as it was, most of those who had already supped rose and gathered together at the end of the board, Edward taking his place amongst them without touching anything. Lord Montagu introduced him to the rest in kind terms, saying, "My page and young friend, Monsieur Edward Langdale, Monsieur le Prince de Monsieur le Comte de Monsieur l'Abbé Salire, and the Duke of Savoy's Prime Minister. We came here on a little party of pleasure, Ned, and sat long over our cups, in truth, hardly hearing that the storm was going on. Come, my good youth, sit down and eat. You must be well weary of all the adventures which the fair Duchess writes me you have gone through. Eat, boy, eat." "Your pardon, my lord," said Edward gravely. "I will take a cup of wine here standing. That is all. I have much to tell your lordship." By and by," said Lord Montagu. "We shall have plenty of time and plenty to talk of. Well, drink if you will not eat." Edward Langdale advanced to the table, filled himself a goblet of wine, and returned with it to Lord Montagu's side. Before he could raise it to his lips, however, the stranger whom he had saved from drowning turned round his head, saying, with a polite smile, "Let me have the pleasure of drinking with you, young gentleman, in memory of the service you rendered me." "I do not know your name, though your face is very familiar to me." A dark cloud gathered upon Edward Langdale's brow, and he answered, not sharply, but with stern, cold bitterness, "I neither eat with you nor drink with you, sir." The stranger started up with his face all on fire, and exclaimed, with his hand upon the hilt of his sword, "Do you mean to insult me, sir?" "I mean to tell you, sir," said the youth boldly, "that I am Edward Langdale, your father's son, and that you have robbed me of that to which neither he nor you had any right, my sweet mother's estates." "Robbed! cried cried Sir Richard Langdale, furiously drawing his sword. "Ay, robbed, swindled, if you like it better," said Edward. "Put up your sword, or sheath it here," he continued, throwing his arms wide open and exposing his chest. "I do not fight with my brother." The other rushed upon him like a madman. "What is this? What is this?" cried the Abbé Sallier, running forward. "Back, madman!" exclaimed Lord Montagu, seizing Richard Langdale by the collar. Pierre Lagrange also darted forward and tried to push between, but all were too late. Edward fell to the ground with a heavy fall, and his brother withdrew his sword, all dripping with blood. The burly blacksmith advanced toward him with his hammer raised in the act to strike him on the head, exclaiming in very good French, "The murdering villain! He has killed the man who saved his life at the risk of his own, not an hour ago." But Lord Montagu caught his arm, saying, "Stand back. This must be inquired into by justice. No more slaughter here. Sir, give up your sword. You are a prisoner." "Aid, all men, to arrest him," cried the Abbé Sallier. "I command you in the Duke's name." Sir Richard Langdale moved not a muscle, but stood gazing at the fallen form of his brother, with a face as pale as marble and bloodless lips. Such sudden changes of feeling will often take place in terrible circumstances. When the dreadful deed, prompted by the fierce fire of passion, is once done, we know all its horrors, but not before. The consummation is like the lightning flash upon a corpse, showing every ghastly feature more livid and frightful from the remorse-like glare that darts across it. Suddenly he started, raised his hands to his head, tearing his long black hair, and exclaiming, "Curse the lands! Curse the riches!" "Here," cried Lord Montagu, "take him away, you two. Guard him safely, but do him no hurt. You, stout fellow, aid us to raise this poor lad, and let us see if nothing can be done for him. On my life, I would as soon have lost my brother." "Let me tend him, sir," said the blacksmith with the lantern. "I have cured many a horse as bad hurt as he, and a horse and a man are much the same thing." "Not quite," said Lord Montagu, who even at that moment could not altogether resist the joking spirit of his times and his party. "Heaven, how he bleeds! Gentlemen, he was the noblest lad, the promptest with hand and head and heart I ever saw. Poor Edward, can we do nothing for you?" As he spoke, they raised the youth and laid him on the table, and the blacksmith tore open his vest. The movement seemed to awaken him a little, and, probably with thoughts far distant, he exclaimed in a faint voice, "No, never! No, not with life!" But the rough hands stayed not their work, and after gazing for an instant at his wounded side, the man turned to his companion, saying, "Ivan, run down and bring up the pack, quick. We can stop this bleeding. Do you not see? It does not jerk. Then, if none of the vitals be touched—" "100 crowns if you save him till we can get to Aix," said Lord Montagu. "I think I can save him altogether," said the man. "The thing is, people will not treat man as if he were a beast, and so they kill him. Man and beast are only flesh, and all flesh is grass." But it is needless to discuss or to display any further the views and principles of Edward's somewhat rough doctor, or to detail the treatment he underwent. There was the usual amount of bustle and confusion, and the much talking and the recommendation of many remedies which could not be procured, and would have done no good if they had been there. Suffice it, that the bleeding was soon stayed, and that Edward recovered from the fainting fit into which the wound, probably penetrating some very sensitive part, had thrown him. The blacksmith by no means wanted mother wit, and his treatment was probably based upon the sound principle of merely aiding nature. The lad spoke a few words, and they tried to impose silence upon him, but he would not hold his peace till those around assured him that no one had hurt his brother, and that he was safe in another chamber. All Lord Montagu's anxiety seemed to be to get him to Aix, and he went out himself and sent out more than once to see if the storm was over. Luckily for Edward, it continued all night and part of the next morning. I say luckily, for the hands in which he was were probably better calculated to bring about his recovery than any which could have been found in a small town in Savoy, as medical science went in those times. In the meanwhile, the party assembled made themselves as comfortable as they could in disagreeable circumstances of many kinds, and the heavy tread of Sir Richard Langdale was heard through the night beating incessantly the floor of the room above. Toward morning that wearisome footfall ceased, and Lord Montagu, who sat by Edward's side and was still awake, said to himself, "That poor wretch has found sleep at length. Now, which is the happiest, he or poor Ned here? I would rather be that boy than the man who has killed his own brother. They say that Edward saved his life, too, not an hour before. Very likely. He is fit for any gallant act. Heaven, what must that man's thoughts be?" Soon after, the Abbé Salire roused himself in the corner where he had ensconced him, and, moving quietly up, talked in a low tone for some 20 minutes with Lord Montagu. Then they roused the rest of the party who had been supping there, and went down into the courtyard, where they found the horses of Edward Langdale and his companions. Their own were hidden in one of those deep vaults under the great tower, which were common in most feudal castles, especially in border districts, as a safe and silent receptacle of stolen cattle and horses. Though it was still raining, most of the party mounted and rode away, promising to send up a litter and a surgeon as soon as the road was passable. Lord Montagu himself said he would remain with the poor lad, and reascended to the chamber where he had left him. All was silent there. The wounded youth had fallen into a sleep which seemed calm, and the 2 blacksmiths were nodding beside him. The English nobleman then went up to the floor above, where he found Jacques Beaupré asleep across the door, and Pierrot sitting up, but rubbing his eyes as if he had not been long awake. In answer to the nobleman's questions, Pierrot detailed all that had occurred upon the road, and dwelt upon the gallant conduct of his young master. He little thought, said the man, that he was risking his own life to save the very man who would kill him. But I have often heard say that it is unlucky to rescue a man from drowning. As to this man here, sir, I believe he is mad, for he has been walking about all night, sometimes talking to himself, sometimes groaning as if his heart would break. I had better wake him, perhaps. No, no, let him sleep if he can, said Lord Montagu quickly. Well may he groan. Pray heaven neither of us may ever have such cause, my man. When you hear him move, get him some wine. There is still some downstairs. Till then, let him alone. If he sleeps, it is the best thing for him. Thus saying, he went down again, and finding everything as before, approached the window and gazed at the morning light, still pale and blue, spreading up from the mountain edges into the rainy sky. After about half an hour, Edward turned painfully and asked for some water. His lord gave it to him with a kindly word or two, and the blacksmiths woke up and examined the wound. They seemed satisfied with its appearance, and one of them said, loud enough for Edward to hear, "He will get well, sir." Oh, what a blessed thing is hope! Those few words were a better balm than any druggist could have supplied. They brought with them, too, the thought of Lucette, and beckoning to Lord Montagu to hold down his head, he whispered, "If I should die, my lord, I beseech you to write a few lines to the old Marquise de Lagny, to tell her the fact. She will be with the court of France, wherever that may be." "No, no, you will get well, Ned," said Lord Montagu in a cheerful tone. "I do not intend to part with you yet, but now you must positively be silent if you would not increase the evil." Some 4 or 5 hours passed, the rain cleared away, the sun broke out, and Lord Montagu looked anxiously from the windows which were turned toward the road, in expectation of the promised litter. All he could see, however, was a large party of Savoyard peasantry, working hard, apparently, to remove some obstruction from the highway. He was still gazing forth when Pierrot appeared at the door, and finding all still, beckoned to him. "My lord," he said in a low voice, when Montagu had joined him, "I can hear nothing of that man above, nor Jacques either. He could not get out of the windows, and I should not wonder if he has hanged himself." Lord Montagu started, and instantly ran upstairs, thinking the conclusion at which Pierrot had jumped not at all improbable. He opened the door gently and looked around. The sun was shining full into the room, but Sir Richard Langdale was not there. The only thing that could indicate the mode of his escape was a pair of large riding boots, very wet, which lay on the floor, and it is probable that, opening the door cautiously while the two men were asleep, he had stepped lightly over them and then gone down the stairs. "What a thing is the love of life!" thought Lord Montagu. "This man would rather live miserable than risk the grave. However, I cannot be sorry, and I believe poor Ned will be glad." He entered the room below as silently as possible, but Edward, who had heard his rapid step running up the stairs, turned his head, asking, "Is there anything the matter above?" "Only that your brother has escaped," said his lord. "Thank God," said the young man with a smile. "Pray do not pursue him, my lord." "I will not," replied Montagu. "Make your mind easy, Ned." "Here come some people with a litter up the hill," said one of the blacksmiths. Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. The auberge, the cabaret, the gîte were the usual places of repose for travellers in the reign of Louis XIII, as they had been under that of his father, Henry IV. Some change, indeed, had taken place in point of comfort and refinement, and even before the epoch of Louis XIV, which was now rapidly approaching, many an auberge was a very comfortable and luxurious dwelling. But there was another roof which, in those days, afforded in Catholic countries, and even now afford on the less frequented lines of travel, a more peaceful and little less comfortable or luxurious resting spot than the houses of public entertainment. This was the large monastery, the abbey, or the priory of any of the hospitable orders, and in Savoy these were peculiarly numerous, as their splendid ruins still attest. Alas, that in the march of what we call improvement, so much that is good is swept away. Many, undoubtedly, were the vices and the evils which had crept into the Romish Church. Great, we Protestants believe, was the corruption of her faith. But the time will come when the whole world will own that to that Church we owe a debt of gratitude for arts, institutions, faith itself, preserved, and will regret that in the fanatical zeal of religious innovation the good and the bad were promiscuously crushed together. With the men who bore the Salia was a surgeon of some eminence, who strongly advised that the wounded youth should be carried to the Abbey of St. Pierre rather than to a noisy inn at Aix. It was but a mile from the city, he said. The air was pure and fine, and the attendance of the sisters, who were of an order of charity, would be worth more than that of any nurses who could be found in the town. They were the servants of God, the others were the servants of Mammon, and no one could doubt which would do their duty best. His reasoning was conclusive, and Edward Langdale was accordingly carried to the abbey and kindly received. No need to dwell upon his illness. It was severe, but it was not fatal, and, by the reader's leave, we will advance 6 days in our story and look into the chamber which had been assigned him in the hospital part of the building. Lord Montagu sat by his bedside with a cheerful look, and the young man was already able to raise himself upon his arm and listen to or answer questions. His noble friend had passed the intervening time, as he had proposed, at Aix, and his days were full of business and excitement, but still he had found leisure to ride out each day and visit his page. "Well, Ned," he said, "you are now in a fair way. The surgeon tells me there is no doubt of your recovery now, if you have even tolerable prudence. So I shall leave you for a day or two, and go to Turin. I trust you will be able to travel shortly after I come back, for I have wanted you much during your long absence, and shall want you more now. There is Henry Freeland, he is stupid as an ass, and then George Abbot, who has sense enough when you give him 3 hours to think over what he has to do, is as slow as an elephant." "I was indeed very long on my journey, my lord," replied Edward, "but I can assure you I could not help it. One unfortunate accident after another detained me, as I have partly told you." "Ay, Madame de Chevreuse wrote me all that," said Montagu. "You were ill from a knock on the head at Rochelle. You are too quick, my boy, and, I dare say, brought it on yourself, but I would rather have a ready hand and a ready head than a slow heart and a dull understanding. It was unfortunate, it is true, for it gave an excuse for sending away Lord Denbigh's fleet, but that was all a pretext. We understand these Rochellais well, and they will quarrel amongst themselves till they lose their city. Then you were caught by this great cardinal and detained by him. You must tell me all about that by and by. It is a marvel he hanged you not, and you must have managed him skilfully. But tell me about these two blacksmith horse doctors you had with you. They say they met you on the road at Chartres, and that you would have none of their company." "They say true, my lord," answered Edward. "I liked not their faces, and I wished to ride alone. Besides, I had seen one of them, I am sure, at Nantes, in the court of the castle, and I feared he might be one of the cardinal's people. But as he is here in Savoy, whither he said from the first he was coming, I was probably mistaken. However, it is always better to be sure of your company." "Oh, they are honest fellows," said Lord Montagu, "and, as I am continually wanting a smith, I have engaged them both to go with me as far at least as Liège. If they were the cardinal's men, they would not go out of the cardinal's reach." It may be necessary to explain that in those days, in Europe, men were much in the same state as travellers in Hindostan at present. Each servant you had with you had his specialty, and the train of a man of means and retinue consisted of a dozen more persons than anyone now requires. It is true that at great towns you could find artificers of all sorts, ready to repair your coach, or shoe your horses, or perform any services which the accidents of the road might require. But if one of those accidents occurred between great town and great town, you might have to travel 20 miles with a lame horse or a broken vehicle, unless you had someone with you capable of rectifying the mischance upon the spot. Poor men were obliged to submit to such inconveniences, but the rich were prepared against them, and, as Lord Montagu's object was haste, and that rapidity of movement which is the best concealment, he very naturally desired to guard against all impediments. The object of that nobleman in the long journey which he was even then taking was to forward the great schemes of one to whom he was devoted with a warmth and sincerity of attachment very rare even then, rarer still now. The famous Duke of Buckingham, favourite of 2 kings, and ruler for a time of both king and people, was a man of great and daring enterprise, of bold and courageous action, but of small foresight and of less discretion. Unfortunate in action, from causes which he often could not control, he was great in purpose and even obstinate in resolution. The fault was generally a want of capacity for detail, and a miscalculation of the means in his power as proportioned to the end he had in view. For the first time in life, however, he had now considered his steps well, and devised each move on the political chessboard accurately. Whatever were his motives, none has discovered them, nor perhaps ever will. His present object was to humble France and to raise England at her expense, and while he himself prepared eagerly for a war in which he was not fitted for command, his most intimate friend and confidant, Lord Montagu, was entrusted with the execution of that political scheme which is the only bright point in Buckingham's career as a statesman. His task was, in the first place, to unite every discontented person and party in France against the crown, to combine Huguenots with dissatisfied Catholics, a turbulent nobility with a turbulent people, and to disunite the powers, wherever they might be, which supported the throne. But in the next place came the still more important part of the scheme. It was to bring together all the foreign enemies of France, a discordant and heterogeneous body, and to direct their efforts in one concentrated torrent against a kingdom already distracted by internal feuds. Few men could have been better fitted for these tasks, but in some respects Lord Montagu was wanting. He was somewhat too confiding. Though politic, he was not sufficiently reserved. Though clear-sighted, he was not observant of small particulars. Hitherto he had been successful in all he had attempted, and now, by Edward's bedside, he spoke with some satisfaction of all he had done, how he had remained in France in despite of the terrible minister who then already ruled the destinies of that great country, how he had passed from house to house and castle to castle, giving consistency to plans and direction to purposes which had previously been vague and undefined, how he had obtained written assurances of co-operation and support from many of the most powerful nobility and the most influential factions in France, how his efforts in Spain and Lorraine and Savoy were all on the eve of triumph. "Here," he said, "I have met with more difficulty than I expected. The court of the Duke is divided. Many of his advisers have been gained by Richelieu, and a number of the chief nobility are attached to an alliance with France. It was to strengthen the hands of our friend, the Abbé Salire, and to commit irrevocably to our party many of the most influential of these nobles, that we held the secret meeting in the old chateau of Grosley, where you found us so unexpectedly. Your coming was not, in truth, inopportune, for all was settled, and further discussion would have done harm rather than good." "I am glad your lordship has been so successful in great matters," said Edward, "while I have been so unsuccessful in smaller ones. Indeed, though I cannot trace my want of success to any fault of my own, yet I cannot help feeling that my failure to accomplish anything that was entrusted to me must have shaken your lordship's confidence in me. Either I must have been stupid, or most unfortunate, which is perhaps worse." "Nonsense, lad," said Lord Montagu. "Many of the most successful men I have ever known failed in their first efforts. Some failed for many years. There is in circumstance, my good youth, a dead weight which no human strength can overcome. We sent you to France because you were likely to pass where no man of riper years and known reputation could have made his way. But we were well aware that you had your difficulties to contend with, which were sure to try you hard, and probably might frustrate all your efforts. But you have not wholly failed. You have been delayed, impeded, but you have made known the views of England where it was necessary they should be known, and you have brought me intelligence of the state of preparation of his Grace of Buckingham, which was most important at the present moment." "Indeed, my lord," cried Edward with a look of extreme surprise, "the cardinal minister opened all the letters and read them in my presence, and I heard no such intelligence." "Look there," said Montagu, taking a letter from his pocket and holding it up before the young man's eyes. "You thought that there was nothing on that sheet but what is written in black ink, and so did Richelieu, but he did not and could not discover all that is told in those orange characters unless he had possessed the secret, only known to 3 persons, of the liquid which brings out the characters from the apparently blank paper. It is only a marvel, my boy, that you passed at all. We hardly expected it, but you have passed, and though delayed upon your journey, have brought me this intelligence in time. This cardinal is very shrewd, but there are people as shrewd as he. This news will hurry the movements of Savoy, Lorraine, the Empire, and yet he had this letter in his hand and suffered it to pass." "No thanks to me," said Edward, "for I knew not what was in it." He was in a somewhat desponding mood, and inclined to undervalue his own services, but he could not help seeing that papers had been put into his hands which, unknown to himself, must have led him to an ignominious death if they had been discovered, and for the time at least he felt sick of political intrigue. There are moments, even in the midst of the bustle and turmoil, the eagerness and the excitement, of this world's objects and ambitions, when a consciousness of the excellence of perfect truth and plain sincerity comes upon us, and we feel that if all men would but follow the pure and plain injunction of the Saviour, and do unto others as we would they should do unto us, we should be happier here as well as hereafter. We excuse to ourselves our own acts by the actions of others. We say, we must fight our adversaries with their own weapons. We would be ready to follow the gospel precepts if others would follow it, but each man has the same apology, and no one will commence obedience. But Edward felt that it did not befit one so young to discuss ethics with his lord, and changing the subject, he inquired, "How long did your lordship say you would be absent?" "Some 7 days," answered Lord Montagu, "and from what the surgeon says, I judge you will be able to travel about 6 days after. I have work here for at least that time." "I trust so, my lord, for I certainly feel my health improving," said the young man. "But I wish your lordship would not take those blacksmiths with you. Though they treated me well and kindly, perhaps skilfully too, I can feel grateful to them, but cannot bring my mind to confide in them." "Why, what is the matter with them?" asked Montagu bluffly. "I know not, my lord," said Edward, "but they have both bad faces, a cunning and a double look." "Pooh, pooh, prejudice!" said Lord Montagu. "They are mighty good folks. Why, they have already cured 2 of my horses, which the people here could make nothing of. You are sick and whimsical, boy. Now tell me, how long did you stay at the château of Dampierre? The fair duchess does not mention that fact, but she seems mightily smitten with you." "But a day and a night, my lord," replied Edward, not without a slight flush of the cheek. "She received a command from the court to retire to Lorraine, and a letter, I presume from your lordship, arrived the same day, telling me to go to Grey." "No need of reasons," said Montagu, somewhat shortly. "Well, have you heard that your somewhat unkind brother has succeeded in making his escape?" "No, I have heard nothing, my lord," replied Edward. "You assured me he should not be pursued." "Not so," answered Montagu. "A few words make a great difference, young man. I assured you I would not pursue him, not that he should not be pursued. And the Abbé Sallier, as in duty bound, ordered an immediate search for one who had attempted such a crime in his presence. It has thus far been unsuccessful, and I think will prove so altogether." "Has nothing at all been heard of him?" asked Edward. "Very little that can be at all relied upon," replied Lord Montagu. "The servant who was with him when he so rashly leaped his horse into the river was apprehended and questioned. He says that Sir Richard was on his way to Lyons when the accident occurred, but on that road no trace of him can be discovered. A peasant declares he met with a man of an appearance like his, without boots, hat, or sword, wandering along the mountain paths towards Les Echelles. And a little boy says he saw the same person at a distance, but this is all that has yet been discovered." "I would fain beseech the Abbé Sallier to drop all pursuit," said the young man, "but I fear they will not let me write. It is useless to seek for him now that I am, as they say, recovering; and, moreover, my lord, I think I was myself a good deal in fault. My words were rash and intemperate. I could not have borne them myself, had I been in his place." "They certainly were not very sweet," said Lord Montagu with a laugh. "And I will tell the abbé what you say, Ned; but you will soon be well, I do trust, and then this affair will terminate of itself." The conversation was not prolonged much further, and Lord Montagu left his young friend to the care of Pierrot and Jacques Beaupré, and the attendance of the good sisters. Every kindness was shown him. The room in which he had been placed was large and airy. The sunshine and the sweet summer air came streaming in at his window, and day by day his health improved. But still illness is ever tedious, and the hours passed heavily along. Thought was his only resource, but for a young man of his character, thought, even enforced thought, is a blessing. The adventure which had so nearly closed his life was not without its good results. He reproached himself for the harsh words he had uttered and the harsh feelings he had entertained toward his brother, and he resolved to nourish better things in his heart. The 5 or 6 preceding years, and the events they had brought with them, had all had a hardening tendency, but one by one, during the last few months, softening lessons of various kinds had disciplined and intended, without enfeebling his spirit; and on the 6th day after Lord Montagu's departure, Edward rose for an hour or two from his bed of sickness, a very different being from him whom we first introduced to the reader. End of chapter 28. Section 29 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. Everything is irrevocable. The word spoken, the deed done, is registered in that book of fate, from the page of which no solvent can blot it out. Nay, more. Every word or action, however small, has some effect on all that surrounds it, and that effect is often quite out of all proportion to the cause. It is hard for the narrow, slippery mind of man to conceive and hold fast. We have seen that Edward Langdale had little to do but to think. The surgeons would not let him read. He was enjoined to speak as little as possible, for there was a shrewd suspicion that the sword which wounded him had passed through, or very near, one of the lungs.
But he employed thought to good purpose, to calm all angry feelings, to quench repinings, to humble himself to God's will. He was naturally led by this train of thought to follow, in reference to his own case, some of the fine threads out of which the great network of cause and effect is wrought. Why should I be so angry with my brother, he thought. If he had not taken from me my property, what a different creature I should have been. A country squire with a pack of hounds, a justice of the peace some day, to hear old women's plaints about robbed orchards and violated hen roosts. I should never have been Lord Montagu's page. I should never have met with dear, dear Lucette. Sweet girl, where is she now? Does she think of me still? Does she ever regret the indissoluble bond that binds us together? Then the train of thought became somewhat more gloomy. He recollected that for 2 long years, how sadly, sadly long they seemed in prospect, he was not to see her. And what might happen in the interval? All means, all arts would be used to induce her to forget him, to break their union, perhaps to make her love some other. And he felt for an instant, as he thus pondered, the little sharp sting of jealousy, the most poignant of pangs. The world has always been full of tales of woman's fickleness, and Edward had heard them, tales in which her firmness and her truth are often forgotten altogether. But speedily came better thoughts and nobler confidence. Lucette was full of gentleness, was of a tender, loving nature. He knew. But he thought he had remarked in the various scenes through which they had passed, scenes well calculated to try a young girl to the utmost, a strength, a constancy of purpose which bade him trust. She will not abandon me, he thought. She will not bestow that love upon another which was first mine, is mine by right. Dear, beautiful girl, there is truth and enduring love in those clear, liquid eyes. Oh, that I could see her again but for one moment. Oh, for one embrace, one kiss. The day declined and night came on. They brought the invalid the scanty supper that was allowed him, and an hour or 2 after, Piero came to take away the light. For Edward, who had slept very lightly for several nights, had expressed a wish that the night lamp and the good folks who had hitherto watched him might be withdrawn. He thought he should rest better, he said, if he were quite alone and in darkness. He was not mistaken. From 10 till 12 he slept more soundly than he had done for many days. He heard the abbey clock strike 12, however, but it was but a momentary interruption of his slumber, and he was turning round to sleep again when the door of the chamber creaked a little upon its hinges. The room was large and all the windows well shaded, but as Edward lay with his face toward the door, he could see a gleam of moonlight partly interrupted at the doorway, and he gazed to discover who was coming in. The figure was small, the garments those of a woman, and the youth thought, "One of the good sisters, to see if I am sleeping well. She means it kindly, but I wish she had not come." Unwilling to have any conversation, he shut his eyes again and affected to be still asleep. But the door was gently closed, and then a light footfall crossed the floor. It stopped near his bedside, and then a hand lightly touched him, for the room was very dark, and probably the visitor, whoever it was, did not see anything distinctly. "This is strange," thought Edward. "The sisters commonly have a lamp with them." The stranger paused where she stood, and seemed to be gazing down upon the spot where he lay, and then she quietly crossed the room to where a small crack between the blind and the wall showed a very narrow ray of moonshine. She quietly and softly pulled back the blind a very little farther, so as to admit the slightest possible light into the room, and then returned to the bedside and gazed down again. A moment or 2 after, Edward felt the pressure of a cool, delicious kiss upon his cheek. He could affect sleep no longer, and opened his eyes, but it was in vain. He could neither see the face nor distinguish the garments of his visitor, and stretching forth his hand, he caught her dress, saying, "Who are you? What is it you seek?" She answered not, but kneeling down by his bedside, she threw her arms round him, covering his lips and brow with kisses, and he thought he felt a warm drop or two fall from her eyes upon his cheek. "Good heaven!" exclaimed the young man, raising himself on his arm. "Who are you? What is this? I should know that kiss, but I do not. I cannot believe in such happiness. Tell me who you are." She put her soft cheek, wet with tears, close to his and whispered, "Dear, dear Edward, who am I? Who but your own Lucette, your own wife? And did you know my kiss? Never, never forget it, Edward." And she kissed him again and again, as if she would fix the soft pressure of her lips upon his memory for ever. "Never, never," he said, putting his arm round her. "But am I in a dream? I cannot believe that this is a waking truth." "Lie down," said Lucette, "and do not be agitated, dear husband, otherwise I must leave you. It is no dream, though it seems almost as much so to me as to you. I thought you would forgive me for waking you, and I could not be so near you, and you ill and wounded, without one word of affection before we go on. I am afraid it was cruel and wrong when you were sleeping so calmly. But tell me yourself that you are better, that you are getting well. The good sister who told me all about your wounds said you would soon be able to ride out. They are all anxious about you here, but who can be so anxious as I am?" "But tell me more, dear Lucette," said Edward, disobeying her, and still holding her to his heart. "How came you in Savoy? How came you here? How did you find your way hither?" "I came on with the family of Monsieur de Rohan," answered Lucette. "He judged it best we should all quit France for a season and go to Turin or Venice, while he endeavoured to deliver Rochelle. And when we arrived here, the first thing the nuns told us was of the young foreign cavalier who lay wounded under their care. When I heard your name, I seemed for a moment to have no feeling in my heart, no thought in my brain, but I soon recovered. I got the good sister who attends upon you to tell me all, and by prayers and entreaties, and the gold cross I used to wear, I induced her to bring me here, telling her that you are my husband, my own wedded husband. But I promised her, Edward, not to agitate you or talk to you too much, and only to stay 5 minutes. "Oh, stay, Lucette, stay," said Edward, forgetting all consequences. "Dearest girl, do not leave me. Lord Montagu will be back to-morrow. Must you go on to Turin?" "Remember your promise to the cardinal, Edward," she answered. "I must remember mine to the good sister Agatha. If I break my promises to others, you will not believe mine to you, although I fear I have already somewhat failed and agitated you more than I intended." "5 minutes have not yet passed," said the youth, feeling that she was about to rise from her knees, where she had hitherto remained. "Oh no, it is but an instant since you came, dearest. Another kiss, dear Lucette. Could I have had them before? I should have been well ere this." He took another, and not only one, and between he told her he was really better, and would soon be well, and that he would try some means to see her soon, and at the end of 2 years would seek her as his wife, whoever might oppose. And she, on her part, promised that he should not seek in vain, but should find her ever ready to go with him to the ends of the earth. But the 5 minutes were certainly outstayed, and Lucette's heart was reproaching her, and Edward was thinking how he could ever part with her, when the door opened again, and Sister Agatha came in to remind the poor girl of her promise. It was a hard parting, harder perhaps than it had been before, and many another word had to be spoken, and this not altogether consistent with her vows. What they said she could not understand, for they spoke in English, and though she had a certain portion of French and a good deal more of Italian, the rich Anglo-Saxon tongue was to the good old soul a most harsh and unintelligible jargon, and she wondered that such pretty lips as Lucette's could pronounce the hideous sounds. The 5 minutes were lengthened to half an hour after her arrival, for Lucette felt she was breaking no promise when the person to whom it had been made was present and not an unconsenting party. But in the end Sister Agatha insisted that they should part, asking Lucette in a reproachful tone if she would kill the young man. "I have been selfish," said Lucette, rising from the edge of the bed where she had been sitting, and kissing him once more, with a long, tender, lingering kiss, she left him. Thus they parted, not to meet again for a longer period than they anticipated. They could hardly be said to have seen each other, for Sister Agatha had left her lamp at the door, and the ray of moonlight which Lucette had let in was very faint. But that interview, short as it had been, was something for memory to fix upon during many months. The first effect upon Edward Langdale was what Sister Agatha had dreaded. It had agitated him much, and for more than 1 hour after Lucette had left him his heart beat and his brain throbbed, and sleep deserted him as if she never would return. But the reaction was balmy. He had met her again, he had held her in his arms, he had tasted once more the honey of her lips, and there was a sort of superstitious feeling about him, as if a bad spell had been broken. He had felt a dread till then that some old rhyme he had heard in his young days was to be verified in his own case. It was somewhat to the following effect, though I know not if memory retains it rightly. They had met, they had loved, they had parted, and met no more till both were broken-hearted. It had haunted him, that old distich, ever since he left Lucette under the care of the Duke de Rohan. But now the vision was dispelled. They had met again, and his Lucette loved him still as warmly, fondly, as he could wish. It was a dexter omen, and, with more faith than ever Roman augur possessed, he interpreted it to forebode future happiness. Joy, however, is wakeful as well as sorrow, and even after the first effect of agitation and excitement had passed away, he lay sleepless and thoughtful, but very, very happy. He remembered many a word he could have wished to have uttered, many a question he would willingly have asked, but the great question of the heart was answered. She loved him still unchanged, and Edward was at a time of life when hope and trust were sure to rise out of such assurance. Gradually, fatigue and exhaustion did their work upon the body, and through the body upon the mind. Had there been trouble in the spirit, he might, and probably would, have slept a few minutes, from mere weariness, to wake speedily with irritation, if not fever. But the heart was at rest, and as soon as his eyes closed he slept like a wearied but happy child, calmly, profoundly, long, and only woke some 3 hours after every other person in the abbey. His look was relieved, his colour better, his eyes more bright. During that night he had made the first rapid stride toward convalescence. Oh, if physicians could but take pains to discover whether the malady lies most in the mind or the body, what cures might be performed! If they could but find the medicine! But happiness is a mithridate so compound and so fine that search over the world you will find few places where it can be procured, and never, alas, never, pure and unadulterated. That villainous serpent has left his slime on everything. The whole day Edward Langdale waited impatiently for the return of Lord Montagu, but he waited in vain. Lord Montagu did not appear. Another and another day passed. Still he was absent. Young men calculate not the many impediments which lie between design and performance. He could easily do this, he might easily have done that, is the constant cry, when in truth it would have been impossible for the person spoken of to have done anything more than he did do. The smallest thing in the world overthrows the grandest scheme, frustrates the most positive assurance. Is it accident, that refuge of the destitute? Is it not rather the quiet intervention of that ruling power which, foreseeing all man's acts, bends the results to the accomplishment of his own predetermined purposes? Edward Langdale was impatient. Strength was returning fast. When he coughed, his handkerchief came from his lips unstained with blood. His wound was nearly healed, and he longed to pursue his career of active exertion. But he did not know that the Duke of Savoy had been out to kill deer in the mountains, and that Lord Montagu was forced to wait his return. In the meantime, however, he rose earlier each day. He went out, he roamed round the abbey, he visited the city, and the only thing which retarded his complete recovery was his impatience. He was eager to get on. Too eager. He had always been too eager. But there was a great difference between his eagerness now and that of former years. Hitherto he had been moved only by the vague, aspiring hope of youth, so often disappointed till the frost of age and the chill of adversity had withered the plant and blighted the flower and destroyed the fruit under the bud. The hope of doing something great in life. Now he had a more definite object, a clearer purpose. It was Lucette. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. The expression of Lord Montagu's face when he at length rejoined his page at A was calm and well satisfied, cheerful but not particularly gay. Yet Edward, who had enjoyed many opportunities of witnessing the effect of various emotions upon him, clearly perceived that he returned with full success. Had his mood been merrier, the page might have doubted. Had he been full of the playful wit or the light jest which distinguished the cavaliers of those days, the youth might have supposed there was disappointment under the levity. But that quiet and composed demeanour, he knew, meant success. Their first meeting was at the inn where Montagu had lodged while previously at A, for the youth had gone down each evening for the last 2 or 3 days to watch for his arrival. But on the night in question his lord had ridden into the town some half hour before the time he was expected, and when Edward entered his chamber he was sitting with a book in one hand and a spoon in the other, lightly running over the pages and from time to time taking a spoonful of soup flavoured with those delicious truffles of Savoy, which have often kept kingly couriers running between Paris and Turin. "Ah, Ned," he exclaimed as soon as he saw the lad, "you have recovered wonderfully soon. A little pale still, but that is natural. How say you? Can you ride forward 3 days hence?" "Whenever your lordship pleases," answered Edward. "I am only eager to get on, and this inactivity does me more harm than all the exercise in the world. I am quite well, my lord, and only a little weak." "Do not be impatient," answered Montagu, with a smile. "We cannot go on just yet. Oakingham is ill now, poor fellow. I have ridden too fast for him, and he broke down during the last stage, and has gone to bed. So I am without anyone to write my letters for me to-night." "Can your lordship trust the task to me?" asked the young man. "Oh, trust you? Certainly, Ned," replied the other. "But will it not hurt you?" Edward expressed his readiness, and the letters were written, full of that well-satisfied confidence which in this world is so often destined to disappointment. Fate is no better than a fine silk stocking, in which one stitch or other is sure to run down ere we have taken a dozen steps in the ballroom of the world. Well, if it be not rent from top to toe. There are no keystones in the architecture of our designs, and if a pebble slips, woe be to the whole edifice. But we are getting a little ahead of the story, or at least foreshadowing conclusions which should be reserved in solemn secrecy for the moment of their occurrence. The letters being written, one of the noble lord's grooms was called up, furnished with money and directions, and departed to bear the missives to their several destinations as rapidly and as carefully as he could. "There goes another," said Montagu. "That is the 5th courier I have sent off this week. Upon my word, Ned, if it had not been for your coming with 2 lackeys and 2 blacksmiths, I should soon have been without any train at all. But you seem not to love your 2 blacksmiths, my boy. What has set your face against them? Have they lamed your horse, or found you out in a love affair with the landlord's daughter, cheated you of 2 livres tournois, or eaten the only fish upon a jour maigre?" "None of all those great offences, my lord," replied Edward. "They are good smiths. I have not been fortunate with mine host's daughters. Their charges are compassionate to youths, without experience, and no trout that I know of has slipped off my own hook. But one of them I am certain I saw in the court of the château at Nantes, and I liked not the countenance of either." "Pshaw!" said Lord Montagu. "Do you give way to the superstition of physiognomy? Why, cut me across the nose with the back-handed blow of a spadroon, and you make a marvellous ill-favoured fellow out of a gay gentleman who has not been thought unpersonable. Nonsense, nonsense, Edward. The best nuts have the roughest shells. The diamond itself is but like a pebble-stone till it is cut and polished. And where in the fiend's name should either of these two poor devils get ground down or burnished? Well, my lord, I say not a word against them, answered Edward. They told me a true tale, it seems, as to their journey. To me they were wonderfully kind when I was hurt. Neither do I mind mere ugliness. That is God's doing, and it may be as a warning to others, or it may not. I cannot tell. But there is a sort of look, an expression, which men beget in themselves by their habitual acts or thoughts, which is a great truth-teller, I think. Now these men look cunning. Each of them squints too, more or less. One cannot see whom or what they are looking at. Lord Montagu broke into a gay laugh. As if every man, he said, should be condemned who does not square his gaze by line and rule. Out upon it, Ned. If ever you fall in love, you will need an astrolabe to measure the exact angles of your beauty's lustrous orbs. Why, some of the best men in England squint like a green parrot. More lucky they, if they can see both sides of everything at once. But I will show you a man tonight who shall come up to even your ideas of perfection. He ought to be here about this hour. Oh, he is a marvel of beauty and grace." Thus saying, he knocked hard with the hilt of his dagger upon the table, and one of the servants of the inn appeared. "Show in the illustrious Signor Marini whenever he comes," said Lord Montagu. "We must not keep so great and amiable a personage waiting." "He is here now, Monseigneur," answered the servant. "Well, conduct him hither," answered the English gentleman, "and tell my servant to give you a bottle of that delicious Italian wine which I sent on from Turin. 3 Venice glasses, too, must be brought, and a small plate of sugared peaches." The waiter retired, and a moment or two after, one of the most singular figures entered the room that Edward had ever seen. It was that of a man, not old, but past the middle age, dressed in the height of the fashion, beribboned and belaced, with a long rapier by his side, which would have touched the ground had it even been borne upon the thigh of a tall man. But Signor Marini was not a tall man. On the contrary, he was certainly not more than 5 feet 2 or 3 inches in height, with a back bent into the shape of the bow of a double bass. He was thin, too, and his face, with the exception of the eyes, which were large and lustrous, was of that peculiar ugliness which is frequently seen in the deformed, the features all packed together and looking as if they had been pinched to get them into a smaller space. No consciousness of ugliness appeared in his demeanour, however, no timidity, no shyness. He entered with the strut of a bantam cock, while his rich but short cloak, borne out by the round of his back, so as to hang far off from his person, afforded no bad image of the tail of the bird. He saluted Lord Montagu with ceremonious respect, and stared at Edward Langdale with an unwinking gaze, which was almost insolent, smoothing down the little sharp tuft of sandy-coloured hair which adorned his chin in the form of what was then called a royal, with an air of ineffable puppyism. "Ah, my lord," he said in French, "you see I kept my word, and was at A 2 days before you. But who is this young gentleman? I do not know him. He was not in your suite at Turin, I believe." "This is my young friend and gentleman, Monsieur de Langdale," answered Lord Montagu, with much assumed politeness. "Let me present him to you, Signor Marini. He is a philosopher like yourself, and deals as you do in the great science of physiognomy, though of course his youth places him far behind you in knowledge." Edward and Marini exchanged bows and salutations, the latter either not at all perceiving, or not appearing to perceive, that there was a vein of jest running through Lord Montagu's politeness, which might not have been very flattering to his vanity. "Ha! A philosopher!" he exclaimed. "I am right glad to see anyone who, in these degenerate times, devotes himself to the only great, pure, and noble pursuits on which the mind of a man can expatiate. What is the particular science to which you have most addicted yourself, young gentleman? What have you lately been studying?" "Nothing," replied Edward, almost inclined to be rude. My lord does me too much honour in calling me a philosopher." "Nay, nay," said Montagu, laughing. "If I may judge from letters I have received, and from what you yourself have told me, you have been lately studying much. Fair ladies' hearts and prime ministers' heads, Ned." "He has quite captivated a duchess, and smoothed down a cardinal. But what he means, learned signor, is, that, having been badly wounded by a sword which let rather too much daylight into the dark chamber of his chest, his only study was to get well again." "Did you anoint the blade?" asked Marini. "The blade should always be anointed at the proper hour of the moon. Had I been here, he would have been well in a few days." "Probably," said Montagu, gravely. "But we had no one but poor ignorant surgeons who forgot the precaution you mention." "Ah, they are stupid and hard-headed creatures," replied the other. "They never consider that man is composed of an animal and an ethereal part, indissolubly linked together, each depending upon the other, and both affected by higher influences. The sympathies which exist between all created things they take into no account. The compelling powers of the whole heavenly host upon the human frame, upon every part thereof, upon man as an animal, upon man as an angel, upon man's whole fate and destiny, upon his mixed and separate natures, are mere visions to them, and the time will come, my lord, when this mere material view will prevail over all the earth. Intelligence, spirit will be superseded, and engines will be invented to do the work of mind as well as matter. Where was your wound, young gentleman?" "Here on the right breast the sword entered," answered Edward, "and it went out here, just under the shoulder." "A dangerous wound," replied the little man gravely. "None but a brother's hand could have inflicted that wound, and the sufferer survive." Lord Montagu and Edward both started, but Marini went on without seeming to perceive their surprise. "Nature abhors," he said, "such acts, and often frustrates them. The crime of Cain, the first and most terrible the world ever saw, the origin of death, the eldest born of evil, is repugnant to everything animate and inanimate. Fibres and tissues join which seem rent apart for ever, and humours flow of themselves. Nerves act without cause, all to repair the consequences of the terrible act, while thunders fall to prevent it, and rocks to hide it. But what is written up there must be, shall be, and it is possible this very wound, given by a brother's hand, may work great changes in your life." "I trust it will," said Edward. "But how did you know it was so given?" asked Lord Montagu. "By the simplest of all means," replied Marini, "from knowing it could be given in no other way." As he spoke he turned round sharply, for the door behind him opened suddenly. It was but two of the servants of the inn, bringing in the wine in the Venice glasses, and their coming so laden was certainly not at all unpleasant to the learned signor, who did full justice not only to the wine but to the confections also. While the party regaled themselves, the conversation wandered to many topics, some of little, some of much interest, with variety always agreeable. Indeed, Marini, who undoubtedly led, did not suffer it to rest long upon any subject. He spoke of several of the most celebrated people of Europe, of that and of the preceding age. He had seen King James, he said, shaking his head. "I did think," he said, "that homely sovereign would never have died a natural death, for he certainly brought a dark and bloody cloud over the royal house of England. But you will remark, my lord, I could never obtain clearly the particulars of his nativity, otherwise I could not have been mistaken. However, the aspects in the horoscope of his successor are more unfavourable still, I hear." "Now, heaven forfend," said Lord Montagu warmly. "He is a right noble monarch, and, though the commonalty do fret and storm, he is too strong and firm for them to shake him. But what say you of the great and gallant Duke of Buckingham, signor? There is a man born to success and honour." "His star has passed its culminating point," said Marini. "There is something dark and sad behind. His life cannot be long. Perhaps he may die upon the battlefield in this new war, but I think it more likely he will receive his death in a private encounter. He is hot and fiery, they say. Such a thing is probable." Montagu shook his head. Few things less probable, he said. There are not many men in England who would venture to call Buckingham to the field, and though his is so free and noble a spirit that he would very likely consent to meet anyone of gentle blood, yet he would not willingly offend the king by such rashness. Well, 'tis a foolish practice, said Marini, changing the subject. Ay, and a barbarous one too, my lord. We derive it from the worst and rudest times of history. Who ever heard of a Roman or a Greek fighting a duel? Yet they were brave men, those ancients. Yet you go well armed, signor, said Lord Montagu, pointing to his long rapier with a smile. It is good always to be prepared, answered the other. Besides, this rapier has many qualities and perfections, for which I value it. The blade is true Toledo, the sheath wrought by Jean of Cordova. Then the hilt, you see, is of silver, exquisitely cast by Cellini's own hand. Did you ever see a more graceful group than the two figures which compose it? A warrior putting his hand to his sword, and a young girl with her arm round his neck, pressing the weapon back into the sheath. Types of courage and moderation. The dagger is a curious relic of the feudal times, a kill-villain, as the young Genoese nobles used to call it. We have so much handiwork as that now, my lord, he continued, as Montagu examined the weapon. 'Tis curious how arts and sciences are lost, and how, whilst mankind deem they are making great progress, they are falling back in one path as much as they are advancing in another. Edward Langdale went round to Lord Montagu's side and gazed at the workmanship of the sword and dagger over his shoulder, murmuring as he did so, "Beautiful indeed," much to Marini's satisfaction. "You seem to be a judge of such things, young gentleman," said the Italian. "But little," said Edward. "My father, indeed, had some fine specimens of art, which he had brought over to England from this country. But anyone who sees a beautiful and graceful figure, well executed, must know and admire it." Your pardon, cried Marini. "The eye and the taste both want educating. Had you not seen and admired those objects of your father's, you would probably not have discovered the beauty of this. If you stay long in A, I can show you some other things well worth your observation." "My stay depends entirely upon my lord," replied Edward, "but I think if he have no further commands I must retire to the Abbey, for it is late." "I will accompany you part of the way," said Marini, rising. "Nay," said Lord Montagu, "you forget you came here for a special purpose, my good signor. Edward can go, for though he has faith in physiognomy, he has none in astrology, I believe. But you must stay with me a little longer. Come early tomorrow, Ned, and bring your 2 men with you." "It is wrong, my lord," said the Italian, "very wrong, to put full faith in an uncertain science, and refuse it to a certain one. But I will convince him in a moment before he goes home. Come hither, young gentleman, and let me speak a word in your ear." Edward went round to the side of the table where he was still standing, and bent his head a little. Marini dexterously placed himself between the young man and his lord, and slipped a folded paper into his hand, whispering, "Read it when you get home." "Are you now convinced?" continued the Italian aloud. But Edward, while bending down his head to listen, had kept his eyes raised thoughtfully to Montagu, and he saw, what the other had not seen, that his lord was not unaware of what had passed. He kept the paper in his hand, however, and took his leave. But determined that, if needful, Lord Montagu should know the contents of the paper that very night, he called for a light at the foot of the stairs. He found a note in his hand, neatly folded and tied with silk. It was addressed to him, and, on opening it, he saw a few lines beautifully written in a woman's hand, and at the bottom of the page, "Lucette." All other thoughts were gone, and he hurried to the Abbey to read in a less exposed place. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. My beloved husband, I think you will be glad to hear of me after my leaving you so shortly a few nights since. We have reached Turin in safety and without accident, but it was a weary journey for me, as every step took me farther from the place where I wished to remain. We are going on to Venice in 3 days, and there I am to be placed with a Madame de la Cour, a cousin of the Duke de Rohan, and a distant relation, I am told, of my own. I am glad of it, for I cannot love the Duchess. I trust this to the care of an Italian gentleman going to A. He passes for an astrologer, and Madame de Rohan, who is very superstitious, receives him with great distinction. She would fain have had him draw the horoscope of all the household, and we each had audiences apart. But I could tell him nothing of my own birth, neither date, nor time, nor place. He, however, contrived to draw from me, before I well knew it, something of my history, and has promised to take this and deliver it to you secretly, if I write it quickly. He knows Lord Montagu, and is to join him at A. Perhaps I have been imprudent to tell him anything, but his questions were so artfully shaped that I knew not how to answer, and I cannot resist the temptation of sending you these few words to let you know where I am, and where a letter will find me. Whenever a change occurs, I will try to find some means of letting you know, in order that when our long period of separation is over, you may be aware where to find your Lucette. Such were the lines upon which Edward's eyes rested as soon as he reached his room in the Abbey, and, though very simple, they gave him matter for thought during 1/2 of the night. That thought was all sweet, but on the following morning other considerations suggested themselves. He felt certain that Lord Montagu had seen Marini slip the paper into his hand, and there had been so much and such unusual confidence between the master and the page, that Edward shrank from the idea of its being shaken even by a suspicion. Yet he could not resolve to put the note into Montagu's hands. Lucette's love had something sacred in it in his eyes, and, with the shyness of early affection, he could not bear the idea of even a jest upon the subject. He thought long while he was dressing. The servants came and went, and he had almost forgotten to tell them to follow him to the town, when Piero himself brought the matter to his mind by mentioning Lord Montagu's return as a rumour of the Abbey. The youth then set out for the city on foot, without having at all settled how he should act in regard to Lucette's letter. It is extraordinary how trifles sometimes embarrass us more than matters of deep moment. He had faced Richelieu himself, conscious that life hung upon the caprice or the accident of a moment, without half the hesitation he now felt. He did at last what he might as well have done at first, left the direction of the matter to chance. For chance, unfriendly on most occasions, generally supplies us with an opportunity of acting rightly in embarrassing circumstances, if we have but the wit to take advantage of it. When Edward entered Lord Montagu's room, he found the learned Signor Marini already there, with some papers, covered with strange characters, on a table between him and the English nobleman. Montagu gathered up the papers quickly and spoke to his page, without any allusion to the subject, which principally occupied the young man's thoughts. His speech seemed somewhat dry, however, and Edward saw that the Italian gazed at him with meaning looks. A sudden thought struck him as Lord Montagu turned the conversation with Marini to some common topic, and, waiting till there was a momentary pause, he said, "By the way, Signor Marini, where did you leave the lady from whom you brought me a note last night? Had she gone on toward Venice?" The Italian changed not a muscle, but replied deliberately, "Yes, she went in the morning. I set out in the afternoon." "Ho, ho, Signor Marini!" cried Montagu, laughing. "So you condescend to be Venus's messenger, do you?" "Well may your lordship say Venus," replied Marini, "for a more beautiful little creature never rose from the sea or brightened the land. But your lordship will bear me witness that I betrayed no secrets. It was the young gentleman himself." "I have betrayed no secret," said Edward gaily, for he felt relieved. "Lord Montagu has never seen the young lady, does not even know her name, and there is no cause why I should conceal that a lady has written to me." "A young lady," said Montagu thoughtfully. "Now I have it. The Duchess of Rohan was at Turin. She had with her a cousin or a niece, as pretty a little creature as I ever beheld. Ha, Edward! So you took care on your long journey to guard yourself against the charms of the innkeeper's daughters. Now I understand a good deal. And pray, Ned, how much of the time you consumed is to be attributed to the attractions of this pretty fair one?" "Not a moment, my lord," replied Edward, "unless it be that when she was stricken with the fever of the Marais, I stayed with her a few days, rather than leave a lady confided to my care amongst a people almost savage in a rude country. I might perhaps have forced my way on more quickly had I been alone, but by that time I had accepted the charge, and I will ask your lordship if I could have refused to see a lady of high rank safely to the Duke de Rohan or the Prince de Soubise, her relations, when the only alternative was for her to be shut up in Rochelle during the horrors of a siege, and when the task was pressed upon me by those who had nursed me tenderly and saved my life by their care. All we contemplated at first was a journey of a few hours. But would your lordship have left her when a series of unfortunate mishaps had cast her, sick and in danger, upon the care of perfect strangers? Could you have left any woman?" "Perhaps not, Master Ned," said Lord Montagu, laughing, "especially if she was as young and as pretty as the lady I saw. The only question is why you did not tell me all this before. Concealment between friends is a bad thing, Edward, and in this case might breed a suspicion that you had been trifling your time away with the pretty girl who is now sending you love letters." "I did not even imply that the letter was a love letter," replied Edward, "and moreover—" "I will return to your lordship in an hour or two," said Morini, rising and approaching the door. "At present I have some business." "I was going to say," continued Edward, resuming the subject which he had dropped as Morini spoke, "if your lordship would consider, you would see that I have not yet had time to tell you one half that has happened to me." "Well, well," answered Montagu good-humouredly, "no need of any excuses, Ned. I do not doubt you. Young men are young men all the world over, and you have fewer of their faults and more of their best qualities than anyone of your age I ever met with. Besides, your conduct this day would clear away all suspicions of your frankness, if I had any. I saw that crouch-backed Italian give you a billet secretly last night, and had you concealed the fact from me, I might have thought it had reference to an intrigue more within my competence than a love affair. But you spoke of it frankly, and that cleared my mind, for, to say truth, I had some doubts." "Not of me, I trust, my lord?" said Edward, somewhat mortified. "No, not exactly of you," replied Montagu thoughtfully, "but great doubts of that man. Do you know who he is, or rather, what he is?" "I know nothing of him, my lord," replied the youth. "I never saw him or heard of him till last night." "And yet he knew all about your having been wounded by your own brother. You will make even me believe in occult sciences," answered Montagu. "That piece of knowledge is easily accounted for," said Edward. "He learned that from Lucette. She stayed at the Abbey with Madame de Rohan as they passed, heard all my story from the good sisters, and, in her anxiety to write to me, suffered him to draw the facts from her." "Oh, it was from Lucette, was it?" asked Montagu with a smile. "Well, that explains all, and without any secrecy, if you are sure it is so." "She speaks of it in her letter," answered Edward, "and blames herself for indiscretion. But your lordship asked me but now if I knew what Signor Morini is. What can he be but a well-read quack?" "He is something more than that," replied Montagu, lowering his voice. "He is a most cunning intriguant. He is more than that. He is an agent of the Cardinal de Richelieu, and I could not be certain that the note you received last night did not contain strong inducements for you to betray me." "He would be a bold man to offer them to me, my lord," replied Edward warmly, "but there was nothing of the kind. The possibility of such a thing, however, forces me to do what nothing else would have induced me to think of, namely, to show you the letter. There it is, my lord. In regard to all that concerns myself and the writer, I must beg you to ask me no questions. If there can be found in it anything that affects your lordship, interrogate me if you will, and I will answer all frankly." Montagu looked at the address of the letter, and perhaps had some desire to see more, for where is the breast without some share of that small vice called curiosity? But he returned it unopened, saying, "I am quite satisfied, Ned, but you must understand we are living in an age of intrigue. Each man is playing a game which has no laws, and in cases where the strong arm of power cannot reach, where no soldiers or sailors can be employed. Friends, acquaintances, attendants, pages must be gained to obtain this or that advantage for an adverse politician. You know not how widely this is practised, how many devoted confidants of great men are also the confidants of their bitterest enemies, what hosts of spies surround every man in eminent station. You know little of all this, but in France and Italy the evil system is carried further, deeper, lower than anywhere else, and it was very natural for me to suppose that this man, whom I know to be an emissary of Richelieu, should attempt to seduce you, and to find it hardly possible to suppose that when Richelieu had you wholly in his power, he did not personally aim at the same object. The thought never struck me till last night, but then it flashed across my mind vividly, and would seem to explain how he let you go so easily. Edward smiled bitterly. "This is somewhat hard," he said. "And thus, my lord, my good fortune in escaping safe from the most perilous situation has shaken your trust in my honesty?" "Not at all," replied Montagu. "He may have attempted you, without success, or you may have promised him, in order to save your neck, what you did not intend to perform. I do not believe that you would really betray me for any consideration. On my soul, I do not. No, not for life. But tell me, Ned, in your conversation with that eminence, did he ever desire you to write him of my movements, or perchance to send him some of my letters, or copies thereof, or give him intimation of whom I correspond with?" "No, my lord, no," replied Edward warmly. "He never did. He never hinted at or insinuated such a desire. Your name was never mentioned but once or twice in the last interview I had with him. Then he said, so far as I can recollect his words, 'You may say to Lord Montagu that the cardinal treated you well, liberally, and although he had every right to stop you, sent you on to Lord Montagu, though he knew your errand and his. Compliment his lordship for me.' This was the only time that your name was mentioned, my lord, and till toward the close of that interview I did not know that his eminence was aware I was attached to your household." "That is strange," said Montagu gravely. "He knew your errand and mine, and yet let us both go forward. We form a different estimate of his character in England." "At the risk of making your lordship still suspect he has gained me," said Edward, "I must say that I cannot but believe the cardinal has many high and noble qualities. Some evening, perchance the time may come again, when I may be permitted to pass a few hours in calm conversation with your lordship, as in days of yore, I will repeat, as nearly as I can remember, all that passed between his eminence and myself. You will then see why I think so highly of him. But now I cannot conceive why, knowing this man Morini as you seem to know him, an agent of Richelieu, a spy, and a charlatan, you suffer him to hang about you, and give him the opportunity of tampering with your servants, or perhaps even stealing your letters and dispatches. I cannot believe that your lordship has any faith in his pretended science." Montagu looked at him for a moment with a somewhat doubtful smile. "As to my believing in his pretended science, as you call it," he said, "I neither altogether believe nor disbelieve. There is such a thing in the world as a state of doubt, Ned, a state where assent is not given nor dissent entertained. But what is his pretended science you speak of? Astrology has a very wide meaning, though circumscribed to its mere etymological sense it seems very narrow. But even in that sense I see not why it should be rejected altogether. Are not the stars mere creatures of God, obeying his will, following his impulses? Were they created for some purpose or for none? Various men will tell you that their functions are this or that. Now the astrologer says they are the real handwriting on the wall of heaven, announcing to those who can read them the fate of nations and of men. Writing in stars, what a magnificent thought! I have heard men object that those golden characters are so few, and the human race so numerous, that the several fortunes of all men could not be written by them. But such people forget that the motions of the stars are infinitely complex, that the relative position of every star to every other forms a new combination and may foreshadow a different event to each one of those born under their influence. Thus, if the human race be protracted to eternity, or the numbers now existing being multiplied by myriads, The various positions of those bright characters to each other in the course of time will be more than sufficient to indicate the fate of every man that ever can be born. I say not that they do indicate, but that they may. These things must always remain doubtful till repeated verification gives more convincing proof. I hold my mind open to receive or to reject, but in the meantime I do not neglect opportunities of obtaining means for forming a just opinion. Lord Montagu might be in some degree amusing himself by puzzling his young companion, or he might not, but there can be no doubt that a great portion of the well-educated and many of the greatest men of his day believed at least as much as he seemed to believe of judicial astrology. Indeed, no picture of those times would be correct which did not display this peculiar aspect of the human mind. The great reformers of science had not yet appeared, or were little known, and the mind of Bacon itself was but beginning to have its influence in leading the minds of others into the course of truth and certainty. But Edward Langdale had a great fondness for the definite, not original, perhaps for he was of a somewhat poetical disposition, but acquired by the rubbing and chafing of the hard world, and he returned pertinaciously to his point. "However that may be, my lord," he said, "I cannot believe that your desire for opportunities of judging on these abstract points can be the cause of your giving such opportunities to a man whom you believe to be an enemy and a rascal. You must have some other motives for tolerating the Signor Marini about you and appointing to meet him here, than a desire to test the science of astrology. What they are, I cannot divine." Montagu laughed. "Thou wilt be satisfied, Ned," he said. "That man is better here than at Turin. Do you understand me? He is better under my eye than intriguing unobserved at the court of Savoy. He may tamper with my attendants, but I am upon my guard, and I would rather that he tampered with them than with the Duke's counsellors. To me he can do little harm, while I am forewarned and forearmed against him, but he might do much to the cause of England if he were left with a hesitating court to plant a word here and a purse of gold there, as they might be needed. Yet what I said about astrology is true, and this very man's firm belief in it rather tends to make the balance of my mind lean that way, for he is keen, philosophical, worldly, learned." "But does he really believe firmly in it?" asked Edward. "Is it not with him a mere cloak and a pretence?" "He has suffered it to lure him here," answered Lord Montagu, "where no other inducement would have brought him. He will allow it to keep him here 3 days longer, when in truth he is all anxiety to hurry into France and tell the cardinal what he has discovered. I have played him as your skilful angler plays a lively fish. Once his ruling passion discovered, I have led him by it where I wished. It was like a ring in a bull's nose, which he was forced to follow with or against his will." "Then does your lordship propose to stay 3 more days in Aix?" asked the page. "Ay, or till I receive one more note from Sir Lear," answered Montagu. "Then all will be settled irrevocably. Signor Marini may bestow himself where he will, and we may do so likewise. You are impatient to hurry on, I see. Impatience is youth's quality, deliberation is man's, and so, my boy, you must keep your wishes tranquil, for I certainly shall not put spurs to mine." "Of course, my lord, I must only follow where you lead," answered Edward gaily. "I dare say your lordship believes I should bear the delay more patiently in Venice, and I will not deny the fact. But I suppose there is no time to go thither ere we depart." "No, no, Ned, no," replied Montagu. "I will not trust you near that little siren again while we have business in hand, at least till you learn the great art of the present day, to let love and policy go hand in hand, and yet never let the former impede the latter." "A difficult task," said Edward. "Ay," answered Montagu, "and those who try it and miss often find a bloody pillow. But here comes Marini again." Edward immediately took his leave, and retired to obtain a chamber for himself in the inn, where he could meditate over the conversation which had just passed. It was satisfactory to him that his connection with Lucette had been acknowledged. He had previously shrunk from the thought of all mention of the subject to Lord Montagu, with the sensitive timidity of early love. But now the ice was broken, and he feared no more. But one point in that conversation was very painful to him. He saw that, if Montagu did not absolutely suspect him, his lord's confidence, which had hitherto been unbounded, was shaken. It was in vain, Edward said to himself. These great men are bound to be suspicious. There was a voice within him which always added, at all events, he ought not to suspect me. His musings were not suffered to continue long uninterrupted, however. Pierrot and Jacques Beaupré soon arrived with the horses. The two junior pages of Lord Montagu, Henry Freeland and George Abbot, came to see him, and he himself had to visit the chamber of Mr. Oakingham, a companion of Lord Montagu's, who was travelling with him in no very well-defined capacity. Oakingham was still ill from over-fatigue, and Edward sat with him for some time, trying to amuse and soothe him. Thus passed the greater part of the morning, and the 2 following days were fully occupied by preparations for departure. But the thought that Lord Montagu confided in him less still rankled in Edward's mind. He thought he perceived evidences of doubt in many things where perhaps no doubt existed, and he said to himself more than once, I cannot bear it long. The time, however, was rapidly approaching when, according to the custom of those days, Lord Montagu would feel it incumbent upon him to provide for his young friend, either in the army or at the court, and Edward resolved to wait and be patient as long as it was possible. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. From Aix to Ramillies and Geneva was all safe enough. From Geneva through Franche-Comté, as I have before explained, had no perils, but a small piece of country in Lorraine and Bar, where the road ran along the frontier of France, and, as some statesmen and geographers asserted, actually crossed it and passed through French territory for at least 3 miles, was in reality the perilous part of Lord Montagu's journey. That nobleman, however, seemed to consider himself very secure. He had so recently almost bearded the lion in his den with impunity. He had with such reckless freedom gone from one part of France itself to another without being stopped, that he thought there would be little risk in approaching a remote and somewhat poorly peopled frontier, or passing over a small space of debatable ground. He did not know, or he forgot, that the keen eyes of the fearless and unscrupulous French minister had been opened to his proceedings, that Richelieu had assumed a more bold and stern course of policy than ever, that personal hatred, perhaps, as some assert, personal rivalry, rendered it necessary for the cardinal to know in order to frustrate the efforts of his magnificent though very inferior adversary on the British side of the Channel, and that no price, no labour, no violence even, would be considered too much which would place the designs and operations of Buckingham before the cabinet of France. He rode gaily, therefore, on his way, though, in order not to attract too much attention, he sent forward several of his English attendants by a different road to meet him at Metz, and kept with him only Mr. Oakingham, Edward Langdale, a valet, and the 2 blacksmiths, with an ordinary groom. This little party, on the evening of a beautiful autumnal day, rode along with tired horses through the little wood of Mirecourt, issued forth upon the side of the dry calcareous hill to the west, and looked anxiously for some place of rest. No one was well acquainted with the road. The horses were heavy laden, for each besides his rider carried a heavy valise and 2 bags in front, and the whole morning had been passed in going up and down hill through an arid and almost deserted country. Some scattered houses, and then a nice clean village, and a small but neat country inn, all gathered together in a little dell shaded with trees, at length gladdened the eyes of the weary travellers, and Lord Montagu, as was his custom, applied himself to make his sojourn comfortable for the hour, leaving his followers to enjoy themselves as best they could. He laughed and joked with the pretty Lorrainese landlady, as with her own hands she laid the table for his dinner. He took out a book from his valise, and, with his feet upon one chair and his body on another, rejoiced in the ease of a new position, and when his dinner at last came, ate with moderation but good appetite, and called a glow of satisfaction into the cheek of his hostess by pronouncing it the best meal he had ever tasted. In the meantime, Mr. Oakingham had taken some refreshments and gone to bed. The valet had remained in the room with his lord to serve him at table. The blacksmiths and the groom had gone to the stable, and Edward Langdale seemed the only unquiet spirit of the party. He ate but little, he drank less, he sat down, he rose up, he went out several times, either to the front of the house or the back, he visited the stable 3 times, he made many inquiries of the people of the house regarding the neighbourhood and its inhabitants, and at length, instead of retiring to bed, he leaned his arms upon a table and his head upon his arms, and apparently went to sleep. People came and went, but he did not move. One of the girls of the inn spoke to him, but he did not answer, and it was near 11 o'clock before he changed his position. At that hour he rose and walked quietly to the back door of the inn, which looked into the stable-yard. The moon was shining near and full, and 2 men were standing near the stables talking together earnestly. As soon as he appeared at the door, they went round to the back of the low wooden building, but Edward had caught sight of them, and he walked straight to the stable and looked in. Most of the tired horses were resting quietly in the stables, but one, though disencumbered of packs and burdens, was saddled and bridled and tied up to a pillar. Edward examined the animal well to make sure of whom it belonged to, then quietly re-entered the inn and went straight to the room of Lord Montagu. He knocked at the door, and Montagu's voice told him to come in. "Ah, Ned," said his lord, "I have not seen you to-night." "No, my lord," replied the youth, "I have been watching some things which I dislike." "A very unsatisfactory employment," said Lord Montagu. "But what is it, good youth? You look gloomy, and your face is full of meaning. Are the Philistines upon us?" "I do not know, my lord," replied Edward, "but I fear they soon will be. I do not like those 2 blacksmiths, my lord. They are bent upon some mischief, depend upon it." "Oh, the old story," said Montagu. "What is it now, Ned? Do they squint the other way, perchance?" Edward was mortified, but he answered respectfully, "No, my noble lord, but the same way as ever. I feel sure they are spies upon you, and intend to betray you the very first opportunity." "Indeed," said Montagu, now somewhat roused. "But the proofs, Master Ned, the proofs." "Absolute proofs I cannot give," said Edward, "but their conduct is so suspicious that I cannot believe them honest. I beg your lordship's excuse while I detail what I have observed during the last 10 days. You can then judge for yourself. These men affect to speak a patois almost incomprehensible, but I have detected them speaking as good French as you or I more than once. Together they talk a language I do not at all understand, but good Jacques Beaupré says it is Basque. I am certain it is not Savoyard. At Geneva one of them wrote a letter and sent it off by a courier who was going to France. During the last 2 days' journey they have been making as diligent inquiries at every inn as to the neighbourhood, as if they had to direct the march." "Pooh, that is all nothing," answered Montagu. "Don't you think a blacksmith may have a sweetheart to write to, as well as yourself, Ned? And the poor devils, who have to find their way back, may well inquire about the roads." "Well, my lord, I have but little more to say," replied Edward. "All day they have been looking curiously at every château we passed, even at 5 miles' distance. They have lagged behind all along the road, and stopped more than once to talk with the peasantry they met, and 2 hours before we arrived here I saw one of them give a piece of money to a lad who set out incontinently over the fields." "Ha! That was strange," said Montagu thoughtfully. "What more?" "Some 3 or 4 hours ago," continued the young man, "the taller of the 2 dispatched the hostler somewhere. I could not learn where, but I heard him say distinctly, 'Remember, tell him at 11 o'clock, not before 11. I have waited and watched ever since, and the scoundrel is now in close conference with a man who has come to see him, while his horse is standing saddled in the stable." "This looks serious," said Montagu, rising. "Have you remarked anything further?" "Yes," answered Edward. "I have remarked that, though they pretend never to have been in this part of the country before, They know every inch of the road, and have some acquaintance in every town. Let us go to the stable, said Lord Montagu. I will know more of this before I sleep. Quietly opening the door, he passed through a sort of dining room and the kitchen into the courtyard, but at the moment he opened the outer door the sound of horses' feet was heard, and one of the stalls in the stable was found vacant. Too late, said Lord Montagu calmly. Let us go back, Ned, and consult what is to be done. Perhaps where one person alone has power to decide, all consultation is useless, more than useless, only a waste of time. Whoever takes another man's advice unless he wishes to shuffle off a responsibility to which he feels himself unequal. Give me an obstinate general if he have but a brain as big as a walnut. As far as success goes, it is better to be bravely wrong than timidly right. Now, though Lord Montagu had a very great opinion of Edward Langdale's good sense, he had a much better opinion of his own. The councils of war had not then fallen into the state of disrepute to which they have sunk in our days, and therefore he returned to his room, and having seen the door closely shut, asked in a grave tone, "Now, Ned, what is to be done?" "Why, my lord, you are the best judge, but if I were you, I would go back to the road we left 10 miles behind, and go straight to Nancy. There you are here on the very frontier of France, surrounded by French towns and castles. There are disputes about the exact bounds, and the cardinal, I should suppose, would not be very particular if he thought he could get possession of your lordship and your papers by a coup de main." "You are a geographer, Ned," said Montagu. "Have you calculated how much time that detour would cost?" "A day and a half," answered Edward, "if we ride hard." "The roads are bad, very hilly," said Montagu. "The beasts are tired now. It would cost 2 days and a half at a moderate calculation, and I have not 2 days and a half to spare. I have promised to meet the Duke of Lorraine on Wednesday at Metz. We have ample time to do it if I ride straight on, but not more. And if I do not come, he will not and cannot wait." "Send him a messenger, my lord," said Edward. "I will undertake to carry him any message from your lordship before Tuesday night, to appoint a meeting at Pont-à-Mousson, or anywhere you like. Better kill a horse by hard riding than have you taken prisoner." Montagu thought in silence for a few moments, and then said, in a meditative tone, "Do you know, Ned, I do not think there is so much danger as you imagine. The man's conduct is suspicious, I admit, but it is no more than suspicious. How do we know he has anything to do with Richelieu? And even suppose he has, he can have no means of communicating with his sweet eminence between this night and tomorrow morning. No governor of a castle or commander of troops would venture to violate a neutral territory without an express order, and it was impossible for the cardinal to know that I should pass by this road, so as to give his orders beforehand. I think we are quite safe, my good youth." Montagu spoke in that cool sort of indifferent tone which almost implied, at least so Edward construed it, that his page had been magnifying dangers. The young man bit his lip, and for a moment remained silent, but then a sense of duty made him answer. "I cannot but think that by following the direct road your lordship will place yourself in extreme peril." "Why, you are not afraid, Edward," said Lord Montagu, laughing. "You little fire-devouring Turk, I never saw you afraid of anything before." The young man's cheek reddened. "I am not afraid of anything, my lord," he answered, "but of seeing your lordship a prisoner in the hands of your enemies. If they once get you into the Bastille, what becomes of all the results of your lordship's negotiations?" "True," answered Montagu. "The stakes we play for are great ones, but in playing for great stakes we must risk boldly wherever there is a chance of success. I think we can pass, Edward, and I will try it, but I will take precaution to make our passage sure. An hour and a half will carry us over all immediate danger, for the road, I find, bends back deeper into Bar, and it is only on the very frontier that there is any risk. No French force will venture more than a mile at the most into the Duke of Lorraine's territory." "But what precaution can you take, my lord?" asked Edward in some surprise. "Doubtless his highness would grant you an escort, but he has no troops near. We are amidst peasants." "No, I seek no escort," said Montagu. We will pass alone if we pass at all, but you heard me on our arrival give the order to set out at 7. We will change the hour, Ned, and begin our march at 5. Say not a word to anyone tonight. I will trust only to you. At 4 let us all be called. Call Oakingham a quarter of an hour earlier, and Abbot too, for they are slow. Let the groom and the lacquey get the horses ready by 5. But, above all, say not a word to the Savoyard who is left, or his companion, if he returns, and keep a watch upon them. A sure watch, said Edward, with a grim smile. All shall be ready, my lord, but yet— Nay, nay, said Montagu, waving his hand. No more objections, Ned. Now send the lackey to me. I will go to bed as if I had no alteration of last night's arrangements in my mind. You had better go to your room too, and obtain a little sleep. I know you can wake when you like. I will go to my room, said Edward, but I do not close my eyes tonight, my lord. I am not fond of leaving anything to chance. You must have another word, said Montagu, laughing. Pooh, pooh, we shall pass, my boy. Now, good night. Edward left him, sent the lackey to his room, went to the kitchen where 2 of the stablemen were sleeping by the fire, roused one of them to give him a lamp, and retired to the chamber where young Abbot was snoring powerfully. But Edward was ill at ease. He thought that the precautions Lord Montagu had spoken of and ordered were not sufficient. He thought, as all men think, and young men especially, that his own plan was the best. However, he drew the charges of his pistols, loaded and primed them afresh, and then, sitting down at the window, where he had a view of the courtyard on one side, and on the other a glance into the passage through the door which he left ajar, he waited, without moving a limb, for the coming of morning. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. At 3:45, Edward Langdale shook young Abbot by the shoulder, and with some difficulty succeeded in waking him. "Quick, Abbot, get up," he said. "Go down and saddle your horse, but make no noise. Do you understand me? No more than an owl. Go down and saddle your horse, do you hear? But be quiet about it." "What is in the wind?" said the other. "Nothing to you, but do as you are bidden," answered Edward, and took his way to Mr. Oakingham's room. Here he had more difficulty, for the door was locked or bolted, and he had to make some noise before the good gentleman would open it. "Why, what is the matter?" asked Oakingham. "Is the house on fire? It is quite dark." "Here, sir, light your lamp," said Edward. "My lord has changed his mind and is going to set out directly. You will be left behind if you do not make haste." Oakingham swore a little, but Edward did not stay to listen, gave him his lamp, and turned toward the rooms of the servants, which lay at the end of the passage over the kitchen. The last chamber but one had been assigned to the 2 blacksmiths, and as Edward was approaching quietly that where the lackey and the groom were housed, the shorter of the Savoyards, roused by the noise at Mr. Oakingham's door, put his head out. Edward walked on quietly, and, when he was abreast of the man, said with an easy air, "You had better get your clothes on. You will be wanted presently." "Which horse?" asked the man at once. "All but one," said Edward, and knocking hard at the door of the servants' room, he ordered them in a loud tone to rise and come to the stable. The blacksmith was still at the door, but Edward caught him by the neck and pushed him back into the room, saying, "Pardi, did I not tell you to get dressed?" The man staggered back, and before he recovered himself the young gentleman had caught the key from the inside and locked the door. He did not, however, call Lord Montagu till he had gone out into the yard and ascertained that the windows of the rooms above were too high to admit of anyone dropping to the ground. A good deal of bustle succeeded. The servants of the house were roused, valises and bags were packed in haste, and horses were saddled. But before 5 o'clock all was ready for departure, and Edward approached Lord Montagu as he stood before the inn, saying, "Shall I let out that blacksmith? He is safely locked in his room, and hammering at the door as if he would knock it down. Well, he left his tools in the stable, or he would have been out by this time." "Let him out, to be sure," said Montagu. "He may follow now, if he will. He will keep us too late." "His horse is saddled for him, my lord," replied Edward. "By your leave he shall come with us, or I will come with him." And running upstairs, he opened the door of the man's room. The worthy was at first inclined to make some noisy remonstrance, but Edward stopped him in an instant. "No noise," he said, seeing that he was dressed. "Go downstairs, get on your horse, and put him between me and the groom. If you take a step too quick or a step too slow, you will have a ball through your head in 1 minute. We know where your comrade is gone, and all about you, so pray heaven we meet with no misadventure on the road, for, if we do, this is the last morning you will ever see." The man looked scared out of his senses, and descended the stairs with a face as pale as ashes. The thundering command of Lord Montagu, "Mount, quick, stand by him, Ned," did not serve to allay his apprehensions, and perhaps no man of the whole party more sincerely prayed that they might pass uninterrupted than he did. The score was paid, and the party rode off, with Montagu and Mr. Oakingham at the head, and Edward Langdale, the groom, and the blacksmith between them, in the rear. It was still quite dark, but the eye of the pretended Savoyard roamed round and round from the very commencement of the journey. At the end of a few minutes he began to talk, and apparently desired to exculpate himself from any complicity in his fellow countryman's proceedings. But Edward stopped him sternly, saying, "Silence! Your tongue makes as much noise as the crack of a pistol, and I will silence it if you say one word more." He put his hand to his holster as he spoke, and the man ceased instantly. "I have pistols too, sir," said the sturdy groom. "He will need no more than I give him," said Edward. "I do not miss Hobbs." "No, I know you don't, sir," said the groom. "At least, I never saw you." "Let us keep quiet," said Edward, "but be prepared. If we should be stopped and this fellow's comrade is there, you take care of him. I will settle with this one." The first part of the way led uphill, through a pretty close wood skirting the road on either hand. But at the top of the ascent the little party issued forth upon some open undulating ground, which the insecurity of border life had kept a good deal out of cultivation. The darkness was now growing pale at the approach of day, and the grey outline of a chateau or two, with a village church some 2 miles off, and what seemed a considerable town a good deal farther, might be seen to the right and left. All was still and silent, till the light clouds overhead began to turn rosy, and then a lark started up close beside the road, and went quivering and trilling into the sky. "My heaven, they are going very slow," murmured the blacksmith, in a low voice, and with a groan. "Why does not the English lord go faster, young gentleman? Does he not know this part of the country is full of brigands?" "He knows there are brigands about," answered Edward, "but we know how to deal with them." Edward, however, did think that his lord might have ridden faster, and as they began to descend into another hollow, with a thick wood at the bottom, he scanned everything around and below with a keen, quick eye, but could discover no moving thing. When they issued out of the wood at the other side of the dell, the sun was apparently just rising above the horizon, and the whole sky was full of purple and gold, and when they topped the hill above, the wide but not very interesting landscape was before them. Some high blue hills were seen at a distance on the right, but nearer, on both sides, were several chateaux and villages, with scattered woods and ponds and rivers, all glowing like rubies in the red light. The human race, too, began to bestir itself to daily toil, and several men, evidently peasants, were seen leading horses or driving oxen to the field. But the view was soon cut off from their sight by broken banks tumbled about in strange confusion, interspersed with patches of scrubby furze, and here and there a low hovel looking picturesque in its very wretchedness. The agitation of the blacksmith seemed every moment increasing, and once he even attempted to drop behind, but the stern words from Edward, "Keep up," accompanied by a motion of the hand toward his pistols, soon brought the man to a line with his companions. At length, after they had ridden on for about half a mile or more, he burst forth, saying, "I want to speak to the lord. He is going too slow. Let me speak to him." "Well," said Edward, "ride on by my side." And drawing a pistol as a precaution, he spurred forward. The country, indeed, just there, would have greatly favoured the fellow's escape, for it was rough, uneven, and covered with stunted trees and bushes, while a small pine wood flanked the road on the left or French side, and a bourne or landmark with a low wall lay on the other. The highway was wide, however, and Edward felt certain if the smith endeavoured to gallop off, he could bring him from his horse before he got out of sight. In a moment they were by the side of Lord Montagu, who checked his horse to hear what they wanted. my lord," said the man, in very good French, but with great agitation, "ride fast, take good advice, and ride fast, or they will catch you." "Who will catch me?" asked Montagu, eyeing him. "I do not know who exactly," said the man. "Bryn, my comrade, has the names of so many on his list. The cardinal gave it to him before we set out. But ride fast, for God's sake. There may be time yet." "Good advice, truly," said Montagu. "Use your spurs, gentlemen. We will inquire further hereafter, if we can." "If we can, aye, if we can indeed. Draw up your horses. Let the rest come forward. Stir not from that spot, man, or I blow your brains out. Now, who are these before us?" From a little bridle path which issued from the wood and crossed the high road, some 12 or 14 men, well armed and mounted, had just ridden out and barred the way. "Let us charge them at once, my lord," said Edward. "Some of us may cut through. You shall, if I live." "Look behind, Ned," said Lord Montagu. Edward turned his head in the direction to which Montagu had glanced a moment before, and saw a party not much less numerous than that in front, with the blacksmith who had disappeared the night before amongst the foremost. His pistol was in his hand, and the temptation was irresistible. He threw his arm across his chest without wheeling his horse, pulled the trigger, and the traitor fell from his saddle with a bullet in his shoulder. At the same moment the English groom, who had ridden up at Lord Montagu's first order, caught the other unhappy man by the arm, and had the muzzle of his weapon at his ear. But Montagu put it aside before he could fire, saying, "Vain, vain! Edward, you are always too ready with those pistols." "I have given him but his due, my lord, if I die for it the next minute," said Edward. "But see, that tall man with the white scarf is waving it to your lordship." "Stay here, and I will go forward a little," said Lord Montagu. "There is nothing for it but to surrender quietly. They are 5 to 1. "Let me go with you, my lord," said Edward. "Well then, put up your pistol," answered Montagu. "The rest stay here." Montagu took off his hat in answer to the signal made by the other party, and rode forward with Edward, while a gentleman of some 5 or 36, who seemed the leader of the larger body gathered across the road, advanced alone to meet the English nobleman. As they neared each other, the two saluted courteously, and throughout their interview the utmost politeness manifested itself, instead of the ferocious roughness which in a French picture of this very incident is represented as characterising the demeanour of Monsieur de Bourbon. The French gentleman spoke first. "I have the honour of wishing you good day, my Lord Montagu," he said. "Your lordship is here somewhat earlier than we expected you." "I am sorry I did not know, sir, that you were so matutinal in your habits," replied Montagu, somewhat superciliously. "Otherwise I should have been here earlier still." "Doubtless," answered the other, "but I need not now tell your lordship that, being later than you intended, it is useless to attempt to pursue your journey to-day." "Why, the roads seem very bad, it is true," said Montagu. "I had hoped that my good friend the Duke of Lorraine kept his highways in better order." "I am afraid, my lord," said the stranger, "that the French government must bear the blame in this instance, for you are now upon French soil. That landmark points out the boundary." "I did not mark the landmark," answered the Englishman; "but if I be upon French territory, may I know to whom I am indebted for this hospitable reception?" "My name, my lord, is Bourbon, the Count de Bourbon," said the other. "I only last night heard of your lordship's arrival in these parts, and I at once made preparation to receive you in my château." "We expected something of the kind," rejoined Montagu, "for a personage who had attached himself to my service on the road thought fit to absent himself last night, and we judged he would most likely spread the rumour of my coming. In truth, I wished to spare all noble gentlemen the hospitable trouble you seem inclined to take, and, indeed, would a great deal rather not inflict it upon you now." "No trouble in the world, my lord," replied the Count; "and indeed I must insist upon the honour of entertaining you, till you can be better lodged. As to the poor man who favoured me with notice of your approach, I am afraid he has met with a little accident. I heard the report of a pistol, and saw one of the people there fall off his horse." "A pure accident," said Montagu, in an indifferent tone. "One of my attendants had a pistol in his hand, and his finger upon the trigger. He was seized at that moment with a convulsive affection to which he is sometimes subject. The hammer fell, and the bullet flew out of the muzzle. In those cases, Monsieur le Comte, the ball, as you must have often remarked, flies right at the greatest villain it can find. It is invariable, I believe." "Very probably," answered de Bourbon. "I will ask a philosopher his opinion. But in the meantime, may I ask your lordship if there are more accidents of the same kind likely to happen? Are there any other gentlemen of yours with their fingers on their triggers?" "Oh, no," replied Montagu. "I made them put all their pistols up as soon as I comprehended the pressing nature of the invitation I was about to receive, and the forcible arguments ready to back it. Am I to understand that it is extended to my attendants also?" "To every one," replied the Count, with a low bow. "I could never think of asking your lordship to my house without including your friends and followers." "You do me too much honour," said Montagu; "but amongst my followers you will find a comrade of the worthy gentleman who did me the favour of being my harbinger. Now, if I have any influence with you, my Lord Count, I would bespeak for him a high place, not in your esteem, but on your castle. Doubtless you have battlements or iron stanchions or things of that kind about, to which you could raise him super col. He has all the same qualities as his friend, whom you already know, and is a Savoyard, he says, though we have some doubts upon the subject." "I should be most happy to oblige your lordship in anything," answered the Count de Bourbon; "but you know the king is the bestower of all dignities and the fountain of all honours, and therefore I cannot take me to raise the gentleman to the elevated position you desire for him." "Well, well," replied Montagu, "time works wonders, and doubtless he will meet his desert sooner or later. May I ask if you have lately heard from our mutual friend, the Cardinal de Richelieu?" "Last night, my lord," answered Bourbon. "He was quite well, and desired me to inquire particularly after your health." "I expected no less of his courtesy," said the English nobleman; "but I see your people are closing up pretty near, and, if I mistake not, have got possession of my valet's horse, with a desire of lightening the poor beast's load. We had probably better join them, as the man does not comprehend much French, and Englishmen are sometimes so surly and stupid that it is impossible to get them to comprehend the force of numbers." "At your pleasure," replied the Count; and making a sign to his followers on the road to the north to join him, he went quietly to the spot where Mr. Oakingham and Lord Montagu's servants had remained. He now somewhat changed his tone, and abandoning the bantering mood in which he and Lord Montagu had indulged, but still with undiminished courtesy of manner, required all present but his own followers to give up their arms. Edward, for one, did so with regret, but still it was some satisfaction to him to see the treacherous blacksmith lying on the bank with his comrade busily engaged in bandaging his wounded shoulder. "I will now have the honour of conducting you to my poor house," said the Count, bowing to Lord Montagu, and with 5 or 6 armed men before, and a larger number following, with 3 on each side to guard against any evasion, he commenced his march. Before departing, however, he spoke a word or two to one of his attendants, and Edward remarked that, as they went, a diligent examination was made of all the pistols which his party had given up, as if to ascertain which had been discharged, and he doubted not that some consequences not very agreeable to himself would follow the inevitable discovery that he had fired the shot which had wounded the traitor. The road wound through one of the wildest parts of France, just upon the frontier of Champagne and Bar. 2 or 3 small rivers had to be crossed. The country was but little cultivated, bearing more the aspect of a sandy moor than of the entrance to one of the richest wine districts in the world; and more than once Edward cast his eyes around, thinking that it might be no difficult matter to escape and find a refuge in Lorraine, if he could but avoid the pistol shots which were sure to follow him. Had he been entrusted with the care of Lord Montagu's papers, he would certainly have made the attempt, but he knew not even who carried them, and he resolved not to abandon his lord except for his service. When Montagu divined what was passing in his mind or not, I cannot tell, but after they had gone about half a mile, he called Edward to his side and said to him in English, "Keep still, Ned. Activity will do no good here. The best thing for all of us is to be perfectly passive. If I had trusted to your young, sharp eyes sooner, it might have been better, but it is too late now, either to regret or amend what is done." "May I request your lordship to speak to your attendants in French?" said Monsieur de Bourbon. "You speak our tongue in such perfection, my lord, that it must be as familiar to you as your own." "I shall probably have time to study it more profoundly," answered Montagu with a smile. "But you can inform me yourself, Count, if that fine old chateau upon the height is Bourbon, where we shall rest, I presume." "That is Bourbon," replied the Count, "and the little town you may catch sight of down there in the hollow, a little to the left. But though we will stop there to take some refreshment, I think that the castle of Coiffy will afford your lordship a more convenient resting place." "Oh yes, I remember Coiffy," answered Montagu, laughing. "I passed close to it some 3 months ago. It is a strong place, and so well built, I am told, Count, that the garrison cannot hear the drums of Lorraine beat at bar." "That is only because they do not pay attention to them, my lord," replied Bourbon. As they rode on, the old chateau grew more and more clearly defined, and the state of decay into which the ancient defences had fallen showed plainly why it had not been chosen for the place of Montagu's detention. In the village the party stopped for breakfast, and the English nobleman was treated with every sort of respectful attention, but a strict guard was kept at the door of the chamber where he was served. The attendants had some food placed before them in another room, but they were as carefully watched. In about an hour the march recommenced, and shortly after, while gazing forward, Edward perceived rising over the trees at the distance of several miles the towers of Coiffy, a much stronger place than Bourbon, which he never lost sight of till they reached the drawbridge. It was apparent that their coming had been made known beforehand, for all was evidently prepared to receive Lord Montagu with ceremonious politeness. An old gentleman, whom they called Monsieur de Boulogne, stood in the gateway, hat in hand, and immediately proceeded to conduct the noble prisoner to his apartments. Mr. Oakingham followed, and Edward Langdale was about to do the same, when the Count de Bourbon took him by the arm, saying, "Stop, young man, I destine another chamber for you." His tone was somewhat menacing, and Edward turned round and gazed full in his face. "Tell me," said the Count, "and mind you tell me true." "If I tell you anything at all, I shall tell you the truth," answered Edward, interrupting him. "So spare such exhortations, Sir Count. But it is probable that I shall not answer a small gentleman of Champagne at all, especially if he interrogates me in a manner which much greater personages than himself have never displayed toward me." It is probable that this rude answer was intended to stop all inquiries into Lord Montagu's affairs, for Edward did not doubt that they were about to be the subject of de Bourbon's questions. But the Count gazed on him with extreme surprise, exclaiming, "Ha! Whom have we here? A small gentleman of Champagne? Will your magnificence have the condescension, then, to inform the small gentleman of Champagne if it was your hand that sent a pistol ball into the shoulder of a poor personage who came up with my train when I had first the honour of seeing you?" "It was by accident I shot him in the shoulder," replied Edward. "I intended the ball for his head." "If he dies, we may find a rope that will fit you, young man," said the Count, and beckoning up the man who had examined the pistols on the road, he said, "Take him away and put him in the dungeon where I told you." "If you hang me, Sir Count," said Edward, without the slightest alarm, "you will do so with the passport in my breast which was given me by his Eminence of Richelieu with his own hand. You had better ask the 2 spies a few questions before you treat me with anything like indignity." So saying, he followed the man to whom Bourbon had spoken. Another soldier took a lantern from the hook and came after, and in a minute or two Edward found himself pushed into a room where the faint light of the lantern only served to show the shining damp which clung to the stone walls. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. A dungeon is by no means an agreeable place, and the dungeon of poor Edward Langdale was not an agreeable dungeon. It was common at that time, before Vauban and others had introduced a better system of fortification. The principal defence of the castle of Coiffy was a wet ditch or fosse, which differed little from those we see surrounding old castles of the feudal period. This wet ditch was supplied with abundance of water from a spring a little higher up the hill, which, indeed, was the source of one of the principal confluents of the Aube. But the soil, as I have said elsewhere, being somewhat sandy, the banks suffered the water to percolate, somewhat to the detriment of the foundations of the castle, and, had not the masonry been very heavy and the mortar somewhat better than we use in building Cockney villas, the square flanking tower to the right of the gateway as you look east would have been down 50 years before, and crushed to death the denizens of poor Edward's dungeons, if it had been furnished with tenants at that time. Now doubtless the reader learned in romance composition may imagine that I am merely preparing the way for a fine scene of escape from prison, with melodramatic incidents, new songs, scenery, and decorations. But, as I am sorry to say, no such heroic result was at this time achieved by Lord Montagu's page. I cannot use it as an incident in this part of my true history. I only mention the percolation of the water of the fosse and its effect upon the foundations amongst which that and other dungeons were placed, to show that the place of the poor youth's confinement was as damp and disagreeable as it could be. Some stones had fallen from the vault above, some large detached pieces of mortar, green and shiny, covered the mud or stone floor, and the walls were all glistening with dampness. But those walls were too thick, and the blocks of stone of which they were composed too heavy, for any unaided prisoner to have worked his way out with the utmost diligence. In one corner of the miserable hole was a sort of camp bedstead, with a straw bed covered with yellow and green stains from long exposure to the foul, moist air, disgust and sickness and death to lie upon. And in another corner, high up on the wall, was a little grated window, not so high as the opposite parapet of the glacis, but sufficiently so to admit the air and sounds from without. The wall was too thick to allow of a prisoner catching even a glimpse of the blue sky, or to permit one ray of the sun to enter, even at his rising or his setting. It was indeed a desolate chamber. What an expressive word that desolate is! Although sometimes in the heats of an almost tropical climate, heats often more intense than I ever heard of in the tropics themselves, I sometimes grumble a little at the power and ardour of the sun. Yet what would the earth be without him? What is any place on the earth's surface which he does not visit? Desolate, desolate indeed. The first sound which Edward heard after the bolts had ceased to grate in their sockets was that of a cannon, apparently from the walls of the castle. Some few minutes after, the same sound seemed to be repeated from a distance. It might be an echo, he could not tell. But a moment or two after another report was heard, certainly nearer, and then two more confirmed his fancy that they were signal guns announcing that the well-watched English envoy had been captured and was a prisoner at Coiffy. Some 3 hours then passed, if not in perfect silence, at least only enlivened by the voices of some soldiers on the ramparts, and then came the squeaking of the wry-necked fife and the beating of drums, intimating to Edward that troops of some kind were drawing round Coiffy. Then were heard voices on that drawbridge, and gay laughter, as if officers were being received into the castle with signs of honour. All that passed away, and silence resumed her reign till night fell. The light in the lantern burned down almost to the socket. No meat, no drink had been brought to the prisoner, and he began to ask himself if it could be their intention to starve him there in darkness. His feelings were not pleasant. Just about that time there was some noise and bustle heard from without, probably on the drawbridge or at the gate. The tramp of horses and voices speaking. Then for a few minutes all was silent again. Then there were sounds just above, more distinct and clear than any he had hitherto heard. People speaking, and others moving slowly about, evidently penetrating to the cell which Edward tenanted by the broken parts of the vault on which the flooring of the upper chamber rested. "Oh," cried a voice with a groan, You have got me by the shoulder, just on the wound. Do not do that. Put your hand lower down. Not there, not there, lower still. That young devil, he does not miss his mark indeed. Lay him on the bed, flat on his back, said another voice. Now, Bryn, is not that easier for you? And then followed several sentences in a language Edward did not understand at all. The two blacksmiths, said Edward to himself. They have just brought in the wounded man. For some half-hour various sounds succeeded, some distinct, others confused, to which the young prisoner did not pay much attention. And then there was a sort of lull, not quite silence, but still much less bustle. Even slight sounds were easily distinguishable in the dungeon, for the roof was so far dilapidated that here and there the rays of light from above found their way through a chink in the flooring and traced a yellow line upon the pavement. He could hear the wounded man groan and ask in a faint tone for a drink. He is badly hurt, it seems, said Edward Langdale to himself. If the horse had not shied away, it would have gone through his head and served the traitor right. Edward wanted a little more softening to make him a real sentimental hero, but I can only paint him as I find him. He did not feel the slightest remorse for what he had done. He thought it but right, but just, and he would have done it over again the next minute. It is true the groans of the wounded man did somewhat annoy him. He felt no pleasure in his pain, but as to the mere fact of having shot him because he had betrayed his lord, Edward was as hard as a stone. It seemed indeed as if Monsieur de Bourbon was inclined to try upon the young Englishman the treatment sometimes employed to tame wild beasts, fasting and darkness. He had kept him without food all day, and now the light in the lantern went out, and all was obscure in the dungeon, except where those yellow streaks from above checkered the floor, and the youth's only entertainment was to listen while a good deal of walking to and fro and speaking took place overhead. He divined from all he heard that a surgeon had been sent for, and was performing some operation upon the wounded man. At length the latter exclaimed, "Oh, you have got it now. There, that is comfortable. It feels as if you had pulled out a hot coal." Just at that time a soldier opened the dungeon door and brought in a pitcher of cool water and some bread. "Am I to be kept in darkness?" asked Edward. "I don't know," answered the man, holding up his own lantern to look at him. "You have offended Monsieur le Comte mightily, it seems, but I do not suppose that he intends you should have no light." "Well, tell him something for me," replied Edward. "Say that I am greatly obliged to him for all his kindness, but that I have friends in France who will repay him sevenfold, or I am much mistaken in them." The man went away without reply, but returned in a minute or two with a fresh candle. "Did you tell him?" asked Edward. "Yes," answered the soldier, who seemed a good-natured sort of person. "I told him, but you had better not enrage him. It will do no good, young gentleman." Edward ate heartily of his poor fare, and drank the cool water as if it had been nectar. He had hardly finished the temperate meal when he heard a voice above which he recognised by a slight hesitation of speech as that of Monsieur de Bourbon, and he certainly might be excused in his circumstances for listening with all his ears. First the Count made several inquiries as to the state of the wounded man, and then he added, "Well, my good friend, I have got the young tiger who scratched you safely caged in the worst dungeon of the castle. I hope you will get well, but if you should die, I will hang him from the earth." "For God's sake, do not do that, monsieur," cried the companion of the patient. "If I die, hang him as high as you please," growled the voice of Maître Bryn. "The cardinal cannot do anything to me after I am dead, and the young devil had better go with me." "Ha!" said Monsieur de Bourbon, apparently in a tone of some surprise. "He boasts of having some good friends in France, and speaks as if he personally knew his eminence." "And so he does," said Bryn's more timid companion. "He is a great favourite of the cardinal, and Monsieur de Tronçon warned us not to touch a hair of his head under any circumstances. He said that we should be held to answer for any evil that happened to him. We were only to follow him wherever he went from Nantes, and not lose sight of him till he joined the English lord." "Then did you first see him at Nantes?" asked the Count. "Surely," replied the other. "We waited in the courtyard while he was in with the cardinal, that we might take good note of him as he came out." There was a silence of some minutes, and then the voice of the sick man was heard saying, "After all, you had better not treat him badly, monsieur. I do not think I am very much hurt, and if he is hardly used, some of us will suffer, you may be sure." "You should have told me this before," said Monsieur de Bourbon in a very sharp tone. "Why, what time had we to tell you anything, monsieur?" asked the wounded man's brother. "At all events, we tell you now," growled Bin. "And this talking is not likely to do me good. The lad is as fierce as a young wolf. He threatened to shoot me once before, but he is a pet of the cardinal, one of his own people for aught we know, and now that you are told he is so, you may use him as you think fit. It is no fault of ours. We have not hurt him." It is probable that the interview was less satisfactory to the Count de Bourbon than he had expected, for he brought it speedily to a conclusion, and Edward, for full half an hour after, heard the two men above talking together in the language he did not understand. At the end of that time the bolt of the door was undrawn, and the soldier who had previously brought him bread and water appeared again, with somewhat of a grin upon his face. "Well, young gentleman," he said, "Monsieur le Comte begs you will send him up the safe conduct you mentioned to him. After seeing that, perhaps he may treat you better." "Tell him I will not," said Edward in a resolute tone. "He may come and take it from me by force, or he may see it here in my presence, but I give it out of my hands to no one, especially not to one who has treated me unlike a soldier and a gentleman. Tell him what I say." The soldier laughed. "Upon my word, you are a bold one," he said. "Do you not know you are quite in his power?" "Not so much as you think," replied Edward. "I am not the least afraid of him. Tell him exactly what I say." A full hour passed, and probably it was spent in some degree of anxious and hesitating deliberation between Monsieur de Bourbon and the Count de Boulogne, his father-in-law, for they remained the whole of that time shut up together in a small room on the second floor. One can easily conceive that it was a hard thing for a proud and irritable man to make any concession to a mere lad who set him at defiance in language somewhat tinged with contempt. But a bold face stoutly kept up has a great effect upon most men, and if Edward had known the Count intimately, he could not, though it was entirely accidental, have chosen his course better. De Bourbon was brave and even rash, but he had a terrible reverence for power, and when he found the youth's account of himself confirmed even by the very man whose life he had nearly taken, fancy conjured up all sorts of ministerial indignation, and showed him the service he had rendered in the capture of Lord Montagu, on which he had based many gorgeous dreams, more than counterbalanced in the eyes of Richelieu by his treatment of one of the cardinal's favourites. Monsieur de Boulogne, too, an older and milder man, strongly counselled moderation and gentleness, somewhat censured what had been already done, and advised recourse to measures perhaps too directly and suddenly opposed. Still, pride struggled hard with de Bourbon. He vowed he did not and would not believe the tale which he had heard. What hold, he asked, could a mere fierce English lad have upon the cardinal? And for some time his father-in-law reminded him in vain that Richelieu, though a wonderfully great man, was somewhat capricious in his affections, suggested that, as he was not a little superstitious too, in regard to astrology and the occult sciences, he might find some imaginary connection between the youth's fate and his own, and pointed out that it was utterly improbable Edward should treat him with such daring disrespect if he was not certain of some very strong support. In the meantime, the poor prisoner remained in some doubt and anxiety. Imprisonment, solitude, and low diet had gone some way to tame the wild bird, and the uncertainty of his last hour had been very heavy. He had fancied that the words he had heard spoken by the wounded man and his companion would produce an immediate change, but as minute after minute passed by and nothing indicated any better treatment, he began to despond. At length, however, he heard the tramp of feet and the jingle of spurs, and a man with a torch opened the door, admitting Monsieur de Boulogne and one or two attendants. "Young gentlemen," said the old nobleman, with a reproving but fatherly air, "you have been acting very rashly and impetuously toward the Count, my son-in-law." "And how has he been acting toward me, sir?" asked Edward, in a more respectful tone than he had used in speaking to the younger man. "Somewhat harshly, I am afraid," said the other, looking round him. "He could not have known the state of this place, or he would not have put you here." "What right had he to put me in a dungeon at all?" asked Edward. "Why, you shot and nearly killed one of his attendants," was the reply. "Not at all," answered Edward. "You are deceived, sir. I shot an attendant of Lord Montagu, whom I caught in the act of betraying his master. Ask his lordship, ask the man himself or his brother, if they had not both taken service with my lord and received his money." The old gentleman smiled. "That puts a new face upon the matter," he said. "But let us leave recriminations. I wish to smooth matters down between you and my fiery relative. You say you have a safe conduct from his eminence of Richelieu. Let me see it." "On the sole condition, sir, that you restore it to me at once," said Edward, putting his hand into a pocket in the breast of his coat, and taking out the passport in its velvet case. "Let me examine it," said Monsieur de Boulogne. "Do not fear. You shall have it again in a moment." "I do not fear," replied the youth, giving him the case. "I am sure you are a man of honour by your face." "Here, man, hold the torch nearer," said the Count, and putting a pair of spectacles, or banacles as they were then commonly called, upon his nose, he proceeded to examine the safe conduct minutely. But all was in proper form and order, calling upon all royal officers, governors of cities, castles, or provinces, to let the Signor Edward Langdale and suite pass and repass, without limitation of time or place, throughout the land of France, and there was the seal of the council, and the undoubted signature of the Prime Minister. The face of the Count turned very grave as he read. "This is odd," he said. "My son should have seen this. Here is your suite mentioned, young gentleman. Of whom consists your suite?" "I might reply," said Edward, "that anyone I choose to name is of my suite, for his eminence put no restriction. But I wish not to quibble. The suite of which he speaks is now at Nancy, with the exception of one page," he added, half smiling, "who is in Venice." "Well, this is all very strange," said the old man. "I cannot understand the cardinal's giving you such a wide safe conduct at all, an Englishman, and a youth like you." "I am neither bound nor inclined to explain the motives of his eminence," replied Edward. "If you think fit to interrogate any one upon that subject, it must be himself." "God forbid!" cried Monsieur de Boulogne eagerly. "There, take the paper and come with me. I will take this business on myself. Two such young rash spirits may make mischief." Edward followed, willingly enough, and the old Count led him up the stairs from the dungeon to a tolerably comfortable room in one of the towers above, where he left him on his promise to remain till Monsieur de Bourbon could be conferred with. In a few minutes the two noblemen entered together, de Bourbon evidently struggling, not very successfully, to keep up his dignity while forced to make disagreeable concessions. "The Count de Boulogne informs me, sir," he said, "that you have really got a safe conduct from his eminence of Richelieu." "Which you have known ever since midday," said Edward. "Hush, hush!" said the elder gentleman. "No more of that. Tell my son-in-law, young gentleman, what it is you demand of him in the circumstances." "I demand that he shall respect the cardinal's safe conduct," answered the youth. But de Bourbon waved his hand, saying, "I will respect it by sending you to his eminence under guard on the very first opportunity. What more?" "That I be no more put in a wet dungeon, that I be not fed on bread and water, that I have my baggage restored to me, that I be treated in every respect as that safe conduct gives me a right to expect." "Granted," said the Count, "but upon the clear understanding that you are a prisoner and remain such till I can send you to the cardinal." "With the clear understanding added," replied Edward, "that you shall be called to a strict account for every hour you keep me prisoner without lawful cause, and for your manifest disobedience of the cardinal's written orders under his own hand and seal." The Count's face flushed, and he exclaimed in evident embarrassment, "What the fiend are you to the cardinal, or the cardinal to you?" But Edward saw that, one way or another, he had got the advantage. "That, sir," he said, in a cool tone, "you may have to learn hereafter from other lips than mine. In the meantime, you can do exactly as you think fit. Obey the commands you have received in the king's name, or disobey them, as seems expedient to you. But only do not put me in a damp dungeon, or feed me on bread and water any more, for it is as unpleasant to me as it may be dangerous to yourself." "But suppose the safe conduct is a forgery," said de Bourbon. "It would be a curious one," replied the youth with perfect composure, "somewhat bold to devise and difficult to practise. Of that you can judge yourself, but take care you judge right. I have but one other demand to make, namely, to be permitted to visit my Lord Montagu." "He has gone to bed," said de Bourbon sharply, "and I shall consider of the matter further till tomorrow. I have now one more question. How much liberty in this castle do you want? It will depend entirely upon whether you do or do not give me your parole of honour that you will not attempt to escape." "Now this is strange," said Edward with an irrepressible laugh. "One moment I am suspected of forgery, and the next my word of honour is to be relied upon implicitly. However, Monsieur le Comte, as I have no intention of leaving you quite so soon, and as, if I did escape, I should run straight to his eminence, to whom you say you intend to send me, I will give you my parole. But would you allow me to insinuate that I am exceedingly hungry, and that I have always considered a little good wine of Beaugency better than a draught of cold water out of a pitcher not over clean?" Both the counts laughed, and old Monsieur de Boulogne, taking his son-in-law by the arm, led him away, saying in a low voice, "Come, come, I shall make you two better friends before I have done." "You will need to do so, father," said Monsieur de Bourbon, "for on my life it shall be long enough before that keen boy sees the cardinal. If what he says is true, as I suppose it is, the tales he has to tell might ruin us, and if it is false, he well deserves a good long spell of imprisonment." End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. The writers of biography and auto or pseudo-autobiography, who flourished and were so abundant in France during the 17th and 18th centuries, made a great mistake by adding to the simple narrative a great number of romantic incidents, which there is much reason to believe had no foundation in fact. Putting aside the morality or immorality of lying, they committed an artistic blunder. History is the best romance. Just inasmuch as a painter or sculptor can approach to the realities of the human form, so is the grace and interest of his design. Just inasmuch as a writer can approach to the truth of history, telling all the truth minutely, so is the romantic interest of his book. Only history is so very romantic that no one who writes it completely can obtain credence. Let us see whether the reader will believe a morsel of true history when it appears under the character of romance. The fact of the capture of Lord Montagu spread rapidly through all France. Couriers carried it to Villeroy and Rochelle. Rumour brought it rapidly to Paris, and thence, with concentric ripples, the knowledge was carried far and wide to all who were unwise enough to meddle with politics in those days. The effect was very different upon different people. The great cardinal rejoiced at the success of his well-laid schemes, for he had long known and watched with a keen eye the negotiations which had been entrusted to the English noblemen. Perhaps, however, he rejoiced more at the hold which he doubted not the seized papers of the diplomatist would give him upon his own enemies in France itself, than upon the means afforded of frustrating all the combinations which had been effected abroad against his country. His mighty mind feared foreign enemies much less than secret cabal at home. In fact, he knew that the fortress of his power was strong enough to resist a cannonade, but might not be proof against a mine. Nor was the spirit of the king dissatisfied to learn that Buckingham's agent had fallen into his power, with all his correspondence, compromising probably 1/3 of the nobility of France. We have not had time, we shall not have space, to dwell upon the character of Louis, though it well merits a treatise entirely to itself. His sports in youth had been cruel, his amusements low. His father had called him "that wicked boy," and though he possessed all that father's courage and much of his military skill, he had none of his kindness of heart, his clemency, or his gentleness. It may be that he did not feel pleasure in the shedding of blood, but it is certain that he never objected to shed it. And when his best friends and greatest favourites were condemned, often by unlawful tribunals, he consented to their death with coolness or a jest. But there was one in France who heard of Lord Montagu's capture with very different feelings. Anne of Austria, the unhappy queen, the childless wife of the coldest-hearted monarch that ever lived, received the tidings with terror and confusion. It might be that the tales they tell of certain secret communications between her and the brilliant Duke of Buckingham were founded in truth. It might be that she had connived at schemes for the overthrow of a minister who persecuted her. But it is beyond doubt that she held dangerous correspondence with her own family in Spain, that Buckingham had been negotiating with that court, and that Montagu was his most confidential emissary. What letters might not be upon his person at the moment of his arrest? What papers which might give a complete triumph to her enemies? And she had many. Happily, however, she had many friends, sincere, devoted, fearless. At the very moment when she was in the most profound agony of terror, one of these was near at hand. It is well known that gentlemen of good family but small means were in those days proud to accept even what we consider menial offices in the household of princes or great men. A youth of the name of Laporte had been attached to the service of Anne of Austria in the humble capacity of valet de chambre almost ever since her entrance into France. In one of the many intrigues of the court he had incurred the anger of the king, but had been permitted to enter a corps of cavalry known as the Gendarmes de la Reine, as ensign. This corps, at the time of the capture of Lord Montagu, was serving on the frontiers of Lorraine, and was one of the first to be called toward the Château of Coiffy to form part of the escort of the noble prisoner on his way to Paris. But Laporte was not with his regiment. He was, when the news arrived, on leave of absence in the capital, and his presence had been known to the young queen. At midnight, and in disguise, he was brought to the Louvre, and Anne of Austria at once laid open to her attached servant the terrible apprehensions under which she suffered. To ascertain if her name was at all compromised in the correspondence of Lord Montagu was of immediate importance. It was, in fact, an affair of life and death, but to do so seemed utterly hopeless. All the papers of the prisoner were in the hands of his captors, and the utmost secrecy was maintained as to their contents. Laporte, however, undertook the difficult task, and on the following day set out to rejoin his regiment at Coiffy. The way was long, and he did not reach the castle till the prisoner and his escort were already on the march to Paris, but he was near enough to witness the absurd gasconade of Monsieur de Bourbon, who, having gathered together a very considerable force, notified the Duke of Lorraine of the day and hour when he would commence his journey. A cannon was fired from the battlements to give notice that the French troops were in motion, and the whole body remained in battle array for about half an hour, to give the Duke, Monsieur de Bourbon said, an opportunity of rescuing the prisoner if he could. When this comedy had been enacted, the worthy Laporte joined his regiment and fell into the ranks, resolved, as he states, to watch for some happy accident which might enable him to communicate with the captive. Fortune favoured him sooner than he expected, and, indeed, beyond all expectation. In the midst of the troops, consisting of some 900 horse, rode the Counts of Bourbon and Boulogne, with Lord Montagu between them, treated with every mark of profound respect, but disarmed, without spurs, and mounted on a small horse not very capable of competing in speed with those which surrounded him. Laporte marked all this well, but a much more easy and secure mode of communicating with the English nobleman than any effort in the open field soon presented itself. The Baron de Ponthieu, a gentleman of considerable distinction, was one of the officers of Laporte's company of Gendarmes de la Reine, and, as soon as he saw a man whose leave of absence did not expire for some weeks suddenly rejoin his regiment, an instant suspicion crossed his mind that his inferior officer had some important object in view. The Baron was one of the most devoted partisans of the Queen. He knew that Laporte was a bird of the same colour, and also that he came straight from Paris. Quick and clear-sighted, Ponthieu, it appears,
in his conjectures came near the real object of his companion in arms. But he had the rare gift of discretion, and after having sounded Laporte and found that he was unwilling to trust his dangerous secret even to him, he contented himself with losing no occasion to give facilities for communication between the Queen's attendant and the English prisoner. What marks the age as especially an age of faction is the fact that men usually sensitive on the point of honour had not the slightest scruple in violating their most sacred obligations and most solemn oaths in favour of the party to which they belonged. No shame, no remorse attached to such acts, but, on the contrary, were looked upon, both by actors and observers, as proofs of chivalrous daring and skilful diplomacy. Ponthieu and Laporte, though serving in what was called the Queen's gendarmes, were the soldiers of the king, bound by solemn oaths to obey and serve him against all and everyone. But they had not the least hesitation in betraying their trust and violating their promise when it was to assist the Queen or thwart the minister. It was not dishonest or disloyal in their eyes. It was honourable and chivalrous. There is too much of this in the world even now, and there was much more then, and the wars of the Fronde both brought the abuse to its height and in some degree wrought its cure. Monsieur de Bourbon had received secret instructions to treat Lord Montagu with every sort of consideration, while taking all measures to prevent his escape. And at each halt upon the long march, the officers of the various corps which escorted him were invited to bear him company during the evening, and various devices were formed for amusing the prisoner. Ponthieu, divining, as I have said, Laporte's object, invited his young comrade to partake his quarters, which were always near those of de Bourbon, and took care that he should be at all the parties given in the evening for Montagu's entertainment. At the very first interview, Montagu, who never forgot a face, remembered having seen the young officer when he had visited Paris some years before, and mutual looks of intelligence conveyed the information that Laporte was not there without a purpose. Cards were introduced, and the ensign of the Queen's gendarmes contrived to slip a pencil across to the captive. On the succeeding night, Laporte sat at the same card table with Montagu, Monsieur de Bourbon, and Ponthieu. But in shuffling the pack, the young officer let it fall, scattering the cards upon the floor. He stooped instantly to remedy the effects of his awkwardness. Montagu stooped also with an easy grace to assist him, and before he rose, a note was in his pocket, beseeching him to inform the writer if amongst his papers there had been any matter which could compromise the Queen, and desiring him to be very careful of even mentioning her name. On the following evening, Lord Montagu, with a free and unembarrassed air, held out his hand to the young officer when they met, and, with better skill than the Signor Morini, contrived to slip into the hand of Laporte an answer to the note of the preceding night, without being seen by anyone. It conveyed the joyful news that the Queen's name had never been mentioned in the papers which had fallen into the hands of the captors, and that Montagu himself would rather die than compromise her in any way. Nevertheless, although he knew the anxiety and suspense of his royal lady, Laporte did not venture to trust the billet out of his own hands, nor again to quit his regiment to carry the intelligence himself. He was forced, therefore, to accompany the prisoner's escort by slow marches to Paris, and to see Montagu lodged in the Bastille. As soon as that was done, however, he found his way secretly to the Louvre, and easily explained to Anne of Austria the causes of his delay and the complete success of his mission. He tells the story himself, but, with the usual fate of zeal, intelligence, and devotion, his services were but poorly rewarded, though they were highly praised. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. And where was Edward Langdale all this time? On the day which saw Lord Montagu a prisoner in the Bastille, the poor lad had been just a month in the Château de Coiffy, and his captivity was not yet at an end. Care had been taken that he should have no opportunity of seeing Lord Montagu,
and though he was well treated, and his personal liberty seemed but little abridged within the walls, there was a cold, silent guard kept over him, which tended a good deal to subdue his impatient spirit. If he spoke to anyone, he received a civil answer, but it was confined to 2 or 3 words, and never afforded any information. If he asked for writing materials, they were promised, but never came. If he walked on one of the ramparts, there was a soldier at each end, who never lost sight of him, and his own chamber, with 1 or 2 of the passages near, was the only place where he found himself free from supervision. His principal resort was the walls, where on fine days he would sit and think, and gaze over the undulating country round, for hours, pondering his own fate, dreaming of Lucette, or asking himself what the conduct of Monsieur de Bourbon could mean. It certainly had its meaning, and the secret was a very simple one. The reader has already the key in the few words spoken by the Count on the first night of Edward's captivity. He had determined that the youth should have no communication with Richelieu till he himself had reaped the reward he expected for the valuable services he believed he had rendered. For many reasons, however, the cardinal was slower in bestowing that reward than the Count anticipated. In the first place, his mind was profoundly occupied with matters which we shall have to touch upon hereafter. In the next place, the service of the Count was not so great as he imagined. Lord Montagu was a prisoner, it is true. The treaty with Spain, Lorraine, and Savoy was in the minister's hands, and the schemes of the external enemies of France were dissipated or deranged. But there were few names in France itself implicated by the papers which had been seized, and fewer letters found which could bring home to Richelieu's foes the treason which many of them had certainly meditated. Thus day after day passed without bringing to Monsieur de Bourbon the expected recompense, and it suited well with the cardinal's policy to keep the nobility of the kingdom expectant upon the bounty of the minister, as they were now daily becoming, rather than dictators to the government, as they had too long been. Poor Edward suffered without the minister knowing it, and at the end of 3 long months the youth determined to endure but a few days longer. He contrived, with some oil and the soot of his lamp, to fabricate a sort of ink. A leaf torn out of one of the books which were amongst the baggage returned to him served him for paper sufficient to write on, and with such rude materials he contrived to indite a letter to Monsieur de Bourbon, which will explain itself. "Sir," he said, "you informed me that you would send me to the Cardinal Prime Minister by the very first opportunity, and on that understanding I gave my parole not to escape. You have broken your word, and I might be held justifiable in breaking mine. But the word of an English gentleman is too sacred to be trifled with. I therefore give you notice of my intention to leave the castle of Coiffi as soon as I find an opportunity of doing so after this letter has had full time to reach you, and you have had full time to take your measures accordingly. Your men have debarred me the use of pen and ink, and cut me off from all communication with others. They may neglect or refuse to carry this letter, but I shall give it to one of them for that purpose, and if it do not reach you, the fault is not that of Edward Langdale. Postscriptum, I shall not set out for 14 days. The epistle was given to the servant who brought his food, with an injunction to have it given to the post-courier. At first the man hesitated to take it, but on seeing that it was directed to his master, he ultimately consented, and Edward applied all his thoughts to devise the means of carrying the resolution he had expressed into execution, let Monsieur de Bourbon take what precautions he would. The 14 days passed without any answer, and all seemed dull and tranquil as before, but some messengers had been coming and going, and Edward little doubted that one of them bore directions in regard to himself. To test the fact, on the 15th morning he walked out upon the walls and approached quietly one of the little flights of steps that led down from the ramparts towards some of the outworks. Instantly the sentinel presented his musketoon, saying, "You cannot pass here." "Why not?" asked the youth. "I have passed before." "The orders are changed," answered the man gruffly. "Keep off, I say." Edward was satisfied. Monsieur de Bourbon had received his letter, his parole was at an end, and he felt almost as if he were already free. 2 days passed without his making any attempt to escape, but he carefully selected everything from amongst his baggage which was most valuable, including money, and packed it in the smallest compass. Sometimes, indeed, he was tempted to leave all behind, for he foresaw that he should have to swim the canal. But the absolute necessity of money in almost every transaction of life he had learned early, and he remembered that he had a large piece of France to traverse. His attention was next directed to ascertain if, by passing boldly through the interior of the chateau, he could not turn the position of the sentinels upon the walls just in face of his windows, and emerge upon the opposite ramparts, which, from all he recollected of the approach to the castle, and from various other circumstances which had come to his knowledge during his long stay, he imagined were neither very high nor very well guarded. Away he went then along the passage through which he had always been allowed to pass, to a door at the end on the left-hand side, where there had usually sat a servant, and which he understood, believed would be a better word, for he knew not what had led him to the conclusion, which he believed led to the apartments of the Countess of Bourbon. But now no servant sat there, either to question or let him pass. The door, however, was shut, and when he tried it, he found it locked. It was a great disappointment, for the servant who usually sat there was sometimes male, sometimes female, and he had calculated that he could devise some means of getting either out of the way. The ramparts before his windows were too steep for him to attempt the leap. Had the fosse been immediately below, he might have risked it, trusting that the water would soften his fall. But a ridge of dry ground ran along under the wall, and the breaking or dislocation of a limb, with his consequent recapture, was inevitable. He returned to his room then, disappointed but not disheartened, and instantly applied himself to form some new scheme. The first thought that struck him was that a rope ladder might be constructed from the ropes which in those days garnished every bedstead in France. It would be short indeed, but at all events it might diminish the distance between the parapet and the ground, and by dropping from the last round he would not, he thought, have more than 8 or 10 feet to fall. He instantly set to work to detach the ropes from the sacking, but he had not unlaced a yard before he asked himself how, when it was constructed, he was to fasten the upper end of his ladder to the parapet. With all his ingenuity, he was puzzled. There was nothing in the room of which he could make a hook, nothing in the world except an ancient pair of tongs for putting wood upon the fire, and he might as well have tried to make a hook out of the Colossus of Rhodes. He looked round and round in vain, when suddenly, as his eyes rested upon the heavy key in the lock of the door, he thought that keys would sometimes fit more locks than one. He took it out at once, greased it well with oil from the lamp, and walked quietly along the corridor to the end of the passage. It was still locked, and by applying his eye to the keyhole he saw that there was no obstruction. The key had been taken away, probably to prevent any tampering with the servants on the part of the young prisoner, but he saw also 3 persons sitting by a large fireplace in the long gallery before him. There were a lady of 2 or 3 and 20, probably Madame de Bourbon, a very beautiful child, 3 years old perhaps, and another woman whose dress betrayed the soubrette. Edward had to return to his room again and wait with impatience for the trial of the key. As he meditated by the remains of his fire, he remembered having heard that, but a year or 2 before, the famous Duke of Buckingham himself, while ambassador in Paris, in a wild frolic had passed through the whole of the royal palace disguised as the White Lady. Some sort of disguise might not be amiss, thought Edward. Each of these old chateaux has some superstitious tale attached to it. A sheet and a little lamp-black will make a very good ghost, but it is not yet time. His impatience had well nigh ruined all, however, for, just as he was about to take one of the sheets from the bed, to tear a hole for his head to pass through, the servant entered his room with a fresh supply of wood. "When does Monsieur de Bourbon return?" asked Edward. "I hope when he does he will give me a warmer room." "I do not know," answered the man, piling some more wood on the fire. "Some say he comes Saturday, that is, the day after tomorrow." Edward let him depart, and then sat and listened. For at least 2 hours sounds were still to be heard in the chateau, but they gradually died away. At midnight the password was heard upon the walls, then there was some tramping up and down, and then all was silent. Edward knew that there was a snug, warm pavilion, or lookout, thrown forth from the walls, whence the whole line of the curtain on that side could be seen, but which was sheltered from all rude winds, and he doubted not the 2 guards had retreated to its friendly covering, for it was a cold spring night, and the keen blast was sweeping over the open country round. He waited some 5 minutes longer, and then wrapped the sheet round him, smeared his face with the soot of the lamp, and sallied out with the key in his hand. All was darkness in the passage, and he had to feel with his fingers along the wall, not without some anxiety as to how he should find his way through the part of the house with which he was not acquainted. Liberty was at stake, however, and on he went. Fortune favoured him. At the end of the passage a faint light came through the keyhole of the door he was in search of. It was red, though dim, and he at once comprehended that it did not proceed from any lamp left burning, but from the embers of a half-exhausted fire. Then came the all-important moment. Quietly and slowly he applied the key to the lock. It entered readily, but when he came to turn it there was some resistance. He was almost in despair, but thinking he might not have pressed the key home, he pushed hard, and it started forward with some noise. He paused to listen, but there was no sound, and twisting it slowly round, the lock gave way, the door opened, and the gallery he had seen through the keyhole was before him, with the wood fire burnt low in a large fireplace on the left-hand side. There were a number of doors on the right, tight shut to keep out the wintry air, but the gallery was vacant, and the fire gave light enough. On then he strode toward the opposite end, calculating that he was now in the great tower or lodging part of the castle, and soon reached the farther extremity of the gallery, where another door presented itself, with the key in the lock. The moment he opened it, the cold air rushed in, and he found himself in a little garden upon the inner ramparts. All was still, and there seemed nothing but 1 or 2 bare apple trees and some withered shrubs and flowers. The rampart, however, was very high, and all the young man's trouble would have been in vain had he not divined that there must be some lower outwork to defend the foot of the wall. The moon was not yet up. There was no light but that of the stars, and he walked cautiously along under the parapet till he came to some descending steps. He could see no one on the walls, but the dry leaves crackled under his footsteps, and more than once made him stop, thinking a sentinel was near. At the bottom of the steps was another wall, with embrasures, and a solitary cannon, evidently commanding the approach from some work below. And, making his way along for about 40 steps, Edward reached some more stairs, which led him down to what seemed a small bastion. At the foot he paused, for upon the wall of the outwork he perceived some dark object, which he could not clearly make out. It was too large for a man, he thought, and it remained motionless, and after gazing for several minutes he quietly mounted the 5 steps which led up to the platform. He then perceived that the object which had alarmed him was a rude sentry-box, with a cannon hard by, and having ascertained that it was empty, he looked over and beheld the river flowing quietly through the fosse at the foot. The wall was about 11 feet in height, and he certainly would not have feared to leap, but noise was to be avoided, and, tying the end of the sheet to one of the trunnions of the cannon, the young adventurer let himself down by his hands as far as he could, and then dropped into the water. A slight splash was all the sound, but he sunk deep, and his feet touched the bottom. He rose again, however, and thanking in heart the harsh angler who had first counselled him to learn to swim, he struck out for the other side of the fosse, and reached it in a moment. It was a sharp night, it is true, for cold bathing, but his heart felt warm with the consciousness of freedom, and getting amongst the low bushes which covered a good part of the ground on the Lorraine side of the castle, he walked rapidly round to the other side, and then struck across the country directly toward the heart of Burgundy. Edward had many motives for so shaping his course. He had heard a vague rumour that the Duke of Lorraine had made his peace with France, and therefore he was as likely to be interrupted in the Duke's territories as anywhere. In the next place, he knew that his evasion must be discovered early on the following morning, and the pursuit was of course likely to be directed on the side where the open doors
and the sheet tied to the cannon gave evidence of the course he had first taken. But after all, there was a certain degree of whim or character, or call it what you like, in it. He had told Monsieur de Bourbon that, if at liberty, he would go straight to the Cardinal de Richelieu. Some people might have thought that it was going straight into a lion's den, but Edward did not fear, and he determined to go frankly and at once throw himself upon the cardinal's generosity, tell him all he had done and all he had suffered, and show him that he had kept his word in coming back to him, though only 7 months instead of 2 years had passed since they had parted. He anticipated no obstruction in that direction if he could once get at a distance from Coiffy, for he still had the cardinal's safe conduct about him. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. 20 miles in a day is no great walking. I myself have walked 40 in 10 hours. But the great point is what we walk over. It is the great point in life, too, for the worthy patriarchs, I have no doubt, journeyed through life for 200 or 300 years without getting weary, simply because they had such an easy road to travel. Abraham had to fight now and then, it is true, and from time to time there was a quarrel amongst the herdsmen. But these were little incidents that only served to enliven the way, and the rest of the travel was without excitement of mind or great exertion of body. If Abraham or Isaac or Jacob had passed through nothing but low entangling bushes, bilberries and cranberries and sometimes blackberries with their long prickly arms, they would have laid themselves down to rest much sooner, and felt themselves as tired as Edward Langdale when, just about daybreak, he reached the end of the 20th mile from the chateau of Coiffy. Edward had then arrived at a country somewhat more open, and he sat himself down to rest not far from a little country road, which he could trace by the eye, running on, almost in a straight line, toward the tall square tower of a village church. But that village church was at least 6 miles distant, and Edward had not tasted food during 14 or 15 hours. His wet clothes had dried upon him too, under the cold night wind, stiffening every limb, and he had no comfortable little brandy bottle, such as so often cheers the way for the modern romantic traveller. The spot where he stopped, however, was a dry grassy mound, with some yellow broken ground before it, and out of the bank welled a little clear rivulet, where he quenched his thirst after the olden fashion before ladles or goblets were invented. While he was still stooping down he heard the beat of horses' feet upon the road, and, with that strong consciousness of running away which makes every man who possesses it more or less timid, he hid himself under the bank as well as he could. Presently, as well as the footfalls, he heard the sound of voices, and for a moment his apprehension was increased by one of the voices sounding familiar to his ear. He was relieved in a moment, however, and very much relieved. "Why, you are drunk already, you beast," said one voice, and then came the thick and juicy tones of good Pierre Lagrange, with the music of brandy very strong in them. "To be sure I am," answered Pierrot. "Have I not had sorrow and trouble enough to make me drunk every day of the week for the last 3 months? My noble lord in prison, Master Ned no one knows where, the only lad in all this world that could keep me straight." "Pierrot! Pierrot!" shouted Edward. "Jacques Beaupré, halt there! I am nearer than you think." The 2 horsemen stopped, the one with a dumb and stupefied gaze around, a little conscience-stricken perhaps at the state in which he had to present himself to his young master, the other with an observation in a low tone as to the consequences of talking of the devil. But Edward was soon by their side, and they were not long upon their horses' backs. Each was sincerely glad to see the young Englishman, for force of character as often wins affection as respect. Edward's adventures were soon told, and luckily the 2 men had some solid provisions with them, as well as Pierrot's brandy bottle, which was now nearly vacant of its contents. While the young gentleman ate and drank, the history of the two servants was related, at somewhat greater length than his own, though it was a very monotonous one. They had remained at Nancy with the rest of Lord Montagu's servants for some time, they said, before they heard of that nobleman's capture. After the news had reached them, a week was spent, according to Jacques Beaupré, in active deliberations, at the end of which, as they had a sufficiency of money, their wages having been paid for some time in advance, it was determined to stay quietly where they were, till they received some orders. One or two of their comrades, however, dropped off from time to time, till the two Frenchmen and young Freeland only remained of the whole party. For week after week no news came, but at length, some 4 days previous to that on which they spoke, a messenger had arrived from Lord Montagu, announcing his liberation and bearing funds to pay all expenses. At the same time, they said, Master Freeland was ordered to give them their discharge, and they were actually on their way back to their own part of France. "And so his lordship is liberated?" said Edward, with a slight touch of bitterness in his tone, for he could not imagine such an event to have happened so suddenly, that Montagu, who had found time to take care of common servants, had none to bestow a thought on him. "You are going back to Aunis, you say? Well, my good fellows, if you have a mind for such a companion, I will go with you. I will be no charge to you, for I have money enough with me. All I want is a horse and some arms." "Charge, Master Ned!" exclaimed Piero in a burst of semi-drunken enthusiasm. "What care we about charges? If it were the last crown I had in the world, I would share it with you. And as to a horse, here, get upon mine. I can walk well enough to that big village there, which they say is called Vittel. But here, let me take the pistols out of the holsters. I won't trust you with them, by my lord." "Nonsense," answered Edward. "I will not use them, man, upon my honour." "No, no," said Piero, deliberately taking the pistols from his saddle-bow. "If once you get your hand upon the stock, there is no knowing where the bullets may go flying, and my legs have got enough lead in them already this morning." "Your head has got brandy enough in it," said Jacques Beaupré. "That's what puts the lead in your heels. Here, let me hold the horse while our young master mounts, or you will be down with your nose in the water and set the fountain boiling." "If all the water in the world could wash it white," answered Piero, "I would tumble into a pond every day. It is that nose of mine that gets me a bad reputation and makes men say I drink. Why, every man drinks. It entirely depends upon what men drink. But after all, I think I had better try the cold water, for somehow I have a notion if I try to walk to Vittel with nothing but brandy in my stomach, I shall make the distance 3 times as long with zigzags and vagaries." Thus saying, while Edward mounted, very well pleased with some relief to his tired legs, Piero knelt down by the side of a tolerably deep little pool formed by the rivulet at the side of the road, and, putting his lips to the clear water, took a deep draught. Jacques Beaupré, however, seemed to think that the water had better be applied externally also, and, giving him a push with his foot, sent him headlong into the pool. The good man started up with a furious look, but we have already seen the singular effect which liquor had upon poor Piero Lagrange, an effect quite contrary to that which it produces on most men. The reader will not be surprised then that, though really angry, Piero sought no vengeance upon his assailant. Had we time, and were it worth while, I might be inclined to examine psychologically into this peculiarity of Piero's idiosyncrasy, but suffice it to say that the result probably proceeded from one of 2 causes. Nothing cows like shame carried to a certain degree, and Piero at heart was always ashamed of being drunk. On the other hand, as when he did drink he never stopped at that point where liquor merely exhilarates, but generally went far enough to deprive both brain and limbs of vigour, he might feel very doubtful of his capability to combat an enemy even much weaker than himself. However that might be, his immersion in cold water produced its usual effect. I do not say that it sobered him entirely, that would be too much, but it certainly greatly relieved his head and gave his limbs a capability of direct progression which they had not previously possessed. "Come, come, Piero," said Edward, interrupting him in the midst of terrible threats against Jacques. "We have no time to lose, my good friend. Did I not tell you that it is likely that I shall be pursued at once? We must get to the village as fast as possible, and then ride hard for the rest of the day, in order to put as great a distance between us and Coiffy as we can." "Go on, then, go on," cried Piero. "I will come after as fast as I can. You can be buying a horse and arms in the meantime, if you can find them. If not, I suppose you must take to Franc-Étré." Edward took him at his word, and, accompanied by Jacques Beaupré, rode on, running over in his mind, with his usual quickness, his chances of escape and the best means of securing it. He did not know, indeed, how far the local jurisdiction, either as seigneur or government officer, of the Count de Bourbon extended, but he felt that, if he could once get beyond its limits, no other governor or government officer would recognise it, in opposition to the safe conduct under the cardinal's own hand. Speed, therefore, was everything, and though he had neither whip nor spur with him, his light hand and thorough horsemanship easily kept Piero's horse at a swift trot till they reached the village of Vittel. France has always been a comfortable country to travel in. Most villages have always possessed a tolerable inn, though the external man was sometimes not so well provided for as the internal. But what Edward principally wanted at that moment was generally in those days to be found in almost any part of France. People then almost universally travelled on horseback, and very rarely went without arms. Pistols and a good sword, therefore, were soon found in Vittel, but a horse took longer to obtain, not from any want of the commodity, for there were plenty of very excellent nags in the town, but from the invariable and unextinguishable propensity inherent in horse-dealers to cheat the chapman, and never to sell a good horse under any circumstances if they can sell a bad one. 6 were brought in succession to the door of the inn for Edward's inspection, without remaining for more than a minute before he ordered them away. At length, however, one of the dealers, perceiving that he had not to do with a novice, as Edward's youth had first led him to imagine, thought fit to bring forth from the stable a beast which, though not very handsome and somewhat vicious, if not so great a devil as that which Edward rode from Angers, was a good serviceable beast enough. All these things cost but a small sum compared with the price which we should pay for them in the present day, and bridle, saddle, and a pair of spurs were quite within the young gentleman's means. Piero had arrived in time to give his opinion in regard to the purchase of the horse, and as he was now sober, that opinion was worth having. But the first moment he found himself alone with his former master he was eloquent in his excuses for his relapse, and Edward could not but admit to himself that, left alone in a great city where he knew no one, uncertain of his fate from day to day, and with sufficient money, no poor sinner had ever better cause to plead temptation. The young Englishman contented himself, however, with telling him that, as he was no longer his master, he could pretend to no control over his conduct. "Ah, Master Ned," cried the honest fellow, "do not say I am no longer your servant. Pray do control me. I am sure I cannot control myself. You are the only one who ever could, and I do believe if I could but stay with you for a couple of years, I should get over my bad habits." See what an effect good training had. All the time I was at Nancy, I declare, I did not drink 2 quarts till this very morning. Ask Jacques Beaupré, he will tell you the same, and if you will but let me serve you for 2 years, you may read my name backward if I ever drink again. "I am afraid, my good friend," answered Edward, "you would always be what the Catholics call a relapsed convert. As to serving me 2 years, Piero, God knows what will become of me before 2 years are over, and in the meantime I have little enough money for myself, and none to keep a man upon." "Well, well," cried Piero joyfully, "I will run fortune with you, only don't send me away, and don't fire at me any more unless you see me drunk, when it will be natural. But now tell me, Master Ned, where are you going now?" "Into the lion's den, Piero," replied Edward, with a somewhat rueful smile. "I am going straight to the Cardinal de Richelieu." "In the name of heaven!" exclaimed Piero, with a look of astonishment. "Do you know he is now besieging Rochelle with a powerful army? The king has fallen sick and gone back to Paris. The cardinal has tucked up his gown and turned soldier, and our poor friends in the city are already, they say, so badly off for food that they will soon have to eat each other. The cardinal will not let a mouse stir out, and if anyone ventures beyond the walls, they send a shot at him and drive him in again." Edward mused without reply for some moments, and while he was still silent, Jacques Beaupré came back to the little salle à manger, and stood by the young gentleman's side. "Poor Clement Tournon!" cried Edward, still musing. "Ay, poor Clement Tournon," said Jacques Beaupré in a sad tone. "He is a good man, sir, and took care of me from my boyhood." "I would give the world to save him," answered Edward. "Come, let us ride." They were soon upon their horses. Edward mounted first and Piero last, having stopped to answer some questions of the host. "What did he ask you?" said Edward, as they rode on. "He asked where your lordship was going," answered Piero, "and I told him straight to the cardinal." "Right," said Edward. "And did he call me lordship, Piero? My lordship is a very small one." "Ay, sir, but you have got quite a grand air now, though your doublet is somewhat soiled by dust and wet. You cannot think how you are changed since we left Nantes. What between riding and getting stuck and being in prison and having grown broad and brown, and your moustache is an inch long, those who saw you before would never know you." "I hope they will," answered Edward, with a smile followed by a sigh. "And as for my doublet, I must get a new one, whenever I can afford to stop without danger. All my baggage I left with the discreet Monsieur de Bourbon, but if I am not mistaken, Piero, I will make him pay all he owes me before I have done." "At the pistol's point?" asked Piero, with a grim smile. "No, no," replied Edward, "in another way and by other means. But let us ride on fast, for I have a great notion the news you left with the aubergist will sharpen the spurs of anyone who may be pursuing us." The whole party accordingly rode forward more quickly, but not at so headlong a pace as to risk any damage to their horses, and before night all fear of pursuit was ended by their entrance into another province, where, at a small walled town, which they reached just after sunset, Edward was obliged to produce his safe conduct before the soldiers at the gates would give them admission. The officer to whom it was shown, at the first sight of the broad seal of France and the name of Richelieu, respectfully came out of the guard-house to bid the bearer welcome, and asked with great politeness where he was going to lodge in the town, and whither his journey was directed. "I am going straight to Rochelle, or wherever his eminence of Richelieu may be," replied the young Englishman. "As to the place where I shall lodge, I shall be glad of advice, for I am a stranger here, and must depart early tomorrow." "Your horses look tired, sir," said the officer. "You had better give them some rest." "No wonder they are tired," replied the young man, "for we have ridden from the frontiers of Lorraine, where I was somewhat badly treated, lost all my baggage, but luckily saved my purse." "By brigands?" asked the officer. "No better," answered Edward, somewhat bitterly. "But may I ask you the way to the best inn?" The officer, all politeness, sent one of the soldiers to show him the way, and in a large, comfortable, though somewhat gloomy old auberge, the young Englishman passed the first night for several months with a feeling of freedom and security. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. We left Edward Langdale at nightfall, and by the reader's good leave may as well take him up again about the same hour, but with an interval of some 10 days. The interval measured upon the earth's surface must be equally great. When we last saw him, he was entering a little town on the frontiers of Burgundy, just after the cool sunset of a chilly spring day. He was now riding out of the fine old town of Nyons after a warm day's journey, for even under the genial sky of France 10 days will make a great difference, and bring the warm breath of the south to expand the flowers, though winter even there will sometimes linger in the lap of spring. "Well, sir," said Jacques Beaupré, who was a good deal tired with a longer day's ride than usual, "everybody says you will find the town full of soldiers, and we all know where fighting men are, there is no room for civil men." "We will find room, Jacques," replied Edward in a light, confident tone. "And as to civility, if we don't show ourselves too militant, The fighting men will be civil enough, depend on it. But, my good friend, I must, if possible, see the cardinal to-morrow. They tell me that an assault upon Rochelle will be made shortly, and if I could but get into the town for a few hours—" Jacques Beaupré shook his head, saying, "Ah, sir, it is all in vain. I will go as far to help poor old Clement Tourmente as any man, but the good syndic is most likely dead of starvation by this time, and if he is not, you might as well try to persuade a cat to let a mouse out of her jaws as attempt to persuade his eminence to let one single soul, old or young, get out of Rochelle." "I will try at all events," answered Edward. "He who makes no effort never succeeds. He who makes an effort may fail, but he may succeed. The man who helped me at my utmost need shall never say that I did not try to help him when he was in a harder scrape. Ride on, we still have 3 leagues to go." The twilight grew fainter as they went, and it was quite dark when they emerged from the little wood which lies about a quarter of a league from the small old town of Fontenay, then universally called Rouen. It is now a mere insignificant burgh, but in those times, and in the time before, it was a small city of some importance, if not for its commerce, at least for its capabilities for defence. It had even ventured a short time before to set at defiance the arms of France, and had made an obstinate resistance, but having fallen at length, had suffered severely from the captors. It was night, as I have said, when Edward and his 2 companions first came within sight, and very little of the place would have been visible had not a large body of men, which formed the rear guard of the royal army, been marched out some days before and encamped a mile beyond the town. Everyone who has seen a camp must have remarked how much more light finds its way to the sky from amongst the tents in the early part of the night than arises from amongst the houses of a city, though, perhaps, much more populous. And now the blaze from watch-fires and lamps and torches threw out the dark masses of the town of Rouen, with its fine old castle, in strong relief. It is rarely that the rear of any army is guarded with as much care as its van. Few captains are as careful as Earl Percy, but in this case negligence was more excusable, for no one in all the camp ever dreamed of such a thing as an attack in the rear. Moreover, to say the truth, that rear guard in advance of Rouen was composed of a somewhat disorderly set, gentlemen and soldiers alike, not one of whom wished particularly to see the fall of Rochelle. To explain the cause of this indifference would take up too much time, but the words of Bassompierre revealed the fact when he said, "You will see we shall be fools enough to take Rochelle." However that might be, Edward and his companions had passed the centre of the town before they saw a single soldier. It was badly lighted, it was true, but the cause of their not seeing any was that there were none to be seen. The young gentleman looked for guard, or piquet, or patrol in vain, till he arrived within 100 yards of the end of the street which leads up from Pont de Cossé to the castle. There, however, he was challenged for the first time, one of a group of musketeers who were drinking at the door of a house starting up and demanding the password. Edward, unable to give it, requested to see the man's officer, and was led unceremoniously into the house, where he found an old grey-headed gentleman seated reading, with his steel cap upon the table. To him the young gentleman's errand was soon explained, and his safe conduct exhibited. "I cannot let you pass, young gentleman, without further orders," said the old man, "but if you will wait here for an hour, I will send on your name and the description of your pass to our commander. He will soon let us hear from him. I am rather curiously situated myself, and therefore must be careful." "I must wait the leisure of the king's officers," answered Edward in a civil tone; "but in the meanwhile, perhaps my 2 men, who are without, can get some forage for the horses and some food for themselves. I have not seen an inn open in the whole place." "I suppose not," said the old officer drily, "but some of my people will easily find for yours what they want. Pray, be seated and wait till my return." He was not gone more than 5 minutes, and then about an hour passed in broken and desultory conversation between him and his visitor, whom he treated with every sort of distinction, for by this time Edward was once more equipped in the garments of a gentleman of the court, which were none the less gentlemanly for being plain and sober. Some of the old gentleman's questions and observations seemed to his young companion somewhat strange. He asked if Edward had met any parties of armed men on the road, how long he had travelled, which way he had come, and remarked that this siege was a weary business, and that the cardinal was determined to carry Rochelle, whatever it might cost. Edward replied as shortly as politeness permitted, and only put a few questions in return. Amongst them, however, he inquired who was the officer commanding the troops in front, and heard, with sensations not altogether pleasant, that his name was Monsieur de Lude, into whose hands he had fallen once before. At the end of an hour he was relieved, however, for a soldier, entering the room with every appearance of haste, gave a letter into the hands of the old officer, who opened and read it with a good deal of merriment. Monsieur de Lude writes thus, he said: "Present my compliments to Monsieur de Langdale, and inform him that I cannot let him pass the post till I have the cardinal's permission, which I have no doubt will be given as soon as he hears his name." "Shall I read the rest?" asked the old officer. Edward nodded, and he went on thus: "I got into a devil of a scrape last summer about him and a girl he had with him. Who the mischief he is I don't know, but, by what the cardinal said when I saw him, I think he must be his eminence's pet cat turned into a cavalier. On your life, be as civil to him as possible, give him the best rooms in the castle, and feed and drink him well till I can come over myself, which will be as soon as I hear from the cardinal to-morrow. I am half afraid to stop him, but what can I do? The orders are strict not to let any one pass the post, because—" "The rest," continued the old man abruptly, "refers to matters of no consequence. You will find the rooms of the castle very comfortable, for they were inhabited by the Duke de Rohan but a few weeks before we sat down before the place, and some of the old servants have been suffered to remain till the king's pleasure is known. Heaven grant there be no ghosts there to disturb you, though there are some strange tales, as in regard to every old country house." "I am not afraid of anything unsubstantial," answered Edward. "Do you know what has become of the Duke de Rohan?" "No, not rightly," replied the old officer with some slight hesitation. "They did say he was threatening the right flank of the army with a body of horse, but he must have found out by this time it was of no use. Men must submit to circumstances, sir. But let us go. I will have the honour of escorting you. We shall find your servants somewhere about." And, calling aloud for torches, he led the way out of the low house where he had taken up his quarters, and gave some orders to the men about the door. Before the torches were lighted, and Edward Langdale and his companion, with 2 men before them, had proceeded 100 yards up the hill, Jacques Beaupré and Pierrot had joined them, leading the horses. In sooth, the party proceeded exceedingly slowly, and it took a full quarter of an hour to reach the gates of the château. All watch and ward was gone, and at the inner door of the lodging part of the building appeared a tremulous old man with a candle in his hand. The old officer called him Matthew, as if they had been long acquainted, and ordered him briefly to pay every attention to the guest and give him the best chambers in the house. "Those are the Duchess's apartments," said the old major domo. "We will have a fire lighted in a moment, gentlemen, but I fear me there is not much in the house to eat. However, I will tell old Henri Borgne, who was cook here before Maître Grandin's father came, to get something ready with all speed." "No, no," said the old officer, "this gentleman is not fond of antediluvian sauces. I will make shift to send him up a roast chicken and a pottage. We are not particularly well off for provisions down below, but I can find something, and I think, Matthew, you can find the wine." "Hush, hush, sir," said the old man in a low voice. "If your soldiers did but hear." "I will break the first man's neck that climbs the hill," replied the officer. "I want nothing," said Edward. "We supped at Cossé, and my men have taken care of themselves below, depend upon it. Where is the Duchess now, Monsieur Matthew? And who has she got with her?" "Oh, she is in Venice still," replied the old man, "and there are Madame Saint-Aignan and Mademoiselle de Mirepoix, and 3 or 4 maids, and the serving men. Do you know her, sir? She is a fine lady, and mighty gay." "I have not the honour," said Edward. "But now, my good man, let the fire be lighted. I shall go to bed soon, for I have ridden long and hard. I trust," he continued, addressing the old officer, "that Monsieur de Lude will communicate my coming to his eminence as soon as possible,
for it is very necessary that I should see him without delay." "Be you sure he will do that?" replied the other. "De Lude is not a man to burn his fingers twice with the same chestnut." He then took his leave. The old servant with the candle marshalled the way ceremoniously to a very splendid suite of apartments which had escaped, I know not how, from the rude hands of the soldiers when the town was taken. Pierrot and Jacques Beaupré disposed of themselves, doubtless very comfortably, and Edward sat down to meditate. The reader need not ask what was the subject of his thoughts, if he remembers that those were the halls and dwelling place of the ancestors of Lucette. Was it a dream? He asked himself. Hardly 9 months before had he passed with her not many miles from that very spot? Had they wandered alone together for weeks without restraint? Had they borne suffering, anxiety, danger in dear companionship, which made even danger sweet? Had they been married, parted, met again, and again parted? There are times when a sensation of the unreality of all things upon this earth comes over us, when memory seems but a dream, our past acts a vision, our hopes, our fears, our enjoyments, but the fancies of the fleeting hour. For an instant it was so with Edward Langdale as he sat and gazed into the flickering and phantasm-begetting fire. But when he turned his eyes around upon those old walls, whose scrolls and sconces and fantastic ornaments all spoke of the past, all told that he was in the dwelling of the Rohan-Rohans, the strange shadowy doubts vanished. He felt that there was something real in the world, something more real than mere tangible objects, that, if all else died or passed away like a show, the realities of heart and mind must remain forever. That esteem, affection, love, truth, honesty and honour, genius and wisdom can never perish. For how long he sat he knew not, but his meditations were interrupted by the old servant bringing in fresh wood, with a man from the town below bearing a tray of provisions. The former he was glad to have, for the night had grown chilly, but the latter he sent away to Pierrot and Beaupré, bidding them eat and then go to rest, as he wanted nothing more. The old man, after reverent offers of service, put some fresh candles in the sconces and left him, assuring him that he should have had candlesticks, fine silver flambeaux, but they had been taken away. Edward, left alone, began to pace up and down the room. He looked at the bed, which seemed comfortable enough, and thought of lying down, but he had no inclination to sleep. The chamber was a square room in an angle of the tower, one side looking to the south and the other to the east. The windows were without blinds or shutters. Edward advanced to one on the southern side, from which there was a view over a considerable part of the camp. The glow which had risen in that direction some hours before had considerably diminished. The watch-fires were dying out. The torches no longer moved about from place to place. He lifted his eyes to the sky, studded with stars, and saw a planet with a pure, mild light moving upward untwinkling amongst the more steadfast watchers of the night. Can there be any truth, he thought, in those tales of the astrologers? Can the fate of many men, of many nations, depend upon the course of such a pale, silent orb as that? And turning to the table again, he sat down and let his thoughts run on in the new course they had assumed. Everything grew more and more silent around. The village clock struck. He did not count its sounds, but he felt it must be near midnight. Who can tell what it is which, when alone and in silence, at that still spectral hour, seems to chill the warm blood of the heart and fill the brain with ideas vague and awful and sublime, with fancies gloomy if not fearful? Edward sat thoughtfully for nearly half an hour longer. The fire had fallen low, and he rose and threw some more wood upon it, but it would not burn. He then rose and went to the other window, which looked eastward. The moon was just rising, and he could see over a wide extent of country, with the wood which he had passed on his way to Fontenay on the left of the picture, then half a mile or so of open sandy ground, then another wood to the right, and farther still, on the same side but more distant, the spires and towers of some other little town. There was a haziness of moonlight over the whole scene, but the moon, though she was strong enough to cast long shadows from every elevated object, so flooded the whole scene with light that the more distant features were not distinct.
Suddenly Edward raised his hand half open to his brow and gazed from underneath. He saw something that surprised him. A dark figure issued from the wood. More followed. Line after line of black, soldier-like phantoms swept over the sandy ground from the one wood toward the other, disappearing as they entered. But still more followed, horse and foot. They seemed to be a moving host, but there was something so quiet and gliding in their motions that Edward could hardly believe they were substantial. He opened the window quietly and listened. There was no noise. There was no beat of drum, or sound of fife, or clang of arms, or tramp of marching men. Yet still the line went on, troop after troop and squadron after squadron, in the same silent, stealthy way, and where he stood he could discern no shadows cast by the moon from the passing multitude. At length he thought that fatigue must have affected his mind or body strangely, and retiring from the window he closed it and lay down to sleep without undressing. His eyes closed heavily in a few minutes, but ere an hour was over he started up and gazed around him, wondering where he was. Then, as remembrance came back, he approached the window again and gazed out. The moon was higher in the heaven, and shining with great splendour, but the phantom host had disappeared, and nothing was to be seen but the misty landscape and the shadows of the trees. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. There was a loud knocking in the old castle of Rouen about 4:30 in the morning, and then various other sounds which seemed to indicate that people had been roused from their beds by some unusual summons. Horses' feet were heard stamping in the courtyard, too, and 2 or 3 persons talking below the windows. And Edward rose up, pulled on his boots, and lighted another candle in one of the sconces, which was nearly extinguished. In those days people were more matutinal in their habits than in our times, but still 4:30 was a somewhat early hour, and Edward had not slept well or long. He was bathing his face and head, however, in cold water, to waken up his sleepy faculties, when some person knocked at the door of his room. He bade them come in, and old Matthew, with the inevitable candle in his hand, entered, introducing a young man in military attire, who, having satisfied himself of Edward's name, presented a letter bearing his address. Edward opened it, and, approaching the light, read the contents. Monsieur de Lude begs to inform Monsieur de Langdale that the cardinal will receive him this morning, half an hour before daybreak. The bearer will be his guide to the quarters of his eminence. "We have hardly time," said Edward. "Oh yes," answered the other with a smile. "The cardinal sometimes keeps people waiting, and I took the liberty of ordering your people and your horses to be brought forth, wherever they might be." "Thanks for the precaution," said Edward, looking at his watch, and shrewdly suspecting that the messenger had somewhere dallied on the way. "It wants now 4:45. I will not detain you a moment, sir." And catching up his beaver and his cloak, and a few other articles that lay about the room, he descended to the courtyard, taking an opportunity of slipping some money into the hand of the old servant. Pierrot was already there with 2 horses, and Jacques Beaupré appeared the instant after, leading the other. No time was lost, and Edward was immediately in the saddle. 3 or 4 troopers followed, and the whole party set out down the steep streets from the castle toward the Pont de Cossé. Edward asked no questions as to the course in which their ride was directed, and hardly a word passed between him and his companion as they trotted rapidly on. The fact was, the young man's mind was full of the coming interview. On some points his determination was formed, but upon others he was doubtful. To tell all that had happened at Coiffy he was resolved, and to demand redress. But, turn it in his thoughts as he would, he could fix upon no way beforehand of introducing his proposed visit to Rochelle, and in the end he was obliged to leave it to chance and circumstance. Very little of the country did he see as they rode on, for the moonlight was checkered with cloudy shadows, and faint gleams and deep shades and hazy hollows, and brown knolls were all that caught the eye as the travellers passed along. At length, after several miles' ride, a gleam of light rested for a minute or two upon a little elevation, and on the walls of an old castle, not unlike that of Rouen, and the young officer by Edward's side pointed forward, saying, "There is Mosay, where his eminence has passed the last 4 days." "How far is it?" said Edward. "About 2 miles," replied the young man, "but we shall soon be there. The road is good and even." The light passed away, and Edward caught no other distinct view of the château till, about 20 minutes after, they began to ascend the little slope. He then perceived a red and garish glow ascending from amidst some old walls, and in a minute more was in the courtyard, where a number of torches were burning and several men and horses were collected. "Stay here," said the young officer. "I will go and announce you." And, leaving him there, he entered the château. He had not been gone 2 minutes, however, when there was a bustle on the steps of the great hall, and some 6 or 7 persons came forth, with a tall, fine-looking man at their head, habited certainly more in military than ecclesiastical costume; for, though he had a loose scarlet robe thrown over his shoulders, there was the gleam of a cuirass underneath, and he bore a heavy sword by his side. Edward pushed his horse forward, seeing at once it was the cardinal, but the great minister was evidently fully occupied. He spoke a few words to one of the little crowd which surrounded him, gave some papers to another, listened for a moment to a third, and then mounted a powerful charger which was held for him at the foot of the steps. His fine but somewhat stern face was full of thought, and the glare of the torches gave it even a look of harshness which Edward had never remarked there before. His eye turned upon everybody around, and rested longer perhaps on the face of Edward Langdale than upon that of any other. But he did not seem to recognise him, and probably only remarked him because he remained on horseback while all the rest were on foot. "Follow," said Richelieu, and rode away, while a faint tinge of grey began to spread itself through the dark sky, announcing the coming sunrise. As the party rode on, Edward remarked that Richelieu spoke a few words to those immediately about him, and presently after one fell back to his side and asked if his name were Langdale. He answered in the affirmative, and the gentleman then told him to ride up near his eminence. Edward did so, but the cardinal took no notice, and continued to push on at a quick pace till they reached the top of one of those abrupt little eminences which are scattered over the flatter ground upon the western coast of France. Upon the very summit Richelieu pulled in his horse, and by this time the pale bluish twilight had gained sufficient strength to show the brown moors and the yellow sands, and the towers and pinnacles of Rochelle, with the gleam of the sea beyond. An odour of seaweed also came sweeping up from the northwest, and a saltish taste was felt upon the lips of those who sat there and gazed. "Edward Langdale," said Richelieu after a moment or two, and Edward spurred his horse up to his side. "You have kept your word in coming back," said the cardinal, "but I did not expect you so soon." "That was because your eminence did not know all the circumstances," answered the young man, with that mixture of frankness and respect which is always well pleasing to the great. Richelieu raised what was then called a perspective glass, a very feeble sort of telescope, to his eye, and gazed toward Rochelle, the long lines of which were becoming more distinct every moment. Edward was silent, seeing that the mind of the great minister was fully occupied, and no one spoke a word for nearly 10 minutes. Then occurred one of those phenomena by no means uncommon, and easily accounted for in these days, but to which the superstition of old times lent a significance they do not now possess. Away out to the east the sun began to rise, somewhat pale and sickly in look, and with a whitish glare around him, while in the west, rising over the sea, appeared another sun, exactly of the same aspect and keeping as it ascended the same height in the sky. "Two suns in the same heaven!" exclaimed Richelieu with an accent of surprise. "Yes, your eminence," replied Edward, "but one is much brighter than the other, and its light will last after the other has gone out." Richelieu turned suddenly round and gazed in his face with an inquiring look, as if he thought there might be something beneath his words more significant than the words themselves. Then, bowing his head with a well-pleased smile, he said, "True, true, one is fading already." Whether Edward had spoken to his thoughts or not must be always a mystery, but it is certain that minds of great fire and eagerness, even without much fancy, will snatch at images supplied by external nature to figure forth without danger thoughts, dreams, purposes in their own hearts, which they dare not utter. The parable is always a resource of ambition, and often a resource of love. Certain it is, too, that there were at that time 2 suns in the sky of France, and that one was already fading into an obscurity, becoming darker and more dark till the faint figure of the dying monarch was hardly seen or felt, while the other was destined to go on increasing in splendour and power till it set for ever. Here the comparison may be supposed to halt, for some may say that the real sun was fading while the false one was increasing in splendour. But that depends, after all, upon how men appreciate greatness, whether genius or birth be the real sun. Louis XIII was at all events endowed with military genius, but even in the splendour of that most dazzling, to the eyes of men, of human gifts, his rays were paling before the superior endowments of his minister. Sickness, weariness, disgust, despondency, we know not well what, had already induced him to withdraw from the siege of Rochelle, and to leave Richelieu to carry on the operations with a force, an energy, a talent, which would have won fame for the most distinguished general or engineer. The cardinal might well, therefore, apply the words of Edward Langdale to himself, feeling them a compliment which, like the misty light of a summer's day, was the more warm because it was in some degree indefinite. Richelieu did not wish to have it otherwise, and, without further words, turned his eyes once more upon the scene before them. A small battery opened its fire upon the walls of the devoted town as they sat there and gazed, but nobody could see whether it produced any effect or not. Richelieu, at all events, paid little attention to it, and only murmured to himself, "Waste of saltpetre." Shortly after, he sent off 2 gentlemen on horseback with messages written in pencil on small scraps of paper, and then turned to gaze again. Some 5 minutes after, a man on horseback came back, galloping up from the rear, and gave him some information in a low voice. For a short space his brow contracted as if with anger, but the emotion lasted evidently only a moment, and the next instant he smiled almost gaily, and he said aloud, "Well, one may have too many rats in a rat-trap. Monsieur Langdale, come hither." Edward rode close up, and the cardinal asked, "Do you know anything of the Duke de Rohan?" "No, your eminence," replied Edward. "I have not seen or heard of him for nearly 9 months." "You did not see him last night?" said Richelieu. "The Duke de Rohan?" exclaimed Edward in a tone of surprise. "I passed all last night, sir, in the Château de Fontenay, but the Duke certainly was not there to my knowledge." "Nevertheless," said Richelieu in a quiet tone, "he passed from right to left of our army in the rear with his whole force, so I understand." "Now I comprehend what I saw last night," said Edward, and he detailed all he had observed from the window of the château. "It was no phantom," said Richelieu gravely, "but it is as well. I wonder if there were other people in the town or castle who took men for shadows as well as you. How long are you from Savoy, where I last heard of you?" "A long time, may it please your eminence," replied the young Englishman, "but only 11 days from the Château of Coiffy, whence you certainly should have heard of me if they had not debarred me the use of pen and ink, and kept me a close prisoner for months." "Ha!" said the minister with a grave, stern face. "Monsieur de Bourbon thinks he can play with me, does he? And now he fancies he has got his reward. But we must talk more of this when I have some leisure. At present, that little black line there," he continued, pointing toward Rochelle, "occupies much of my thoughts. The battery has not yet ceased firing. These men of trumpet and broadsword, Monsieur Langdale, attribute more virtue to gunpowder and cannon balls than I do. There are much more efficient elements in war." "Indeed, your eminence," exclaimed Edward. "May I ask what?" "The impudent young cur," said one of the older officers near to another in a low voice, "talks to the cardinal as if he were his bottle companion." Richelieu answered calmly, but with emphasis. A pickaxe and a shovel, followed up by movements of those two great officers, pestilence and famine. When you announced in Rochelle, Master Longdale, the coming of Lord Denbigh's fleet, and those wise men of the East refused to receive it in their port, they little thought, I ween, that those two mighty commanders would be so soon amongst them. But how was it," he continued, changing his tone and speaking rapidly, "that they dared, in such perilous circumstances, to send away King Charles's ships upon the pretext that they had not been warned, when you yourself had warned them?" "Your Eminence's pardon," answered Edward, "but Master Jargeau, who of course told you all this, should also have said that I had not been an hour in Rochelle before I had my head broken, and lay for nearly a week incapable of delivering any of my letters. It was a pretext, as your Eminence calls it, but the Rochellois had really not been warned when Lord Denbigh's fleet arrived." "You are mistaken, young man," said Richelieu, with a slight curl of the lip. "You jump at your conclusions too rapidly. There have been more Jargeaus than one in Rochelle, and this one, though a very serviceable fellow, I am told, never saw me in his life. Ay, it is a pity that he would not keep his neck out of the noose, and he forced us to hang him, which was a severe loss to the king's service. He was in the case of those men who, as the scriptures say, are exceedingly fond of serving both God and Mammon. God abandoned him, and Mammon could not save him, for though he offered Bassompierre the whole value of a cargo of fish he had contrived to get into Rochelle, and every fish was worth an ounce of gold, be it remarked, Bassompierre, whose intelligence is very good, seized the gold where he had hidden it, and hanged him according to proclamation." All this was said with much coolness and deliberation, and from time to time the great minister raised his glass to his eye and gazed at the battery, which had not yet ceased firing. He waited about 10 minutes more, and then beckoned up some of the superior officers round him, asking if they thought his messenger had not had time to reach the lines. They all agreed that there had been plenty of time, but one of them added in a careless tone, "It is possible, your Eminence, that he may not have carried either his head or his message with him. There has been a puff or two of smoke from the walls, and nobody can tell where the shot may have gone. A man may have a tierce major in his favour, and yet lose the game after all." "Possibly," replied Richelieu, and then resumed his watch. During some 5 minutes after, the line of the battery showed no more smoke or fire. The wreaths of sulphurous vapour curled away. The town also ceased firing. The whole scene lay quiet and peaceful beneath their eyes, and nothing was seen but a few horsemen riding out, with one apart from the rest, galloping quickly up toward the hill on which they were. The cardinal waited his arrival and put some questions, which Edward Langdale, who had fallen a little back, did not hear. "In 5 days, your Eminence," replied the officer aloud. "He says that at present no boat bigger than a cockleshell can get in or out, and unless there be a very high tide or a gale of wind, the place will be sealed up as tight as a bottle of old Burgundy." "Well," said Richelieu, "it is well. Have they made no attempt to interrupt the works?" "None whatever, your Eminence," replied the other. "They are trusting to God's good providence and a high tide, doubtless praying in all their temples for storm and tempest with profound devotion. But the devil and the wind do not seem inclined to help them, and the poor creatures whom they drove out have been received into the town again to eat them up, so that they cannot hold out many weeks longer." The cardinal smiled, and, turning his horse, rode slowly back toward the chateau of Mauze, without saying a word to anyone, and seemingly buried in profound thought. Edward Langdale followed, not knowing well what to do, and not one word did Richelieu speak to him or anyone till they reached the gates leading into the courtyard. The cardinal dismounted and entered the building, followed by some of his immediate attendants. The military men scattered in different directions, each to his own quarters, without taking any notice whatever of the young stranger; and Edward remained upon his horse in the courtyard, while a curious smile upon the lip and a raising of the eyebrow of Jacques Beaupré read an unpleasant commentary upon his disappointed expectations. "You must seek lodgings in the little town, Pierrot," said Lord Montagu's page. "Get the best you can, though bad, I fancy, will be the best,
and make some arrangement for obtaining food. We must have something to eat, though the poor folks in Rochelle are worse off than we, it would seem." "It is a small place, Mauze, sir, and quite full of soldiery," said Pierrot, "but I will do my best, and get something at all events, for I know some of the people here, who, I think, would kill a hog for me, if we can do no better. But I am afraid quarters will be worse to find than rations." "We must seek for both," answered Edward, "and something for the horses too." He was turning toward the gates again, to ride down the slope into the little town, or rather village, for it was no better then, when a man dressed in a dark suit and bearing somewhat the appearance of a servant came down the steps and approached the young gentleman's horse. "His Eminence the Cardinal de Richelieu," he said in a low, sweet voice, "has commanded me to tell Monsieur de Langdale that he will see him as soon as the business of the day is over, about 9 o'clock to-night. In the meantime, I will show Monsieur de Langdale a chamber, somewhat high up, it is true, but the castle is very full. Monsieur de Langdale will take his meals with the officers of the Cardinal's guard. His servants must provide for themselves in the village, as we have no room. The Cardinal allows them a crown a day as livery." Edward dismounted and followed him to a chamber convenient enough, though very near the top of the main tower, and, knowing the policy of saying as little as possible in such places, he only asked if at 9 o'clock he should present himself before the Cardinal, or if his Eminence would summon him. "He did not say," replied the man, "but Monsieur had better go to the antechamber at that hour and speak with the almoner, whom he will find there." Thus saying, he left him, seemingly as much indisposed to say a word more than was necessary as Edward could be himself. The reader may probably have no great opinion, from the facts already related in this true history, of Edward Langdale's prudence; but, as I have shown, he had been undergoing, for the last 9 months, a course of discipline under which he had greatly improved. Much was at stake at that moment, and he resolved to act as cautiously as possible, and during the whole morning he never quitted the chamber which had been assigned to him, passing the time partly in sleep, partly in deep meditation over the character of the great minister, which had now appeared to him in a new point of view. The coldness, the somewhat sarcastic indifference with which Richelieu had spoken of the hanging of the unfortunate Jargeau, and of the miseries of the people of Rochelle, would have given the impression that he was merely a hard, selfish politician, had it not been for the deep emotions which had stirred him in the case of Chalais, and the lighter and more graceful feelings which Edward had seen him display in their first interview. It was matter of study for the young man, but, as he thought over his own conduct, he determined to make no change. He had hitherto followed the promptings of the moment, and he had acquired a conviction that with the Cardinal unpremeditated frankness was the best policy. He was still indulging in this strain of thought, when a servant came to inform him that the officers of the Cardinal's guard were at dinner, and led him to the great hall, where he found a seat reserved for him at the table. There was no sympathy, however, between him and those with whom he had to associate for a few minutes. They were civil, which was all he could expect, and hardly 10 words passed his lips before he retired once more to his chamber. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. It was night, and the scene was a somewhat curious one. A large chamber with a vaulted roof, long square windows, and decorations neither new nor in a modern taste. A tall 4-post bedstead, with green velvet hangings a good deal tarnished. A brick floor well waxed and polished. An immense armoury or wardrobe, quaintly carved, 3 or 4 tall straight-backed chairs, and 1 large armchair, well stuffed, together with a table of black oak, the legs of which were cut into the forms of some nondescript species of devil. Not the conventional gentleman with hoofs and tail and pitchfork, but someone not a whit less hideous, presented the aspect of a chamber quite of the olden time. It might be of the reign of Francis I, or Louis XII. All days have their olden times, and I believe the olden times have always been praised. Such is the tendency of the human mind to regret.
When we are schoolboys, we wish we were children again, and think of the caresses without the pangs and inconveniences of infancy. When we are men, we wish we were schoolboys again, and forget the heavy task, the ferule, and the rod. Old age looks back to youth and sorrows over its lost powers. And only one man I know of has written in praise of life's declining stage. But even Cicero upon such a theme could only indite an eloquent lie. Possession is always paid for by regret, and we take out the small change in hope. Nevertheless, it would appear, notwithstanding the excellencies of those old times, that some improvements have been made in the march of society, at least in the manufacture of chairs. Although they were not famous for that fabric in Louis XIII's time, Edward Langdale felt the seats were certainly much more inconvenient at a former period. Men must once have had backbones of quite a different construction, he thought. They must have either been so supple as to bend into all kinds of corners, or so hard as not to care for any corners at all. Such thoughts passed through his mind as he sat in a straight-backed sort of rack in the castle of Mauze, just opposite to the Cardinal de Richelieu, who, having cast off cuirass and scarlet robe, was seated in an easy gown of deep purple in that comfortable armchair. The light fell upon his magnificent head and easy, graceful figure from a sconce upon the wall, and the fine flowing lines of the drapery and half-concealed limbs, with the broad, high forehead and slightly grey hair, gave him the look of some antique picture, and made the whole person harmonise well with the room in which he sat. The figure of Edward Langdale would have spoiled all, for it was full of youth, I might almost call it youngness. But, as I have said before, his garments, though cut in what was then the modern fashion, were all of a sober colour, and about the square brow, the delicately chiselled nose, and the firm determined mouth, there was an antique, if not a classical character. With the cuirass and the scarlet robe, Richelieu seemed to have cast off the heavy cares and hard sternness of the day, and with the satin pantoufle to have put on the ease and relaxation of spirit which no man enjoyed more intensely than himself, if we may believe the stray admissions even of his enemies and calumniators. It is greatly to be regretted that Boisrobert did not write his history, for although we might not have had a true picture of his many-sided character, we should have had another, a more amiable, and perhaps even a grander view of the man than any historian has given us, except by accident. He had sent for Edward Langdale about half an hour before the time he had appointed. His orders for the night and the following morning had been given, his letters and dispatches had been written or dictated, audiences had been afforded to several gentlemen on business, even the minute details of his household had been attended to, and he had sat down for that repose of the mind which can only be obtained by complete change of subject. The young Englishman had pleased him from the first, and, without knowing it, had flattered his vanity on its most sensitive point, for Richelieu had his weaknesses as well as other men. Where, indeed, is there any one who can boast that he is without either the hair of the Hebrew giant or the heel of the Greek demigod? The cardinal knew, too, had indeed very soon perceived, that Edward's mind had been early imbued, in an irregular manner perhaps, but to a deep degree, with that sort of graceful literature of which he was himself most fond, and that he was full of that refined and delicate taste on which he prided himself. He was the very person Richelieu sought for the social converse of hours which were unfilled by any weighty employment, hours which he would not give to his military officers because his plans were all formed, his resolutions were all taken, and he neither sought advice nor remonstrance, hours which he would not bestow upon his almoner nor upon his chaplain, for he did not wish to sleep just then, hours that he wished to pass very lightly indeed, as a wise man takes nothing very heavy for his supper before he goes to bed. "Welcome, Monsieur Langdale," said the great minister, as Edward followed a servant into the room. "I have not had time to welcome you yet, for, in the first place, I did not recognise you, your beard having grown into somewhat leonine proportions. Since then, I have not had time, for I have been engaged with what the people of this world call weighty business, weighty enough, God wot, for those who have to handle it, and which somewhat tries the arm that has to wield it. But let us leave that and talk of other things.
How have you fared? Poor Lord Montagu, your friend, could not keep his nose out of a rat-trap, and yet it was badly baited." "He would not have gone near the wires if he had taken my advice," said Edward. "I ventured to guess, not at the designs of your eminence, but at your probable conduct, and I warned Lord Montagu not to come too close to you." "Perhaps I have let you see me too close, young gentleman," said Richelieu, with a good-humoured smile. "And yet it is probable you served me when you did not intend it. There be some men, my young friend, and they very sensible men too, who will take no advice which comes from younger and less experienced persons. But yet things, as the Scripture says, I speak with all reverence, are often revealed to the poor and simple, and are hidden from the wise and great. Now I have a strong idea that you know more of Cardinal Richelieu, poor Bishop of Luçon, than that great diplomatist, Lord Montagu." Edward shook his head. "I cannot pretend to do that," he said, "but my lord thought he might venture to pass over a quarter of a league of French territory, when some time before you had suffered him to roam for weeks over the whole of France." "He had not got the papers then," said Richelieu, with a short laugh. "I did not want Montagu's skin. It was his letters and his papers that I arrested. And, for that matter, one quarter of a league is as good as 1,000 miles. As for yourself, you have told me something new to-day. I heard of you at Aix, when your hot spirit had brought some damage on your skin. You had been wounded, I mean to say, by your own brother, I believe they told me. Very foolish, Master Edward Langdale, to fight with one's own brother. I did not fight with him, may it please your eminence. My sword was never drawn." "Ha!" said the cardinal. "That is well. But then I heard of your making a hole in another man's skin. How was that?" "Why, I told the 2 men you sent after me, sir," replied Edward frankly, "that I would shoot them if they kept dogging me, and I always hold to my word. They not only kept dogging me, but betrayed my lord into the hands of Monsieur de Bourbon, and so I shot one of them. I am sorry to say I had not time to shoot the other, or probably your eminence would not have heard so much of me as you have done." "Oh yes," replied Richelieu calmly. "The man got well, and was here some 2 months ago. Besides, I never depend upon one informant. But every one may be deceived, and no one told me that the good Count had got you in limbo all this time. You say he denied you the means of communicating with me. Did you show him your safe conduct?" "I did, sir," answered Edward, "and it had a very good effect, for it made him give me beef and wine instead of bread and water, with which he began my diet. I demanded also to be sent to your eminence, but Monsieur de Bourbon did not see fit to do so." "Enough," said Richelieu, "enough," and taking a scrap of paper from the table, he wrote a few words thereon and laid it down again. "And now tell me all about your escape," he continued. "How did you get away from this giant of the castle?" Edward narrated with perfect gravity of manner, but with some quiet pleasantry of language, every particular of his escape from Coiffy, and Richelieu listened, evidently amused, but without any comment. "Then you did not pass through Paris?" said the cardinal. "That is a pity. You would have seen some interesting things there. We are improving the drama greatly, and the Marais has a good troupe, they tell me. I'm building a house, too, there, and I should like to have your opinion of it." Edward smiled. "My opinion would be little worth," he answered. "I have but little experience in those things of which your eminence has a thorough knowledge." "And yet," said Richelieu, "I am told that you have great taste and skill in arts which reached their height not long ago, but which we have nearly lost in these days. I mean the designing in precious metals. A very extraordinary man told me you were a thorough connoisseur." "The little knowledge I possess," answered Edward, "is derived from seeing every day in my early youth some very precious specimens which my father brought over from Italy. They are all gone, alas, but one, and that, I am afraid, will soon be lost also." "Nay," said Richelieu, rather eagerly, "if you want to part with it, I will buy it. I am making a collection of the works of Cellini and the men of his time." "Could I obtain it," answered Edward, "I would humbly offer it to your eminence without price, as a token of my gratitude; and, indeed, it is beyond price. But some day soon I fear it will be in less worthy hands, or melted down into gold crowns, and the jewels picked out to adorn the brown neck of some Parisian seamstress. It is within the walls of yon devoted town, my lord,
I was foolish not to bring it away with me." Richelieu paused, and did not speak for a moment or two, but then he asked, "What sort of object is it?" "It is a golden cup, or what we in England call a hanap," answered Edward, "with figures exquisitely sculptured, and the rim surrounded by a garland of jewels in the form of flowers. The figures are in high relief, and with their hands seem to support the garland." "It must be beautiful indeed," said Richelieu. "The only defect," continued Edward, "is that my name is engraved upon the stem." "What may be its value?" asked the cardinal. "It is a pity indeed so rare an object should be lost." "I never heard it valued," replied the young man, "and I will sell it to no one on this earth, though I should have pride to see it in the hands of a benefactor." "Well, it is a pity," said the cardinal; "but as there is no help, let us change the theme. Have you seen or heard from Mademoiselle de Millepois, I should say Madame de Longueville, lately?" He spoke with a smile; but Edward had learned that Richelieu's questions, even in his lightest moments, always meant something, and he replied at once, "Not very lately, my lord. I have seen her once since we parted in Aunis, as she was passing through Aix on her way to Venice, and she has written to me once since her arrival, by the hands of a gentleman whom you know, Signor Marini." "He is a very singular man," said Richelieu, in a meditative tone. "Do you know, young gentleman, he says that your fate and mine are connected by an inseparable link, that we were born under the same aspect." "Your star must have been in the ascendant, sir," said Edward, with a smile. "Yet there must be some truth in it; for who could have thought a year ago that I should be sitting here conversing with your eminence as calmly as if you were some ordinary literary man? Who could have thought that I should be indebted to you for more than life? Act honestly and truly by me, young gentleman, and my friendship shall go further still," replied Richelieu. "As to these visions of astrologers," he continued, "they are only to be regarded as curious speculations. The star of a man's destiny is in his heart or in his brain. It is that star raises to power, shields against danger, guides amidst intrigue. God's will is above all, but he it is who gives the clear mind and the strong will, the wisdom and the courage. He renders them successful as far as their success is necessary to his own wise purposes, and then throws a beanstalk in their way, and they stumble and fall. We have naught to do but to bow the head and say, 'Thy will be done.'" He ceased and fell into a fit of thought, and Edward rose and took up his hat as if about to retire. But Richelieu motioned him to his chair again, saying, "Sit, sit, I have yet an hour. Have you read any of this man Corneille's verses?" Edward, luckily, could say he had not, for Richelieu's dislike of Corneille was already strong, and taking up a book from the table, he read some lines, commenting severely upon what he called their rudeness. He went on with his criticisms for some 10 minutes, to an attentive ear, but Edward fancied he perceived an undercurrent of thought running through his literary disquisition. "Perhaps I may be wrong," said Richelieu, "but in all matters of taste I like the graceful and the polished better than the strong and rude. This cup which you were speaking of must be a beautiful specimen of art. The design, as you have described it, shows the conception of a great genius. Is it known who was the artist?" "I cannot assure your eminence with certainty," replied Edward, "but he was always said to be a countryman and rival of Benvenuto Cellini. I forget the name, but it is engraved on the inside of the foot." "John of Bologna," said the cardinal; "probably John of Bologna." The same," said the young Englishman. "I now remember that is the name." "It is invaluable!" exclaimed Richelieu warmly. "His works are much more rare than those of Cellini, and some are amongst the most triumphant efforts of genius. There is a Mercury, for instance. The heavy bronze seems instinct with godlike life, actually springing from the ground. What a pity that a work of his should be lost! Is there no way of getting it out of Rochelle, think you?" "But one," answered Edward gravely, "and that I do not suppose either your eminence or the people of Rochelle would permit." "What is it?" demanded Richelieu abruptly. Edward's heart beat high, for he had brought him to the very point he desired. But yet a single misplaced word might spoil all, and he struggled against his eagerness with sufficient success to answer with seeming indifference. "I left the cup," he said, "in the hands of the syndic of the goldsmiths, one Clement Tournon, who had taken me to his house and nursed me most kindly. He is a pestilent heretic, said the cardinal sharply. And so am I, my lord, answered Edward, but he is an honest and a good man. I am willing, if your eminence desires it, to try and get back into Rochelle and bring you the cup, but I could only do so on being permitted to offer poor old Monsieur Tournon a pass to quit the city and escape the famine which they say is raging there. Richelieu sat silent for a minute or two, and Edward then added, I am not sure I shall be able to accomplish what I desire, but I will do my best, and shall be well pleased to see such a treasure of art in the hands of one who can appreciate it as your eminence can. I could not accept it, said Richelieu, except on making compensation. Nothing like sale, my lord, replied Edward. The price has been paid beforehand, and it must be an offering of gratitude, or not at all. But I much fear that the Rochellois will not admit me within their walls. I can but make the attempt, however. But this Clement Tournon, said Richelieu thoughtfully, you know not what you ask, young man. Every mouth within that city hastens its fall, and I have been obliged already to show myself obdurate to all entreaties, to see women and children and old men driven back into their rebellious nest. They say, too, your great Duke of Buckingham is preparing another fleet for their relief. He will find himself mistaken, but still we must waste no time. Old Clement Tournon is no great eater, said Edward bluntly. His feeble jaws will not hasten the fall of the city 5 minutes, and it is possible that, if admitted to your eminence's presence, he might be the means of persuading his fellow citizens to submission, if he sees that defence is hopeless, and that favourable terms may be obtained. Ha! Say you so? exclaimed Richelieu, and leaning his head upon his hand, he fell into profound thought. Edward would not say a word more, and after some 5 or 10 minutes, the cardinal looked up and shook his head. They will receive no messengers, reject all offers. Even the king's proclamation sent by a herald they would not admit within the walls, and Montjoie had to leave it before the gates. Perhaps they have learned better by this time, said Edward, and if not, they can but drive me back with bullets and cannon balls. Well, said Richelieu, with a clearer brow, you give me a better reason now for suffering you to go. So help me heaven, as I would spare this poor infatuated people the horrors they now suffer, if they would let me. But rebellion must not exist in this land, and shall not while I live. They must submit, and they shall have terms that even you will call fair, if you can but find your way in. Edward saw that the message was vague and not at all likely to have any effect upon the people of Rochelle, but he did not try to bring the cardinal to anything more definite, for he had no inclination to take part in a negotiation for the surrender of Rochelle, remembering that all the plans of his own government might be frustrated by such a result. He and the cardinal both kept silent for several minutes, Richelieu's eyes remaining fixed upon the table, and his face continuing perfectly motionless, though he was evidently deep in thought. At length he said abruptly, "You will come back yourself?" "Upon my honour, sir," replied Edward, "if I live, and they will let me. They shall either keep me as a prisoner, or I will be here in 24 hours. "So be it, then," said the cardinal. "You shall not only have a pass, but someone shall be sent with you to the very outmost post, for there is something uncommonly suspicious in your appearance. Twice in your case already men have set at naught my hand and seal. The second case shall be punished. The third, for your sake and my own, must be guarded against. As to your entrance into Rochelle, there may be, probably will be, some difficulty, but if you are skilful, and I think you are, you may succeed. I need not recommend to you caution in what you say and do. We have some disease in the camp, it is true, but they have pestilence in the city. Our supplies are not overabundant, but they are suffering from the direst famine. Every day increases our supplies and diminishes theirs." "I shall say as little as possible, your eminence," answered Edward. "First, because I cannot, knowing what I know, advise them to hold out. Secondly, because if I advise them to surrender, I might be wrong. Clement Tournon, when he has seen your eminence, after having witnessed what is passing in the city, can advise better, and will be more readily believed. It is well you should have some means of communication with the Rochellois. I know none of their chief men, even by name, and they would put no faith in me." "In a week from this time," said Richelieu, "they must surrender. The dyke will be finished which shuts them out from all the world. Vain will be English fleets, vain all their imaginary armies. The gaunt spectre which already strides through their streets will have knocked at every door. Where will be the hand to fire the cannon? Where the arm to defend the gate? The dead and the dying will be the garrison, and the soldiers of the king will rush in to wrest the undefended plunder from a host of skeletons. I would fain avoid such a result, young man, he added with a shudder. I delight not in misery and suffering. I have no pleasure in tears and woe. But France must have peace. The king must have loyal subjects, and were my brother amongst those rebels, they should be forced to obey. You are frank, and I believe you honest. I therefore expect that you bear them no message from the enemies of France, that you delude them with no vain hopes, that you return yourself as speedily as possible, and that you bring this old man with you if he will come. Remember that I am not to be trifled with, and that I bear open enmity more patiently than deceit. I have no fear, sir, answered Edward. I have come back and placed myself in your power without the least hesitation, and I will do so again. But then I will beseech your eminence to let me pass over into England. I am nearly without money, and although I have sufficient on the other side of the Channel, I cannot get it without going for it. We will talk of that hereafter, answered Richelieu. I think I will let you go, but at all events you shall not want for money. What is money, Monsieur Langdale? It is but dross, at least so the poets tell us, and yet I have found few men who like it better than the poets. Without it men cannot travel, replied Edward, cannot eat or drink or even sleep, and it would be hard for want of money to want meat and drink and sleep when I have plenty for all my wants on the other side of that arm of the sea. But harder still, my Lord Cardinal, to take from any man money that does not belong to me. How proud these islanders are, said Richelieu with a smile. Why, there is hardly a Frenchman in the land who would not thank me for a crown. If I had worked for it, answered Edward, I might thank you too, but till there be peace between France and England, I can do your eminence no service. Now, let any one say, exclaimed the cardinal with a laugh, that I am not the sweetest tempered man in all this realm of France, I as sweet and gentle as Signor Mazarin himself. Why, no man will believe that you say to me such things, and I do not send you to the Bastille at once. Oh, tell it not in the camp, or you will lose credit for ever. I did not intend to tell it anywhere, my lord, replied Edward. I know it would be foolish, and perhaps it might be dangerous. I am not ungrateful for your condescension to me, but it is a sort of thing I should not like to sport with. Right, said Richelieu, you are right. You know the fact in natural history that tigers may be tamed, but if any one suffers them in playing with them to draw blood, he seldom goes away as full of life as he came. I see you understand me. Now go away and sleep. Be here by daybreak tomorrow, and you shall find the passes ready and somebody prepared to ride with you to the outposts. He will wait there 24 hours for your return, but if I should find you in Rochelle when it is taken, except in a dungeon, beware of the tiger. Edward bowed and withdrew, but he retired not to rest. His first object was to inquire for Beaupré and Pierrot. They were not in the castle, and he had to seek them in the village below, where, after passing through many of the wild scenes of camp life, he found them at length in a small wooden shed, where some sort of food, such as it was, could be procured by those who had money to pay for it. Much to the surprise of good Pierrot Lagrange, the young gentleman's first order, after directing his horse to be prepared half an hour before daylight, was to have his flask filled with the best brandy he could procure, and brought up to his room that night. "Has the cardinal given you leave to go into the city?" asked Jacques Beaupré in astonishment. "He has given me leave to try," replied Edward. "Pray, then, let me go with you," said the good man. "Impossible," was the answer. "I must go alone, and take my fate alone, whatever it may be. See that the brandy be good, Pierrot, if you can find it, but be quick, for I would fain sleep before I go." And retiring to his room in the castle, he waited till the man brought a small flat bottle well filled, and then, casting himself down upon the bed, fell sound asleep, exhausted less by fatigue than by emotions which he had felt deeply, though he had concealed them well. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. 2 hours had not passed after the sun's rising above the horizon when Edward Langdale stood with a small group of officers at the extreme outpost of the Royal Army, before what was called the Niort gate of the city of Rochelle. There was still a space of about 500 yards between him and the walls, and before him rose all those towers and pinnacles, many of which have since been destroyed, but which rendered then, and still render, Rochelle one of the most picturesque cities of France, when seen from a distance. During the whole siege, the operations, though sure and terrible, had been slow and apparently tardy. The Rochellois had been glad to husband their powder, and it was no part of Richelieu's plan to breach the walls or to do more than harass the citizens by an occasional attack. On the morning there had been no firing on either side, and the town looked as quiet and peaceable as if there were no hostile force before it. But as Edward Langdale and his companion, a young officer of the Cardinal's Guard, had ridden down from Moselle, the latter had pointed out to the young Englishman that famous dyke which, stretching across the mouth of the port, had gradually cut off the city from all communication with friends at home or allies abroad. He had, in a jesting way, too, put some questions to Edward in regard to the objects of his journey, but he obtained no information and did not dare to press them closely. "You had better take some more breakfast, sir," said an old officer commanding at the advanced posts. "You will get none in there, and though we are forbidden to suffer the slightest morsel to go in, I presume that does not apply to what a man can carry in his stomach." "I shall soon be back again if they let me in at all," answered Edward. "Can anyone give me a white flag? For I may as well not draw the fire. That is a sort of breakfast I have no inclination for." A small white flag was soon procured, and, leaving his horse with Pierrot and Beaupré, who had followed him down the hill, Edward set out on foot. He carried the white flag in his hand and approached the gate with a calm, steady pace. He saw some men walk quickly along the wall toward the same point to which his own course was directed, but the flag of truce was respected, and he was permitted to come within 5 or 6 yards of the heavy gate. Then, however, a voice shouted from behind a small grated wicket, "Stand back! What seek you here?" "I seek to speak with the syndic, Clement Tournon," said Edward, "and, if not with him, with Monsieur Guiton, mayor of the city." "Stand back! You cannot enter here," said the man on the other side. "Will you cause the mayor to be informed," said Edward, "that Master Edward Langdale, an English gentleman well known in Rochelle, stands without and desires admittance, if it be but for an hour?" The man grumbled something which Edward did not hear, and there seemed to be a consultation held within, at the end of which the same voice told him to keep on the other side of the drawbridge while they informed the mayor. The young gentleman accordingly retired, and seated himself on a large stone at the end of the bridge, where for nearly an hour he had nothing to occupy him but his own thoughts, with every now and then a puff of smoke from one of the royalist batteries which had lately begun firing, and one gun replying from the walls. It seemed all child's play, however, and he soon ceased to think of the matter at all. His mind then turned to his own position and the curious fact of Richelieu having suffered him to visit Rochelle with so very little opposition. He could not but ask himself how much the gold cup had to do with the minister's acquiescence. But, as he reflected more deeply upon the cardinal's character and upon various incidents which had come to his knowledge, he concluded in his own mind that Richelieu might be well pleased to make another effort to open a communication with the citizens without compromising his own dignity. The position of the besieging force, he thought, might not be so good as it appeared. The dyke, on which so much depended, and which he had no means of examining closely, might not be sufficiently solid to resist the action of the sea and winds. The English armament might be, to Richelieu's knowledge, of a more formidable character and more advanced state of preparation than was admitted, and all these circumstances might render the speedy capture of Rochelle, upon any terms, absolutely necessary. In little more than an hour the same voice he had heard before called him up to the gate, and the wicket was partly opened to give him admittance under the archway, where he found 5 or 6 men with halberds on their shoulders and otherwise well armed, while a young man bearing the appearance of an officer advanced to meet him. The steel caps of the soldiers in some degree concealed their faces, but the broad-brimmed, plumed hat of the young officer served in no degree to hide the gaunt, pallid features, the high cheekbones, the fallen-in cheeks, the hollow eyes, and the strong marking of the temples, which told a sad tale of the ravages of famine, even amongst the higher and more wealthy classes of the town. A feeling of delicacy made Edward withdraw his eyes after one hasty glance at the young gentleman's countenance, and, as the other paused without speaking for a moment, he said, "May I ask, sir, if anyone has conveyed my message to the syndic Clement Tournon, or to the mayor?" "Monsieur Tournon is ill in his own house," replied the young officer, "but Monsieur Guiton, the mayor, has come down to a house near this gate, and will receive you there, as it might be inconvenient to invite you to the town-house for fear of any disturbance." "I am ready to wait upon him," replied Edward, "wherever he pleases." "I am sorry to say," replied the young officer, "that even for so short a distance you must give up your arms and suffer your eyes to be bandaged." "I have no arms," replied Edward, "as you may see. I purposely came without. As to bandaging my eyes, do as you please. I am no spy nor agent of the French government." He pulled off his hat as he spoke, bending down his head for the handkerchief to be tied over his eyes, and as soon as that somewhat disagreeable operation was performed, the young officer took him by the hand, and, with one of the soldiers following, led him into Rochelle. When they had passed on perhaps 100 yards, Edward received a painful intimation of the state of the city. As they seemed to turn into another street, the young officer caught him by the arm and pulled him sharply aside, saying to the soldier, "Have that body removed. These sights serve to scare the people and make them clamorous." "I don't think she is dead yet," said the soldier. "Then have her carried to the hospital as quickly as possible. Don't let her lie there and die." He then led Edward on, and in 2 or 3 minutes more stopped at the door of a house and entered what seemed a small passage, where he removed the handkerchief from Edward's eyes. "Monsieur Guiton is here," he said, opening a door where, in a little room and at a small table, was seated a man of middle age, with a dagger by his side and a sword lying on the table. His form seemed once to have been exceedingly powerful and his face firm and resolute, but there was that gaunt and worn expression in every line which Edward had seen in the countenance of his guide. "Who are you, sir?" said the mayor, "and what is the motive of so rare a thing as the visit of a stranger to the town of Rochelle?" "My name is Edward Langdale," replied the young Englishman, "a poor follower of my Lord Montagu, who once bore letters from his Grace of Buckingham to the city of Rochelle." "Ay, I remember," said the mayor thoughtfully. "You were roughly used, if I remember right. But now, sir, to your business." "It is in a great degree personal," replied Edward, "but as it is private, I would rather speak to you alone." "Leave us," said the mayor, addressing the young officer, who at once quitted the room and closed the door. "Now, sir," continued Guiton, "I am ready to hear, but be brief, I pray you. Occupation here is more plenty than time, and time more plenty than provisions. Therefore I cannot offer you refreshment nor show you much courtesy." "I require neither, sir," answered Edward. "My business refers to Monsieur Clement Tournon. He is aged, infirm, and I have with some difficulty obtained from the Cardinal de Richelieu permission and a pass for him to quit Rochelle." "Ha!" said the mayor. "Ha! This is strange, young gentleman. You must be in mighty favour. Why, sir, he has driven back women and children and old men, all starving, from the French lines into this city of famine. You, an Englishman, an enemy, he shows such favour to you? Pah! There must be something under this. Have you no message for me?" "No distinct message, sir," replied Edward. "The cardinal indeed said, in terms so vague that I cannot and will not counsel any reliance upon them, that if Rochelle would submit, she should have favourable terms, as favourable as even I could expect. But I am not his messenger, sir, neither is there anything that I know under the plain fact which I have stated." "Let me see your pass," said Guiton abruptly. Edward handed it to him, and he examined it minutely. Edward Langdale and one companion, to wit, the syndic Clement Tournon, he said. Well, this is marvellous strange. I cannot let this pass without some further knowledge of so unaccountable a matter. Well, Monsieur Guiton, answered Edward firmly, pray remember that I, comparatively a stranger to him, have perilled much to aid and rescue a man who once showed me kindness, nursed me like a father when I was sick, and trusted me as he would his son when I had recovered, and that it is you, his ancient friend as I am told, who keep him here to die of famine or of sickness when he can be of no further service, either with hand or head. I have done my duty. Probably you think you are doing yours. The mayor waved his hand. Not so many words, he said. Can you give me any explanation of this strange matter? None, replied Edward boldly. Does Clement Tournon wish to leave the city? Demanded the mayor again. I do not know, replied the young Englishman. He is old, infirm, and, I am told, sick. I have had no communication with him, but he knows that he can be of no further service in Rochelle, or I believe he would remain in it till the last man died and the last tower fell. He is sick, said the mayor, of a very common disease here, but yet we are not so badly off that we cannot maintain the city till the English fleet arrives. The dike, said Edward emphatically. Oh, replied Guiton, with a scoffing and unnatural-sounding laugh, the first storm, such as I have seen many, will sweep that dike away. But if it stands 14 days, said Edward, will you not have a storm within these walls which will sweep away the people of Rochelle? Guiton covered his eyes with his hands and remained silent. But I have nothing to do with these things, sir, said Edward. It was only to give aid, to give safety to a friend, an old, noble-minded man who befriended me when I had need of friendship, that I came into Rochelle at all. May I ask what is this sickness that you speak of so lightly? Famine, sir, famine, said Guiton sharply. An ounce of meat, God knows of what kind, 2 ounces of dried peas, and a draught of cold water is but a meagre diet for old men and babes. We strong men can bear it, but there be some who are foolish enough to die rather than endure it a little longer. And have you the heart, sir, asked Edward with some indignation in his tone, to refuse the means of escape offered to an old man, and that man Clement Tournon, and to speak lightly of his sufferings, his martyrdom, I might say? No, 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 cried the mayor vehemently, stretching forth his hands. Young man, you mistake me. Could my blood nourish him, he should have the last drop. What, old Clement Tournon, my dear, dear friend, would I deprive him of 1 hour's life? But it is that I cannot comprehend how you are here, why you are here. This story that you tell is mere nonsense. It is true, nevertheless, said Edward, but if my word will not satisfy you, as indeed I see no reason why it should, come with me to Clement Tournon, and he perhaps can tell you how much I can dare to serve a friend. I will, cried Guiton, starting up, but then he sat down again immediately, saying, No, no, I cannot bear those faces in the streets. Can you find your way yourself? For I can spare no men. Not if I am to be blindfolded, said Edward. Otherwise I could find it, I am sure. Pshaw, said the mayor. What use of blindfolding you? You will see dying and dead, plague-eaten, famine-stricken. But you can go and tell the Cardinal de Richelieu how the citizens of Rochelle can die, rather than see their privileges torn from them, their religion trodden under foot. You can tell him, too, that I will defend those walls as long as there is one soldier left to man them, and one hand capable of firing a gun, unless we have security for our faith. You are sure he said nothing more? No, nothing more, answered Edward, merely that he would give you the most favourable terms, but that he would not have rebellion in the land. Rebellion, muttered Guiton scornfully. Who first drew the sword? But let us think of Clement Tournon. I am willing to believe you, young gentleman. If I remember rightly, I have heard the old man speak well of you, and, after all, what harm can you do? You can but repeat a story of our sufferings which I am aware they already know too well in yonder camp. What they do not know is the courage with which we can bear them. Go to the syndic. He has not come forth for several days. Go to him and see if the prospect of relief can give fresh strength to those enfeebled limbs, fresh energy to that crushed and scarcely beating heart. Tell him that I not only permit but beseech him to go with you, that even one mouth less in Rochelle is a relief. He has done his duty manfully to the last. He can do it no longer. Beseech him to go. And yet," he continued in a sad tone, "I much doubt his strength. Could he have crawled even to the council chamber, we should have seen his face. Could he have lifted his voice, we should have heard his inspiring words. He was alive last night, I know. But to-day, alas, alas, my poor friend," and some tears ran down the worn cheek of the gallant defender of Rochelle. "I have some brandy under my coat," whispered Edward. "I brought it on purpose for him. It may give him strength at least to reach the outposts." Giton seized his hand and wrung it hard. "Noble young man! Well bethought," he said. "But he must have a little food. Stay, he shall have my dinner. I do not want it. By heaven, the thought that we have saved old Clement Tournon will be better than the best of meals to me." He rose from the table, and approaching the door, gave some orders to those without, and then returned, saying, "There is still much to be thought of, young gentlemen, and we have little time to think. I fear if you go out in the daytime, the people will pour forth after you, and all will be driven back by cannon shots." "It must now be near 1 o'clock," said Edward, "and it will probably take some time to restore his strength a little. If you, sir, nobly give him up your food, it must be administered to him by slow degrees, and—" "What, an ounce of meat!" said Giton with a miserable smile. "My fare is the same as the rest, sir, but I must leave all that to you. His own ration will be served to him in an hour. Mind you shall take and give him as it seems best to you. I will write a pass for you and him, that you may not be stopped in any hour of the night or day, and then I must go back to the town hall, lest men should wonder at my long absence. My only fear is that the good old man will not take my ration if he knows it comes from me." "Take a little of these strong waters, sir," said Edward, drawing the flask from beneath his coat. Giton hesitated, and Edward added, "There is much more than he can or ought to use, and if I tell him that I brought you some supply, he will take the food you send more readily." The mayor took the flask and drank a very little, giving it back again, and saying, "Mix it with water ere you give him any. By heaven, it is like fire, yet it will keep me up, I do believe. Hark, there are steps. Put it up quick. They might murder you for it, if any of the common people were to see it." The steps were those of a soldier bringing the scanty meal, which was all the mayor allowed himself. A pen and ink and a scrap of paper was then procured, and the pass for Edward and Clement Tournon was soon written. To make all sure, Giton called the young officer, in whom he seemed to have much confidence, and asked if he would be on guard at the gates that night. The young man answered in the affirmative, and the mayor gave strict directions that Monsieur Edward Langdale and the syndic Tournon should be passed safely and unmolested on their way toward the royal camp. A smile of hope and pleasure came upon the officer's face, and Giton added, "Do not deceive yourself, Bernard. There is no treaty for surrender. We must suffer a little longer, and then we shall have relief. Here, go with Monsieur Langdale, first to the gate by which he entered, then to the end of the Rue d'Horloge. There leave him. Farewell, sir," he continued, turning to Edward, and then adding in a lower tone, "Mark well the turnings from the gate, and walk somewhat slow and feebly, so as not to draw attention. The people are in an irritable state." End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. I will not dwell upon the horrors of the street of Rochelle. They have been described by an able pen, at least I believe so, for I have not seen the work of Madame de Genlis since my boyhood, and that, dear reader, is a long time ago, quite long enough to forget more than that. The part of the town in which stood the house of Clement Tournon seemed quite deserted, and the house itself showed no signs of being inhabited. The windows were all closed, and the little court before the building, which separated it from the general line of the street, and which was once so trimly kept, was now all overgrown with grass. It was knee-high, and even the path of smooth white stones which led to the principal door hardly showed a trace of the unfrequent footfall. With a sinking heart, Edward looked up, but all was still and silent. The door stood open, and he approached and knocked with his knuckles. There was no reply, however. No voices were heard from the once merry kitchen, no sound of hammer or file from the workshop. Edward Langdale had learned to know the house well, and, entering, he mounted the stairs and entered the room on the right. It was vacant and dark also, for the windows were all closed. He then turned to another, but it was empty likewise. He saw some light, however, stream from the room at the back, the little room where he had lain in sickness for so many days, Lucette's room, where he had first seen that dear face. It was a place full of memories for him, and even if he had not seen that ray of sunshine crossing the top of the stairs, he would have entered. Pushing open the door, which stood a little ajar, he went in, and there was the object of his search straight before him. Seated in the great armchair in which he himself had sat when first recovering was good old Clement Tournon, the shadow of his former self. The palms of his hands rested on his knees, his head was bent forward on his chest, his eyes were shut, and his lips and cheeks were of a bluish white. Had it not been for a slight rocking motion of his body as he sat, Edward would have thought him dead. Behind his chair, silent and still as a statue, stood the good woman Marthe. She, too, was as pale as her helmet-shaped white cap, and the frank, good-humoured expression of her countenance was supplanted by a cold, hard, stony look, which seemed to say that every energy was dead. That such was not really the case, however, Edward soon saw. For the moment her eyes lighted on him as he passed the door, the old bright light came into them again, and she walked quietly but hastily across the floor in her little blue socks, holding up her finger as a sign to keep silence. "He sleeps," she said, "he sleeps. It is well nigh as good as food for him. But how came you here, Master Ned? What has brought you? Has the English fleet arrived?" "Alas, no," replied Edward in the same low tone which she herself had used, "and it could not enter the port if it had. But I come, if possible, to save that good old man. I have a little food here with me. Get me a cup and some water, for I have a little of that which will be better to him at first even than food." "God bless you, sir," said the good woman. "There is not a drop of wine in all the city, and with him the tide of life is nearly gone out. I thought he would have died this morning, but he would rise. You stay with him, and I will be back in a minute, but keep silent and still, for sleep always does him good." So saying, she hurried away and brought a silver cup and some fresh water. All was silent during her absence. The old man slept on, and Edward Langdale seated himself near as quietly as possible. Marthe took her place again without a word, and for about 3/4 of an hour the slumber of old Clement Tournon continued unbroken. Then a voice was heard at the foot of the stairs, crying, "Rations!" and Marthe hurried down. Either the voice or the movement in the room disturbed the old man. He moved in his chair, raised his head a little, and Edward, with some of the strong waters well diluted in the cup, approached and put it to his lips. "What is it?" said Clement Tournon, putting the cup feebly aside with his hand. "I thought it might have pleased God I should die in that sleep." "Take a little," said Edward in a low tone. "It will refresh you." And Clement Tournon suffered him to raise the cup again to his lips, aiding with his own feeble hands, and drank a deep draught, as if he were very thirsty. Then, suddenly raising his eyes to Edward's face, he exclaimed, "Good heavens! Who are you? Edward Langdale? Is it all a dream? A horrible dream?" "I have come to see you and take you away, Monsieur Tournon," said Edward as calmly as he could. "Keep yourself quite tranquil, and I will tell you more presently. At present be as silent as I used to be when I was sick, and you were well." The old syndic sat without speaking for a moment or two, and then said, "I know not what you have given me, but it seems to have strengthened and revived me. But pray tell me more. I cannot make this out at all." "I will tell you after you have eaten something," said Edward. "I have brought something with me for you, but first sip a little more of this draught." The old man drank again, and then ate a little of the food which had been brought him, but the forces of life had so much diminished that it was long before the weight of the body seemed to give the mind liberty to act. At first he would wander a little, less with what seemed delirium than forgetfulness. The brain appeared to sleep or faint, but with judicious care, an instinctive knowledge, as it were, of what was best for him, Edward administered support and stimulus by slow degrees till the mind fully wakened up. Quietly and cautiously the young man told him what he had done, why he came, and the certain prospect there was of his escape from that city of horror and famine, if he could but summon strength to pass the gates. "But Guiton, my friend Guiton," said Clement Tournon, "what will he think of me?" "He begs you, he beseeches you to go," said Edward. "He says you have done all you can for Rochelle, that you can do no more, that every mouth out of the city is a relief, and that, now you can go in safety, you ought to go." "Oh, my son," said Clement Tournon, "you know not what it is to ask me to quit the home of many years. I have travelled, it is true. I have left my domestic hearth, I have left the earth that holds my wife and children, but it was always with the thought of coming back and dying here. Now, if I go for ever, never to see Rochelle more." "Nay, I hope that is not so," answered Edward. "The cardinal assured me that he would give the most favourable terms to the city, and I cannot but think that your presence may be the means of rendering those terms really, and not nominally, favourable. You can tell him of the determination of the people, of your certain expectation of succour." The old man shook his head. "No succour," he said, "no succour." "But at all events it is probable," replied Edward, "that you may be able to obtain terms for Rochelle which she can accept honourably. You can aid no one here. You may do good service there. In this instance the paths of duty and of safety are one." "Oh, I will go," said Clement Tournon languidly. "I need no persuading. But what am I to do with this poor creature?" he continued, looking at Martin, who continued still in the room. "How can I leave her behind me?" A sort of spasm passed her countenance, but she answered with the real devotion of woman. "Go, old master, go. Never mind me. I can do well enough. My light heart keeps me up, and old women live upon little. When the young gentleman has risked everything to save you, you cannot disappoint him." "No, indeed, Martin," said the syndic, "but yet—" "Never talk about yet," said Martin. "You have got to go, that is clear, and perhaps you may be able to make a treaty by which we shall be all fed and comforted. Maître Guiton should have done it long ago, but he is a hard man, and would see us all die of famine, and himself too, before he would bate an inch of his pride." "Hush, hush," said Edward. "He is a good and noble man, Martin, and times far distant shall talk of the famous defence of Rochelle by the Mayor Guiton. Bring your master a little more food, Martin. The sun is beginning to go down, and we shall soon be able to set out." The poor old syndic bent his eyes down upon his hands and wept tears of age, of weakness, and of manifold emotions; and Edward, thinking it better to distract his thoughts, spoke of the gold cup which he had promised to bring to Richelieu, and asked where he could find it. "What, a bribe?" exclaimed Clement Tournon, with more energy than the young man thought he had possessed. "The great Cardinal de Richelieu take a bribe? No, no," replied Edward, "do not misunderstand me. This cup was mentioned but incidentally as a curious and beautiful object of art, and I promised to bring it to him. Therefore I must keep my word. But, if I must tell the truth, I believe the cardinal's inducement to give me a pass for you was that, through you, he might open some communication with the citizens, who have refused all overtures." "Ay, there is that Mayor Guiton again," said Martin. "The cardinal assured me," continued Edward, "that he had no wish to crush Rochelle, and would grant such favourable terms as could not honestly be rejected." "God grant it," said Clement Tournon; "but he has us at his mercy, and he knows it. As to the cup, my son, you will find it in the armoury, where it stood when you were here before. Where are the keys, Martin? You will find it all safe, and the papers with it, a letter for you amongst the rest. But I knew not where you were. All the gold and silver is safe, and when the people broke into the house, it was food they sought, poor fools. They cared not for gold and silver. They could not eat them." Martin found the keys and handed them to Edward, by Clement Tournon's orders, and the cup, wrapped in manifold papers and enveloped in an old parchment bag, was soon found. The whole packet was inscribed in the old goldsmith's own handwriting, with the words, "The cup within belongs to Master Edward Langdale of Buckley, in the county of Huntingdon, England. left with me for safe keeping. By the side of the cup lay a letter surrounded, as was common in those days, with a silken string, tied and sealed, and, on taking it up, Edward instantly recognised the handwriting of good Dr. Wingthorne. That was no time for reading, however, and he put the letter in his breast, but his eye could not help glancing over the vast quantity of plate, both gold and silver, which even that one cupboard contained. Taking the cup in his hand, he locked the door, and returning to the room of the syndic, inquired with some anxiety what was to be done for the protection of his property while he was gone. Dross, my son, said Clement Tournon, yet the door of the room may be as well locked and bolted. Give Martin the key. We will take care of it, Master Ned, said Martin. The boys come back every night, all who are left of them, poor fellows. But stout John died of the fever, and William, the filigree man, soon gave way when he came to want food. Old men and old women have borne it best, but nobody will think of touching the gold and silver. What could they do with it if they had it? All the gold in that room would not buy a pound of beef in Rochelle. It were as well to make all safe, however, answered Edward. I will go and lock all the doors. I will come with you, said Clement Tournon, and see whether I can walk. What you have given me seems to have revived me much, very much. What is it? What you probably never tasted in your life before, said Edward. Strong waters, and it shows the benefit of reserving the use of them for cases of need. That which kills many a man who uses it freely is now giving you back life, because you have never used it at all. All I have in that flask would not have the slightest effect upon Pierrot Lagrange. I trust there is enough there to afford you strength to reach the camp. Oh, more than enough, said the good old syndic, whose holy horror of drunkenness made him almost shudder at the idea of what he had been imbibing, although he could not but feel that it had wrought a great and beneficial change upon him. Now let me see how I can walk. Edward gave him his arm, but the old man showed much more strength than he expected, tottered a little in his gait, it is true, and lost his breath before he reached his armchair again. But Edward and Martin applied themselves diligently during the next 2 hours to confirm the progress he had already made, and were not unsuccessful. I cannot say whether the good woman, whose love and devotion toward her master were extreme, did or did not secretly bestow upon him her own scanty portion of the common food, which was doled out to all those who had given up their own stores to be disposed of by the city. But certain it is that, till the sun had nearly set, she and Edward contrived every quarter of an hour to furnish the old man a small piece of meat and a mouthful of pea bread, with a few spoonfuls of the brandy and water. At length the hour for departure came, and the parting between the old syndic and the faithful Martin was a very painful one. They said nothing, it is true, but she kissed his hand, and her tears, whether she would or not, fell upon it. Clement Tournon wept too, but Edward drew him slowly away, and once more he went out into the streets of Rochelle. Those streets were nearly vacant, for almost everybody not wanted on the walls had retired to their miserable dwellings, there in solitude and famine to wait the return of daylight, which brought no comfort and very little hope. 2 men indeed passed by at a slow pace, and turned to look. There goes old Clement Tournon, said one. Up to the town-house, I suppose, as usual. I thought he was dead, said the other. Old Dr. Cavillac died last night. They spoke aloud, for those were no times of delicacy, and Edward, fearful that the old syndic had heard such depressing words, whispered, I trust, Monsieur Tournon, you will be able to obtain such terms as the city can accept. Pray God I may, said the old man, not perceiving Edward's little stroke of art in playing off hope against despair. Oh, it would be the brightest day of my life. They walked slowly, very slowly, but at length they reached the gate, over which a very feeble oil lamp was burning under the heavy stone arch, for by this time even an article of such common necessity as oil was terribly scarce in Rochelle. The common soldiers on guard were evidently indisposed to let Edward and his companion pass, but the young officer, whom the mayor had called Bernard, was soon summoned forth from the guard-house, and with a reverent pressure of the hand he welcomed the old syndic. God bless you, sir, he said. I was right glad to hear what Monsieur Guiton told me. Would to heaven I had a horse or mule to give you to help you across. But it is not 1/2 a mile, and I trust you have strength for that. God knows, Bernard, said the old man, who was leaning very heavily upon Edward's arm. I trust my going may be good for the city. Were it not for that hope, I should be well contented to stay and die here. God knows how often during the last week I have wished that it were all over and these eyes closed." "Nay, nay, sir," said the other, in a kindly tone. "You are reserved for better things, I trust. But the wicket is open. You had better pass through, lest any people should come." The old syndic and his young companion passed out into the darkness, but Clement Tournon's steps became so feeble as they crossed the drawbridge, that Edward proposed to sit down and rest awhile upon the same stone where he had sat in the morning, and there to amuse his mind for the time he spoke of his last visit to the city, and even, under shadow of the night, alluded to Lucette. "Ah, dear child," said the old man, "I heard that she had reached safely the care of the Duke de Rohan, for he wrote to me. But such a letter! I could not comprehend it at all. It was full of heat and anger about something, I know not what, for there has been no means of inquiring since. He surely would not have had me keep her in Rochelle to suffer as we have suffered, but yet he seemed displeased that I sent her away." "He knew not all the circumstances," answered Edward, "and these great men are impetuous. Have you heard from her?" "Not a word," said the syndic, with a sigh, "and yet God knows I loved her as a father." "And she loved you," said Edward, "but it was some months ere she could possibly write, and since then Rochelle has been strictly blockaded." "Ah, Edward Langdale," said the old man, in a sad tone, "the young soon forget. Joys and pleasures and the freshness of all things around them wipe away the memories of all early affections, and it is well it should be so. Old people forget too, but the sponge that blots out their remembrance is filled with bitterness and gall and decay." Edward felt that Clement Tournon was doing injustice to Lucette, yet the words were painful to him to hear, and he changed the subject, trying to converse upon indifferent things, but with his mind still recurring to the question, "Can Lucette forget so easily?" At the end of some half hour he said, "Let us try now, sir, to reach the outposts, but first take some more of this cordial. Remember what we have at stake." The old man rose, but he was still very feeble, and he stumbled amongst the low bushes at the end of the bridge. Immediately there was a call from the walls above of "Who goes there?" and the next instant a shot from a musket passed close by. Another succeeded, but went more wide, and, hurrying forward Clement Tournon, Edward put as much space between them and the walls as possible, saying in a light tone, "Hard to be shot at by our friends. I trust that is an omen that we shall be well received by our enemies." "I cannot go so fast," said the old man. "Go you on, Master Ned. I will follow. If they shoot me, I cannot hurry." "No, no, we go together," replied Edward. "Here, keep along this path, straight for that watch-fire." And placing the old syndic before him, he sheltered him completely from the walls with his own body. But there was no more firing, and the only result was to scare the unhappy Rochellois with a report that a party of the enemy had approached close to the gates to reconnoitre. The distance was really very short, as we have seen, from the walls to the royal lines, but it was long to poor Clement Tournon, and it required all Edward's care and skill and attention to get the old man across. But at length the challenge of the sentinel came, and it was the most welcome sound that at that moment could meet Edward Langdale's ear. His flask was at the last drop, and the good syndic seemed to have no strength left. All difficulties, however, were now over. In 5 minutes the young officer who had accompanied Edward from Mosey was by their side, with Jacques Beaupré and Pierrot, and by the demonstrative joy of the two latter when they beheld Clement Tournon, one would have thought it was their father who had been rescued from death. "Ah, sir!" exclaimed Jacques, addressing Edward, "I will never doubt that you can do anything again. Nobody but you in the whole world could have done it." "I must beg of you, sir," said Edward to the young officer, "to obtain some place of repose for my poor old friend here. He is incapable of going any farther to-night, and I must away to the cardinal. These two men can, I presume, procure wine and meat for him, for food and rest are all that is needful." "Be assured, sir, all shall be attended to properly," said the young officer in the most courteous tone. "Monsieur de Bassompierre will be here himself in a moment, for he says he knows and esteems this gentleman, and we could not leave him in better hands, as I myself must accompany you back to his eminence, who has moved down to what they call the Petit Château, some miles nearer the city." This brief conversation took place some 50 yards from where Clement Tournon was seated between Pierrot and Jacques Beaupré, and at the moment Edward uttered the last words, he heard a bluff, good-humoured voice saying, "Ah, Clement Tournon, my old friend, right glad am I to see you. So, his Eminence has let you out of the cage. What, man, never droop. We will soon restore your strength. This cardinal of ours has heard how men tame wild beasts by keeping them on low diet, and he has determined to try the same plan with you people of Rochelle. But I have a nice cabin for you here in the corner of the trench, with a good soft bed all ready, with a boiled pullet, and we will have a good stoup of wine together, as we had when you sold me that diamond signet." "Ah, sir," said the feeble voice of Clement Tournon, "you drank 7/8 of the stoup yourself, saying you were thirsty and needed it. I need it most now, I fear." "And so you shall drink the 7/8 now," said Bassompierre gaily. "Here, some one bring us a litter. We will carry him home in triumph. The best of goldsmiths shall have the best of welcomes." "Farewell for a few hours," said Edward in a low voice, approaching the old man's side and pressing his hand. "I must away up to the cardinal to show him that I keep faith, but I leave you in good hands, dear friend, and will be with you again early tomorrow." That saying, he turned away, rejoined the young officer, and rode off with him as fast as he could go, in order to present himself before Richelieu had retired to rest. Though probably burning with curiosity, Edward's companion did not venture to ask any questions in regard to La Rochelle, but merely pointed to a large packet containing the cup which Edward carried slung to his cross-belt, saying, in a jocular tone, "I suppose, Monsieur Langdale, that is not a haversack of provision, for they do say that article is somewhat scanty in the city." "Oh, no," said Edward, "this is something too hard to eat. It belongs not to me, but to his Eminence. I wish it contained something I could eat, for I have tasted nothing since I left you this morning." "They fast long in Rochelle," said the young man dryly, "but you will be able to get something up at the château." "I must report myself first," answered Edward, and on they rode without further conversation. Edward was destined to wait longer for his supper than he expected, for he was detained in the cardinal's antechamber nearly an hour. At the end of that time, some 5 or 6 gentlemen came forth from Richelieu's room, and Edward's name was called by the usher. The minister was standing when the young gentleman entered, and was evidently in no humour for prolonged conversation. "Have you brought the old man?" he said. "Yes, my lord cardinal," replied Edward. "I left him at the outposts. He was too weak to come on." "Then the famine in the city is severe, I suppose," observed the cardinal. "It is, your Eminence," answered Edward, "but I was permitted to see very little." "Blindfolded?" asked Richelieu. "Yes," answered Edward, "but they may hold out some time, I think." "How long?" demanded the minister. "With their spirit, perhaps a month," replied Edward. "A month!" repeated Richelieu. "Impossible! Did you hear of no tumults?" "None whatever," replied Edward. "What have you there?" next demanded the cardinal, pointing to the cup and its covers, which Edward had now detached from his belt. "It is that work of art I mentioned, sire," replied the young man, taking it from the parchment bag, and unwrapping the many papers which enfolded it. Richelieu took it from his hands, gazed at it for a moment or two with evident admiration, and then set it down on the table, saying, "Beautiful, beautiful indeed. Have you heard anything from England?" he continued abruptly. "No," answered Edward, but instantly correcting himself, he added, "Yes, I forgot. I found a letter waiting for me, but I have not opened it. It is merely from my old tutor." "Let me see it," said Richelieu, in a tone that admitted of no refusal. Edward took it from the pocket of his coat and gave it to him in silence. Without the least ceremony, Richelieu opened it, and after looking at the date, gave it back again, saying, "Why, it is 6 months old, and I have news not much more than 7 days. The English fleet is just ready to sail, it seems, and only waits for your mighty Duke to lead them. He will find some stones in his way before he harbours in Rochelle. But now, good night, Monsieur Edward Langdale. Be here tomorrow betimes, and we will talk more. Just now I am tired, and must to rest." End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. Space is growing short, and we have much to tell. It was several weeks after the period of which we have just been writing, when Edward Langdale and old Clement Tournon, now restored to health and some degree of strength, were in the cabinet of the great minister of France. Manifold papers were before them, and Richelieu's brow was cloudy and stern. But the old syndic of the goldsmiths of Rochelle was as calm and seemingly as much at ease as when he first encountered Edward Langdale in the streets of his city. "Your Eminence, they will not accept it," he said. "There are things which you do not consider. True, they are, as you say, pressed by famine. They may, or they may not, for I have no correct information, be forced to surrender or die for want of food within 4 days. But I know the people of Rochelle. They will die rather than surrender, unless they have better terms than these. It is useless to propose them. I should be in some sort deceiving your Eminence were I to be the bearer of such offers. I know that, without the free exercise of their religion being assured to my fellow citizens, die they will, of famine, or pestilence, or by cannonballs. I cannot undertake to propose such terms." "Are you aware," asked Richelieu, in slow but emphatic language, "that, 7 days ago, George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, was stabbed at Portsmouth by an assassin named Felton, and died upon the spot?" Edward Langdale turned pale at the terrible news, but not the slightest mark of emotion was apparent upon the face of Clement Tournon. Old men are not easily moved, and he was thinking only of Rochelle. "Possibly," he said in a quiet tone. "I always thought he would die a violent death. But the hopes of the people of Rochelle never rested, my Lord Cardinal, upon the Duke of Buckingham." "Upon what, then, did they rest?" asked Richelieu in some surprise. "Upon the hand of God," replied Clement Tournon. "Upon the winds and waves, his ministers. The storms which annually visit this coast have been long delayed this year, but when they do come, they will come more fiercely, and every man in Rochelle well knows that the marvellous dyke your Eminence has built will be but as a bed of reeds before them. Succour will pour in the moment the port is open, and the citizens, refreshed and comforted, will be ready to resist again all efforts to control their consciences." "Pshaw!" said Richelieu. "This point of religion is but a name." "Not for the people of Rochelle," said Clement Tournon. "We are loyal subjects of the King of France. We are willing to be obedient in all temporal things, but we will never profess one faith while we hold another. We will never resign our right to worship God according to our own belief." "Well, well, that will be easily settled," said the cardinal, taking a pen and striking 3 or 4 lines from a writing on the table. "I am not fighting against any man's sincere faith. I am warning against rebellion. Read that, sir. Will that be received?" "Not without a clause securing to the people of Rochelle the full and free exercise of their religion," said the old syndic resolutely. "That is what I mean to grant," said the cardinal, though a slight cloud passed over his brow and seemed to indicate that the concession was made less willingly than he pretended. But in truth Richelieu had heard that very day that the English fleet had sailed, notwithstanding the death of the High Admiral. One severe storm and all the labour of long months might be destroyed, and Rochelle be as safe as ever. There were indications in the sky, too, which threatened such an event. "That is what I mean to grant," he repeated. "Have it put in what words you will, so that nothing be inserted which shall give a turbulent people pretence for levying war upon the king. Call me a secretary, Monsieur Langdale." Edward obeyed, and the terms offered by the cardinal were written out fair, with a clause guaranteeing to the Rochellois the full and unmolested exercise of their religion. This paper formed the basis of that remarkable treaty soon afterwards signed, which, for its moderation, has been the wonder of all historians. It is true that the Cardinal de Richelieu had many reasons for desiring peace as speedily as possible. It is true that the Rochellois had good reason to hope that relief of some kind would be afforded them ere long. But it is no less true that thousands had perished of famine within those walls, and that in a few days more no soldiers would have been found to man the walls, and corpses only would have opposed the entrance of the royal troops. There can be no doubt that a wise and politic clemency characterised the proceedings of the minister, and that, had he waited till the sick king's return to the camp, harder conditions would have been imposed. He seems not to have heeded where the glory of success or the honour of clemency might fall, so that his great purposes were accomplished. And, applied to his conduct toward Rochelle, as applied to a later period of his life, the words of one of his historians are neither fulsome nor unjust when he said, France triumphed within and without the realm. Foreign enemies themselves proclaimed the superior genius of the cardinal, and the Huguenots, even while sighing over the ruins of their fortresses, dismantled by his orders and under his eyes, could not but acknowledge his affability, his readiness to adopt all gentle expedients, and the fidelity with which all his engagements were observed. And what became of Edward Langdale all this time? He remained in the royal camp, not as a prisoner, not exactly free. It was impossible for him to travel through France and to pass into England without safe conduct of some kind, and Edward soon divined that, whether from suspicion or from some other motive he knew not, Richelieu had determined not to let him depart till Rochelle had surrendered. The minister became more difficult of access also after the king had returned to the camp, and the long and more familiar conversations which Edward had enjoyed with him previously were altogether at an end. He was courteous and kind when the young man was admitted to his presence, but when Edward pressed for permission to depart, the answer always was, in a few days. On one occasion, indeed, the natural impatience of Edward Langdale's disposition caused him to burst forth with something beyond frankness, and he said bluntly, "Your Eminence has promised to let me go for the last 6 weeks. Now 6 weeks are nothing to you, but they are all important to me, for I have only 1 crown and 2 livres in my pocket, with 2 servants and myself to furnish, to say nothing of the horses, who are as badly off as if they were citizens of Rochelle, and besides—" "That will be soon amended," said Richelieu, with a slight smile. "Give me some more paper off that table," and he wrote an order upon the treasurer of his household for the payment to Monsieur Edward Langdale of the usual salary of a gentleman in ordinary to the king. "My Lord Cardinal, how am I to take this money?" asked Edward. "England and France are still at war." "Then take it as a prisoner," said Richelieu, somewhat sternly. "Do not talk nonsense, lad. But you said besides. What is there besides?" "If you had read the letter I showed your Eminence," replied Edward, "you would have seen that my presence is absolutely required in England upon business of much importance to myself." "What letter? When?" "Oh, I remember, when you brought me the cup. I cannot help thinking, notwithstanding, you are as well here for the time. But, speaking of the cup, I pray you put a price upon it. I cannot sell a gift that was given me by my father on my birthday. The very act of giving places an obligation on the receiver not to sell, but none not to give, and I trust your Eminence will condescend to receive it on the only terms on which I can part with it." "Well," said Richelieu, "I will take it on those terms, and will direct my good friend, Monsieur Mulot, to give you back the papers that enveloped it. They seem to belong to you, for I see the name of Langdale frequently mentioned. Guard them safely till some more learned head than your own has examined them, for few men know the value of scraps of old paper. Sometimes they will raise a man to wealth and power, sometimes throw him headlong down. God knows whether that same art of writing has done more good or harm in the world. Cadmus, who invented letters, they say, was the same man who sowed the serpent's teeth and reaped an iron harvest. Is not this an allegory, Master Langdale? Go and consider of it, for I am busy just now." Not long after this conversation, the good but stupid Father Mulot brought to the young gentleman the bundle of papers in which the cup had been enveloped, and entered into a long disquisition upon the various differences between the Catholic and Protestant faiths. He was evidently bent on converting his hearer from his religious errors, but Edward was obdurate to the kind of eloquence which he displayed, and the good man left him rather in pity than in anger. To examine the papers was Edward's next task, but he could make nothing of them. Some pages were wanting, others were mutilated, and though he saw his father's and his mother's name in many places, yet but little light could be obtained as to the import of the documents in which they were mentioned. Only one gleam of significance appeared throughout the whole. There was one passage which stated that Richard Langdale, Baronet, with the full and free consent of his wife, Dame Heleonora Langdale, in virtue of the last will and testament of Henry Barmont, her uncle, Lord of the Manor of Buckley, as aforesaid, which consent was testified by her hand and seal unto the within written lease and demise, did lease, give and grant unto William Watson, his heirs and assigns, for the term of 21 years from the 5th day of blank. There the manuscript stopped, the page which followed being torn off, but at the same time, though he had no knowledge of law, Edward could perceive that an admission of the absolute rights of his mother over the manor of Buckley, under the will of her uncle, was implied. He resolved then to follow the advice of the cardinal and preserve the papers with care, but still his detention in France was exceedingly annoying. The letter of Dr. Winthorne had pressed him earnestly to return to England, and other thoughts and feelings were busy in his bosom, urging him in the same direction. He felt himself something more than bound, shackled, by his engagement with Lord Montagu. Without any definite cause of complaint, the links which attached him to that nobleman had been broken. He felt that he had been doubted without cause, that he had been neglected and forgotten in a moment of difficulty and peril, and that the confidence which had at one time existed between his lord and himself could never be fully restored. Such were the reasons which he urged upon himself to explain the desire he felt for severing the connection. But perhaps there was another motive, which he did not choose to scrutinize so accurately. 15 months had passed since he had promised the Cardinal de Richelieu not to seek his young bride for the space of 2 years, and Richelieu had promised him at the end of those 2 years she should be his. He had no absolute certainty of where she was. He knew not what might have become of her. He could only frame vague, wild plans for finding and recovering her, and 9 months without a long journey to England seemed to his impatient heart not more than time sufficient to vanquish all those obstacles which might lie between him and her. In the idleness of the camp, without post, duty, or occupation, his mind naturally rested for hours each day upon youth's favourite theme. The imaginative, perhaps I may say the poetical, temperament which he had inherited from his mother, and which had hitherto in life found few opportunities of development and little or no encouragement amidst the hard realities with which he had had to deal, had now full sway, and sometimes soothed, sometimes tormented him with alternate hopes and fears. Lucette was often the theme of his conversation with good Clement Tournon, who was daily regaining health and strength. The old syndic asked many questions as to Lucette's journey, and told Edward many of the rumours which had reached Rochelle, but it was evident that he knew nothing of that part of Lucette's history which was the most interesting to his young hearer. Feelings which it is needless to dwell upon prevented Edward from referring to it himself, and day after day he would ride forth into the country alone, or walk up and down in the neighbourhood of the cardinal's residence, buried in solitary thought. To the country house now inhabited by Richelieu was attached a garden in an antique taste, where roses had now ceased to bloom and the flowers of summer had all passed away. But it was a quiet and solitary place, for the taste of neither soldiers nor courtiers led them that way, and, though the gates were always open, it was rarely that any one trod the walks, except one of the cooks with white nightcap on head, seeking pot-herbs in a bed which lay at the lower part of the ground. Edward Langdale was more frequently there than anywhere else, and one day, toward evening, as he was walking up and down in one of the cross-walks, he saw the cardinal come forth from the building alone, and take his way straight down the centre alley, looking first down upon the ground, and then up toward the sky, as a man wearied with the thoughts and cares and business of the day. It seemed no moment to approach him, and Edward somewhat hurried his pace toward a small gate at the end of the garden. He had nearly reached it, when the cardinal's voice stopped him. "Come hither," said Richelieu, "and if you are inclined to talk of no business, walk here by me. It is strange that amongst all those who are here, there is hardly one man with whom one's mind can refresh itself. My friend Bois Robert is too full of jest. It becomes tiresome. Good Father Mulot, whom they should have called Moulet, is full of one idea, the conversion of heretics by fire and sword, pestilence and famine, or what else you like, though I cannot see why, to prevent them from being damned in the other world, I should be damned in this. I know the verses of Horace are against me, and that every man unreasonably complains of his fate, but I cannot help thinking that of all the conditions in the world, the fate of a prime minister is the most anxious, laborious, and tiresome. I should think so indeed, your eminence, said Edward, with a sigh. Ha! said Richelieu, then you are so little ambitious as to deem it has no advantages? Not so, my lord, replied Edward. It has vast and magnificent advantages, the power to do good, to stop evil, to reward the worthy, aye, and even to punish the bad, to save and elevate one's country. But great and valuable things must always be purchased at a high price, and I can easily conceive that the sense of responsibility, the opposition of petty factions and base intrigues, the stupidity of some men, the cunning devices of others, the importunity and the ingratitude of all, the want of domestic peace, the continual sacrifice of personal comfort, must make the high position your eminence speak of anything but a bed of roses. You shall have your safe conduct tomorrow morning, said Richelieu. Such sentiments are sufficient to corrupt the whole court of France. Sir, if they were to become general, and men would but act upon them, I should have nothing to do. There would be nobody to envy me, nobody would try to overthrow me. They would only look upon me as the wheel-horse of the car of state, and wonder that I could pull along so patiently. The ingratitude of all, he repeated, in a meditative tone. Aye, it is but too true. Those are the petrifying waters which harden the heart, and seem to turn the very spirit into stone. Do you know what has been done within this hour, Monsieur Langdale? No, replied the young Englishman. I have heard of nothing important, sir. Why, I thought it must be at the gates of Paris by this time, said Richelieu. A treaty has been signed with Rochelle, and a good man, a marvellous good man in his way, says I am no true Catholic because I will not starve some thousands of men to death or make them take the mass with a lie upon their mouths. I do not understand his reasoning, but that is my fault, of course. But through this very treaty of Rochelle, I think I shall make more real Catholics than he would make false ones. But now, Monsieur Langdale, you think I have kept you here unreasonably, but you are mistaken. I wished to have news from various quarters ere I suffered you to go back to England. I need not tell you to return by the month of July next. But, for many reasons, I desire you should return before. I leave it to yourself to do so or not, but you will find it for your benefit. Tomorrow you shall have all necessary passes, though it is probable that the fall of this very city of Rochelle will lead to peace between France and England. If it do so, remember a conversation which took place between us a good many months ago. I will not forget it, my lord, replied Edward. I believe I have always kept my word to your eminence. You have, said Richelieu, you have. Would to God I could say the same of all men. And now, what money will you want for your passage? None, your eminence, replied Edward. I have a little property in England, the rents of which accumulated while I was lodged and fed by good Monsieur de Bourbon, and I can get what I want at Rochelle. Oh, go not into that miserable place, said Richelieu, at least not till all the bodies are interred, or it is free from pestilence. This siege will ever be memorable in the annals of the world for the sufferings of the people, and for the resolution of their leaders also. I can admire great qualities even in my enemies, but here comes Tronçon to call me to the king. Come to me tomorrow. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44. 4 days more passed before Edward actually got his proper passes and safe conduct, but then they came in the most precise style and ample form. His whole person was described with accuracy. He was mentioned as a young English gentleman attached to Lord Montagu, travelling under the particular protection of His Majesty the King of France, with 2 palefreniers and other servants and attendants, and all governors of towns and provinces, and officers civil and military, as well throughout the realm of France as in neighbouring countries in amity with that power, were directed not only to let him freely pass and give him aid and assistance, but to show him every hospitable attention and courtesy on his journey or journeys in any direction whatsoever during the next 2 years ensuing. The whole was signed by the king's own hand and countersigned by the cardinal. Though I possess one of these passports myself on parchment, signed with an immense Louis, I regret to say it does not have the countersignature of Richelieu, but it is certain that they were occasionally given under his administration also. At all events, Edward comprehended that, wherever he bent his steps, no more interruptions of his journey would occur on the part of any of the officers of the crown. The cardinal himself he could not see before his departure, for those were very busy times. But on the 6th day the young gentleman re-entered the city of Rochelle with his good friend Clement Tournon, and went direct to the syndic's house. The royal soldiers were in possession of the place, the walls were in progress of demolition, and there was an aspect of disappointment and sadness upon the faces of the people generally, though some were rejoicing openly in the return of peace and plenty, little heeding the loss of a certain degree of that liberty which they had at one time cherished as the best of human possessions. The royal forces, however, had not confined themselves to raising the fortifications, but with that good humour which is one of the chief and most amiable characteristics of the French people, had aided the citizens in burying the dead, in cleansing the streets, and in purifying the town generally, so that, on the whole, the city bore a much more cheerful and happy appearance than it had done when Edward had last visited it. In the court before the house of the old syndic, 2 of the apprentices were busy rooting out the grass from between the stones, and Martin herself, with a gay face, though it was still somewhat pale and thin, came running down to greet her old master. These were all that remained of the once numerous household, and the joy of his return to his ancient dwelling was mingled with sufficient bitterness to draw some natural tears from Clement Tournon's eyes. Many little incidents occurred to Edward Langdale during his short stay in Rochelle, which we need not dwell upon here. Amongst the servants of his host, he was in some sort a hero for the part he had taken in saving their beloved master. Several of the citizens, too, came to visit him, and in the stormy night of the 2nd of November, Guiton himself, wrapped in his large mantle, presented himself to pass an hour or 2 with his old friend and the syndic's young guest. It was a night very memorable, much like that on which Edward had crossed the seas some 18 months before. The winds burst in sharp gusts over the town, still rising in force and howling as they rose. The casements shook and rattled, and the tiles were swept from the roofs and dashed to pieces in the streets, and rain mingled with sleet dashed in the faces of passers-by. Many died that night of those who were still sick in the hospitals. The conversation of the mayor was by no means cheerful. He had been forced into his high position against his own desire. He had drawn the sword unwillingly, but, full of energy and hope, he had sheathed it with even less willingness, and saw in the surrender of Rochelle the ruin of the Protestant cause and the destruction of the religious liberties of France. His heart was depressed, and all his thoughts seemed gloomy. Once, when one of the fiercest gusts shook the house, he burst forth in an absent tone, exclaiming, "Ay, blow, blow, you may blow now without doing any damage to Fortune's favourite. By the Lord in heaven, Mr. Langdale, it would seem that this man Richelieu's fortunes have even bent the clouds and storms to his subjection. Here that tempestuous sea, which was never known for 6 weeks to an end to be without storm and shipwreck, has been as calm and tranquil as a fish-pond in a garden for months, ever since that accursed dyke was first commenced, and now no sooner is Rochelle lost than uprises the spirit of the tempest. Hark how it howls! At high tide half the dyke that has ruined us will be swept away. Mark my words, young gentlemen, by this time tomorrow all the succours which we needed so many months will be able to enter our port in safety." And it was so. On the following day, more than 40 toises of the dyke were carried away, and a fleet of small wine vessels from the neighbouring country entered the harbour without difficulty. The storm raged fiercely for the next 2 days, and the time was spent in friendly intercourse by Clement Tournon and Edward Langdale, who wished to embark from Rochelle, but could find no vessel ready or willing to put to sea. Of all the remarkable changes which have taken place in the state of society during the last 200 years, changes which produce and will daily produce other changes, none is so wonderful as in the facility of locomotion. The change from the caterpillar to the butterfly is not so great. Go back 200 years and you will find nothing but delay and uncertainty, ay, within a shorter space than that, the back of your own horse, the inconvenient inside of a heavy coach going 3 miles in an hour, or the still slower waggon with its miscellaneous denizens, or the post-horse with its postillion riding beside it, were in every part of Europe the only means afforded to the traveller of journeying from place to place over the land, while over the water slow ships could only be found occasionally at certain ports, and their departure and arrival depended upon 1,000 other chances and events than the pleasure of the winds and waves. It is only wonderful that a voyage did not occupy a lifetime. Now, but it is no use telling my reader what this now is. He knows it so well that he forgets even the inconveniences that he himself has suffered, perhaps a score or two of years ago, and can hardly conceive the possibility of the hardships, the troubles, and disappointments of a journey in the 17th century, till he takes up some of the memoirs or romances of that day, and finds a whole host of minor miseries recorded, which render an expedition to Mount Sinai at present but a joke in comparison. It is true that our present system has its evils as well as its benefits, viewed by different persons according to their different professional or habitual tastes. The picturesque traveller will tell you that you lose 1/2 of the scenery, the timid traveller that you risk breaking your neck, the police officer that thieves and swindlers get off much more easily than they used to do, and members of Parliament that their constituents are a great deal too near at hand. But there are compensations for all these little troubles, and especially in the case of those of the police officer, for if the thief or swindler has easy means of getting away, there are, thanks to electric telegraphs, more easy means still of catching him. All Edward's preparations were made. The calculation of what rents had accumulated in the hands of good Dr. Winthorne was easy also, and to get the amount in gold and silver was easier still, with Clement Tournant at his right hand. But, as there seemed, upon inquiry, no probability whatever of a ship sailing from Rochelle within a reasonable time, Edward determined to run across the country to Calais, between which port and England there always has been a desultory trade carried on, even in time of war, down to the reign of the 3rd George. "I shall see you soon again, Edward," said old Clement Tournant, as the young gentleman descended the stairs to mount his horse. "I trust so," said Edward, "but I really cannot tell how soon I shall return." "Nor I how soon I shall go over," said the old man with a smile. "I have business myself at Huntingdon, and if you are in that neighbourhood a month hence, we shall meet there. You have told me all the places where you intend to stop, and I have made a note of it, so that I shall easily find you wherever you are." Edward was surprised, but not so much perhaps as might be expected, for from vague hints which his good old host had let drop, he had gathered that Clement Tournant, steadfast and perhaps a little bigoted in the Protestant faith, had a strong inclination to make England his future home. He had been there often, he loved the country and the people, and still more the religion, and most of the ties between him and Rochelle seemed to have been severed when the city lost its independence. Often in Edward's hearing he had called England the land of comfort and peace. Alas, it was not destined long to remain so, and even that very day he had remarked that the state of France, with its constant broils, intrigues, and factions, might suit a young and aspiring spirit, but was not fitted for declining years. He and his young friend parted with deep and mutual regret. It is seldom that so much friendship ever exists between the old and the young, but each might feel that he owed the other his life, not by any sudden act which might be the result of a momentary impulse, but by calm, determined, persevering kindness, which could not but have a deeper source. This has been a very short chapter, but we may as well change the scene, for our space, according to the law of Goths and Vandals, which altereth not, is very short, alas. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Lord Montagu's Page by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45. The days of vis-à-vis, lined with sky-blue velvet, had not come, though, as anyone who is read in the pleasant Antoine Hamilton must know, one generation was sufficient to produce them. But had they been in existence, there were no roads for them to travel upon, for we hear that just about this time one of the presidents of the Parliament of Paris lost his life by the great imprudence of travelling in a large heavy coach over a French country road. I was in great hope at this place to be enabled to introduce, for the gratification of my readers, a solitary horseman, but I am disappointed, for Edward Langdale, now that I have again to bring him on the scene, had good Pierrot Lagrange with him, and it would never do to have a solitary horseman too. It was on a road, then, leading from London into the heart of the country that Lord Montagu's page, Lord Montagu's page no longer, for he had formerly resigned his attendance upon that nobleman, rode along on a cold, bright, wintry evening with the renowned Pierrot Lagrange, whose face, by adherence to the total abstinence system, though much less brilliant in hue, had become much smoother, plumper, and fairer. Both he and his master were well armed, as was the custom of the day, and each was a likely man enough to repel anything like attack on the part of others. For be it remarked that Edward Langdale was very much changed by the passage of 20 months over his head since first we introduced him to the reader. He was broader, stronger, older in appearance, and though, of course, there was nothing of the mould of age about him, yet all the batterings and bruises he had gone through had certainly stamped manhood both on his face and form. He had a very tolerable beard also, at least as far as moustache and royal were concerned, trimmed in that shape which the pencil of Van Dyck has transmitted to us in his portraits of some of the most memorable characters in modern history. It is probable that he had grown a little also, for at his age men will grow, notwithstanding all the world will do to keep them down. He was, in short, somewhat above the middle height, though not a very tall man, and that height which is more serviceable in the field than in the ring. At the crossing of two roads, one of which ran into Cambridgeshire, while the other took toward Huntingdon, was a small, low inn. I mean low in structure, for it was by no means low in character. It was one of the neatest inns I ever set my eyes on, for it was standing in my day, and is probably standing still, with its neat, well whitewashed front, its carved doorway, its various gables, and its mullioned windows, and the lozenge-shaped panes set in primitive lead. To the right of the inn, as you looked from the door upon the road, was a very neat farmyard, half full of golden straw, with a barn and innumerable chickens, chanticleers of all hues and colours, and Dame Partlets of every breed. Beyond the barn, at the distance of 50 or 60 yards, ran a beautiful clear stream, which crossed both the roads very nearly at their bifurcation, and which, though so shallow as only to wash gently the fetlocks of the passengers' horses, was, and must still be, renowned for its beautiful trout, silvery, with gold and crimson spots, and the flesh the colour of a blush rose. On the other side of the stream, about a quarter of a mile farther up, was a picturesque little mill, with a group of towering Huntingdon poplars shading it on the east. Here Edward Langdale drew in his horse, although the sun was not fully down. God knows what made him do so, for he had proposed to ride farther, but there was an aspect of peace and rural beauty and contented happiness about the whole place, which might touch that of latent poetry in his disposition already alluded to. Or it might be that all the fierce scenes of strife and turmoil and care and danger he had passed through in the last 20 months had made his heart thirsty for a little calm repose, and where could he find it so well as there? Expectation, however, is always destined to be disappointed. This is the great moral of the fable of life. The people of the house, who had much respect for a man who came with an armed servant, and whose saddle-bags were well stuffed, gave him a clean, comfortable room looking over the courtyard to the river, and served him his supper in the chamber underneath. It was night before he sat down, but before the fine broiled trout had disappeared, the sound of several horses' feet was heard from the road, and then that of voices calling for hostlers and stable-boys. Edward had easily divined from his first entrance into the house that this which he now occupied was the only comfortable public room in the inn, although there was another on the other side of the passage where neighbouring farmers held their meetings and smoked their pipes. He expected, therefore, that his calm little supper would be interrupted, and was not at all surprised to see a gentleman of good mien a little below the middle age, followed by 2 or 3 attendants, enter the parlour and throw himself into a chair. The stranger cast a hasty and careless glance around, and then gave some directions to one of his followers in the French language. It was not the sort of half French spoken a good deal in the court of England at that time, but whole, absolute, perfect French, with French idioms and a French tongue. As long as the conversation referred to nothing more than boots and baggage and supper and good wine, Edward took no notice, but went on with his meal, anxious to finish it as soon as possible. But soon after, when the person the stranger had been speaking to had left the room, that gentleman began a different sort of discourse with another of his followers, and commented pretty freely, and with some wit, upon the state of parties at the court of England. "Your pardon for interrupting you," said Edward at once. "My servant and myself both understand French, and it would be neither civil nor honest to overhear your conversation without giving you that warning." The other thanked him for his courtesy, adding, "You are a Frenchman, of course." "Not so," answered Edward. "I am an Englishman, but I have spent some time in France." Next came a great number of those questions which nobody can put so directly without any lack of politeness as a Frenchman. How long he had lived in France, whom he knew there, when he had left it. Edward answered all very vaguely, for he never had any great relaxation of tongue. But the stranger caught at the admission that he had been only a fortnight in England, exclaiming, "Then you must have been in France when Rochelle surrendered." "I was," answered the young gentleman. "It is not quite 3 weeks since I left that city." "Ha!" said the stranger, eyeing him from head to foot. "Will you favour me, sir, by telling me the state of the place and the condition of its inhabitants? It is a subject in which I take a great interest. Methinks they surrendered somewhat promptly when succour was so near." "Not so, sir," replied Edward. "When men have nothing to eat, when they have seen their fathers and their brothers and their mothers and their sisters die of famine in the streets, when the very rats and mice of a city are all consumed, and the wolves have been stripped of muscles and limpets, they must either die or surrender. There is no use of dying, for death is the worst sort of capitulation, and the city becomes the enemy's without even a parchment promise." "Ay, and was it really so bad?" said the other. "More than 1/3 of the inhabitants had died," said Edward. "Another third were dying, and the rest were so feeble that the walls might be said to be manned by living corpses." "You excite my curiosity and my compassion," said the other. "May I ask if you had any command in Rochelle?" "None," replied the young gentleman. "By accident I was in it for a day during the siege, and saw how much they could endure. I was in it also immediately after the siege, and saw how much they had endured. The Rochelle fell at last. Her defence is one of the most glorious facts in French history." The stranger looked down upon the ground and replied nothing for several minutes, but his companion, with whom he had been conversing, familiarly took up the conversation, and asked after several of the citizens of Rochelle whom Edward was personally acquainted with, or knew by name. The solemn words, "He is dead, she is dead, all the family died by famine, he died of the pestilence," were of sad recurrence. "But then," the stranger remarked, "we know that Guiton is alive, for he signed the treaty." "He tried hard to die first," said Edward, "but nothing seemed to break his iron frame, and the people became clamorous." "And what became of the good old syndic, Tournon?" asked the first stranger. "He is alive and well," answered Edward. "Ah! but he would have been dead and buried," exclaimed Pierrot, who could refrain no longer, "if it had not been for you, sir." "Indeed," said the stranger. "Let me inquire how that happened." "It matters not, sir," replied Edward, making a sign to Pierrot to hold his tongue. "What the man says may be partly true, partly mistaken; but although I am willing to give anyone interested general news, I must decline referring to matters entirely personal when conversing with strangers." "Well, then, let us talk of other subjects," said the first stranger. "I cannot consent to part with a gentleman lately from my own land, so soon as that movement of your plate seems to imply. Supper I shall take none, for the news that has flowed in upon me for the last fortnight has not tended to strengthen my appetite. Wine, however, the resource of the sad and the sorry, I must have. They tell me it is good here. Will you allow me to try some of that which stands at your right hand?" Edward ordered Pierrot to bring some fresh glasses. and put the bottle over to his self-invited guest. The stranger drank some, and saying, "It is very fair," immediately ordered more to be brought, while Piero, bending over Edward's chair as if to remove the dish before him, whispered in his ear, "It is the Prince de Soubise." With all his habitual self-command, Edward could not refrain from a slight start. The colour, too, mounted in his cheek with some feelings of anger, but he was glad of the warning, and did not suffer what was passing in his heart to appear. The conversation turned in a different course from that which it had before assumed, Soubise referring no more to the subject of Rochelle, though his companion, who seemed a friend of inferior rank, often turned toward that topic. Whenever he did so, the prince immediately asked some question as to Edward's knowledge of France and its inhabitants, and the young gentleman, to say the truth, took some pleasure, after the first effects of surprise were over, in puzzling him by his answers. He had passed over so much of France that his intimate acquaintance with the country excited Soubise's astonishment, and from localities his questions turned to persons. "As you have been in Lorraine," he said, "you have probably seen the beautiful and witty Duchesse de Chevreuse." "I have the honour of knowing her well," replied Edward. "Do you know the Duke de Montbazon?" asked the prince. "Not in the least," replied Edward. "The Cardinal de Richelieu?" continued Soubise. "I have seen his eminence frequently," said the young gentleman, "and have had audience of him. But as to knowing the cardinal, that can be said but by few, I imagine." Soubise smiled. "The Duchess is more easily known," he answered, "but the death of her lover Chalais must have affected her much, poor thing. Did you ever meet with him?" "Not exactly," replied Edward, with a slight shudder at the memory. "I saw his head cut off, but did not know him personally." The reference caused a momentary pause in the conversation, and then Soubise said, in an indifferent tone, "As you have been much in that part of the country, you must have probably seen a Duc de Rohan." "I had the honour of meeting him once," replied Edward, fully on his guard. "He is a relation of mine," said Soubise. Edward merely bowed his head, and the prince proceeded to ask if there had been any news of him current when the young gentleman was in France. "The last I heard of him," said Edward, "was a rumour that, after menacing the right of the king's army till a party had been sent out to cut off his retreat, he had, by a skilful night march through the woods in the rear, effected his escape and fallen back upon Saintonge." Soubise seemed desirous of prolonging the conversation, but Edward soon after retired to his chamber, resolved to be up by sunrise and pursue his way. His determination was vain, however. Though he was on foot early, Soubise was up before him, and they met at the door of the inn, where their horses were already standing. A quiet bow on either part was their only salutation, and, as there were two roads, Edward would willingly have seen which the prince selected. As he did not mount, however, the young gentleman followed the path he had previously proposed to take, namely, that towards Huntingdon, and 3 or 4 minutes after he heard the more numerous party of Soubise coming up at good speed. "Ah, young gentleman," said the prince, riding up to his side, "so we are going the same way. Permit me to bear you company." Edward bowed his head somewhat coldly, for he did not desire the companionship. He might have learned some policy in the varied life he had led, but it certainly would have been politic in him to court the good opinion of the man by his side. But even had the nature of his character permitted it, he believed it would be of no use. Generous and frank, Soubise was known to be somewhat obstinate as well as hasty, and Edward thought, "I would rather win her in spite of him than by his aid." Their journey, therefore, did not promise to be very agreeable, and when the prince demanded which way his course ultimately lay, the young gentleman replied, "I go toward Huntingdon, sir, but if that is the direction of your journey, I shall have to leave you before we reach the town, for I have to turn off the high road some miles on this side of Buckden." "And so have I," said Soubise, "but we may as well make the way pleasant by each other's society, as long as our roads lie together. Do you know this country as well as you know France?" "This part of the country," replied Edward, "for I was born and brought up not many miles from where we are now riding." "Indeed," said the prince, "I should have thought by your speech you had passed the greater part of your life in my own land. Do you know what that little river is just before us?" "It is the Ivel," answered Edward, "which runs into the Ouse lower down." "The Ouse," said Soubise. "I do not know much English, but that seems to me an ugly name. If I recollect, Ouse means mud, slime." "We are a plain-spoken people," answered the young man, "and usually give things the name we think they deserve. The Ouse in many places is a sluggish, muddy stream, and our good ancestors applied the name they judged most appropriate." "'Tis as well they do," said Soubise, with a sigh. "We in France have a different habit. Our more excitable imaginations take fire at a name, and we are apt to decorate very plain things with fanciful appellations. But this leads to frequent disappointment. Which is the happiest people must depend upon whether it is best in a hard world to see things as they are, or to see them as we would have them." "We are often forced to see them as they are," replied Edward, "and if we always did so, there would be no disappointments." "Nor much happiness," said Soubise. Thus conversing they rode on, but we must pass lightly over the talk with which they enlivened the way, merely observing that Lucette's cousin rose not inconsiderably in Edward's opinion as they went. Nay, more, his manners were so graceful, his thoughts so just, his conversation so varied, that the young Englishman could not but feel pleased with his company, and inclined to like himself. Still, in the true English spirit, he said in his own heart, "Oh yes, he is very charming now he is in a good humour. The devil is so when he is pleased, but methinks I could conjure forth the horns and hoofs if I were but to tell him who I am." At length the scenes through which they passed became painfully familiar to Edward's eye. Spots he had known well, cottages he had visited, houses belonging to old friends of his family. The very trees and shrubs and little watercourses seemed like old acquaintances calling back times past and appealing to regret. He grew grave and cold. The chilly feeling which had first fallen upon him not many years before, but which had somewhat passed away during the last few months, returned, and many memories, as ever, brought their long train of sorrows with them. Not far from Little Barford, a fine sloping lawn came down to the roadside, separated from the highway merely by a thick, well-trimmed hedge, broken by some fine groups of trees, and, looking up, a large square house with many windows, and a trim garden terraced and ornamented with urns and statues, could be seen at the distance of 1/4 mile. There were several men in the grounds engaged in various country employments, and Edward said within himself, "He's taking care of the place, at all events." At the same moment Soubise observed, "That is a fine château. Do you know to whom it belongs, and what it is called? It is so long since I was in this part of England that I forget the places." "That is called Buckley Hall," replied Edward. "It belongs to Sir Richard Langdale." "How is that?" said Soubise suddenly, as if something surprised him. But Edward did not answer, and the prince merely said, "Let us pull up for an instant and look at it." It was torture to Edward to stay, but he paused for a moment and then said, "I fear I must go on, for I have still some distance to ride. My road, too, lies here to the left." "Ay," said Soubise, "so does mine." "Let us go on." "Are you sure you are right?" asked Edward Langdale. "Huntingdon is straight before you." "Oh, I am right," answered the prince. "I turn just beyond Buckley." Edward had nothing more to say, but he could not help beginning to think that his adventure with the two blacksmiths seemed likely to come over again. Somewhat quickening their pace, they rode on, and Edward made an effort to cast off the melancholy mood which had fallen upon him, and even the impression which the unsought society of a man who had spoken of him in such insulting terms had produced at first, and the conversation between him and Soubise became lively and cheerful. Mile after mile passed, and at length, after proceeding for more than an hour and a half, on a little bank by the side of the river appeared an old church with its grey, ivy-clad tower and groups of yews in the churchyard. Beyond, at the distance of some 200 or 300 yards, was one of those fine antique houses, built of stone, which were erected in the end of Elizabeth's reign and in the earlier part of that of the most pompous and conceited of kings. Thick walls, small square windows, little useless towers, and somewhat peaked roofs, spoke a good deal of King James. But the lawn as soft as velvet, the groups of shrubs, and the garden, well trimmed and swept even in the winter time,
told a tale of more modern taste. "I fear I shall have to quit you here, sir," said Edward, as they approached the gate with its 2 massy stone pillars and large balls at the top. "This is the end of my journey." "What is the name of this place?" asked Soubise. "Applethorpe," answered Edward, "the residence of Dr. Winthorne." "Ha!" said Soubise, "then we shall not part so soon. This is the end of my journey also." Edward could not refrain from turning round and gazing in his face with a look of most profound surprise; but the prince made no further remark, and, after pulling in their horses, while one of the servants dismounted and opened the gates, they rode up to the large arched door of the house. A heavy bell hanging outside soon brought forth an old domestic, dressed in dark grey, who gazed earnestly first at Soubise and then at Edward, both of whom had sprung to the ground while he was opening the door. At first he evidently recognised neither, but a moment after the light of honest satisfaction brightened his countenance, and holding forth his hand to Edward, he exclaimed, "Oh, Master Ned, how glad I am to see you, and how glad the doctor will be. He has been looking for you for months, but he is not at home now, and may not come back for an hour. But come in, everything is ready for you. Your old room is just as you left it. Not a book moved, nor a gun, nor a fishing rod. Only when I went in today to dust the things, I saw the ink had dried up in the horn, and was going to put in fresh this very day." Edward shook the old man warmly by the hand, and turning to the Prince de Soubise, he said, "If I understood you right, sir, you came to visit Dr. Winthorne. He is out, the servant says, but I have interest enough in this house to invite you to enter till his return. He will be back in an hour, and happy, I am sure, to entertain you. But, knowing my old preceptor's habits well, allow me to hint that it will be necessary to send your attendants into the village, as I shall send my servant, for, being a clergyman, he objects to have in his house what he calls swashbuckler serving men, and his rule apply to all, however high the quality of his guests." Soubise smiled, and ushering him into the library, Edward proceeded, amidst the somewhat garrulous joy of the old footman, to direct Piero to take the other men down to the village inn, to tell the host there to attend on them well, for Master Ned's sake, and then to return as soon as might be with his saddle-bags. The prince merely ordered his baggage to be brought up, directing his men to take care of themselves, and seeming fully satisfied that he would be a welcome guest. He took some books from the shelves of the library, examined them cursorily, and put them back, saying, "The good doctor seems to have improved much in worldly matters. He has attained apparently the state he always desired, competency, and enough to have a good library. Can anyone imagine a man more happy?" "Perhaps not," said Edward gravely. "I believe circumscribed desires and moderate fortunes attain the height of human felicity." "Not so," said Soubise. "I believe every human life must be looked at as an aggregate, and skilful would be the calculator who could reduce to an exact sum how much joy and how much sorrow are required to equivalve a given portion of calm and unimpassioned existence. All these things are as the individual views them. We have nothing in this life by which to measure the real value of any object but our own tastes. You may like a pearl better than a diamond. I may esteem the flashing lustre of the one more than the calm serenity of the other. That man is only happy who obtains what he really desires. But here come our men, I see, with the baggage." End of chapter 45.